Welcome one and all back to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Foles. We've got Ice on prod behind us, and we've got some bangers tonight. One of these two teams in our first series is going to lock the playoffs, top four at least in Group Ascend, and it should be a good time. You ready, Foles?
Yeah, I don't think I could be much more ready, but I know that we have a lot to go through tonight, a lot to expect. These two teams stack up really well against one another, so I don't know if I could be more ready, but I don't even think I'm fully ready, Mazel.
Last time they met, it was a 2-1 to JDG. We'll see if AL gets a little bit of revenge here as we go into the standings that we have going on in the Winter Split. It's a tight race, if you want to say that, especially with Top Esports having won that series and still needing to win all of their series from here on out to even qualify for that top four. But the race is on to 5 wins. That locks you in for top 4, locks you in for the playoffs, and that Group Ascend for that next split. So it's important stuff tonight as we have a lot of our top teams playing at.
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, that race to 5 wins, meaning one of these teams, whoever wins tonight, is going to lock themselves that spot from moving on here from this Group Ascend. And I mean, ideally, a lot of people would speculate that AL should just have this one in the bag, but you know they played one less game. They're gonna have an extra chance to do so, but I think JDG is probably their best competition right now. You know, after watching BLG last night, some of the drama with maybe Bin going on, I don't think JDG necessarily has that. So I think JDG is an absolute heavy hitter up here who could take out AL tonight.
It's crazy because with all the drama, if they would have won, nothing would have come of it. They would be locked in top 4. They would not have to worry about it, but they lost. So it's a little bit of more drama coming into the thing. But we do have AL, BLG, and JDG all playing tonight. So we'll see who is the ones to at least lock in for their first ones. But that being said, let's go ahead and move on to these teams that we're going to be focusing on because JDG is coming off of a serious loss against Weibo. Didn't look much like themselves, but still this team has been a formidable opponent so far this split.
Yeah, in that particular series, I really thought they were going to take that home, especially with the outlook of Game 3. They just had such a huge lead, big advantages all the way across the board, and all they had to do was just kind of walk the tightrope or just, you know, make sure they stayed the course. But unfortunately, I would actually call out Gala. It seemed that some of his positioning in not just that game, but in some of the previous series as well, has been costing them some of these series wins, just getting caught out in these very unceremonious ways where some of these deaths, for example, last night he got caught out as Lucian versus Poppy. The Poppy hits the flash heroic charge. Gala goes down. So does the rest of his team. So does the Baron. And so I think I really want to see Gala step it up tonight, make sure he stays alive, stays in good conditions, taking care of himself, and then that should enable them to get these wins.
And now these next 2 players that we're going to be talking about is Junja and Hankyu, the big duo on this team, the ones that seem to make the engine run, the ones that are always getting things going. And I do wonder how affected these stats were just from that loss against Weibo. But we wanted to take a look at the comparison to their first splits from last year to this year, and especially in a different league, different environment. And you actually see for Junja, it's been a little bit of a rise in performance here for him, and obviously an established veteran of the LPL. He's a literal world champion, if you will. But it's Hankyu who I find interesting because he's still finding his own, I feel like, in a new league, but he's pressing the buttons of some of the best in the league. I mean, we've seen him absolutely dumpster night multiple times already this split, and I find that, you know, while he's not having that same big performance from the one that he had in that first split of last year, he's still showing up big.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot to ask from a player this young to go overseas, you know, and start playing in the LPL against some of these crazy superstar mid laners, and he's been holding his own. You know, of course, it can be very difficult to even keep up, but he's been doing more than keep up. He's been having their number and even getting the upper hand in a lot of these matchups. So, you know, it looks like he's stacking up just fine, even though he's in Group Ascend as well. That's a lot more competition than the LCP, one would probably contend. And his stats, you know, he's doing pretty much just as well. So we'd love to see him continue to keep that trajectory.
Well, I wanted to highlight some of the big moments, at least, of the synergy between these two guys. I know you were looking at some of these clips trying to pick around what you wanted to highlight, and I always find it interesting how quickly and how often these guys connect, even in bad moments, even when they maybe overextend a little bit, but it's always that decisiveness and that togetherness that is a signature of this team so far.
Yeah, I suppose that's why they wanted to bring in the two of these players at once, is because they already had that pre-built synergy. They kind of know what each other wants, how to work together. So you can definitely look for them to sort of influence the map together. It's typically that you don't really see some kind of looks in the mid lane where they're kind of getting a 2v1. It's more of like they're moving around as a unit, and we're going to see that there's a parallel to this on the side of AL, but that you just want to keep an eye on where they are going around the map and where they are kind of working together.
And for me, it's these really chaotic fights that you still see them pairing up together and doing combined plays, right? And obviously in this one, it works out so well for them. They have a lot of AoE damage, but it really is just about how these two guys have come into a new league for one, an old league for another, and continued that same style that really made them big props, I guess, on CFO. That being said, though, on the other side, it's no slouches. It's some of the best players in the league, and it's a team that's sticking together for a second year in a row, trying to see what highs they can reach without Tabe. And it's AL, who are on a 3-win streak right now, making up for that devastating Week 1 performance.
Yeah, we'd been talking about how once this LPL season kicked off, it kind of seemed like AL was a bit of a shell of their former self. They weren't really living up to themselves. But suddenly, in these past few series, they've been building up quite a nice win streak here and really coming back into their own. They kept the same 5 players, and I always thought that this was probably the best LPL roster internationally last year, and so I'm really glad to see that they did stick together, and I really think they can go just as far as they did last year, if not farther. And if anything, these kind of competitions that they're having at the start of the season should be light work for a team like this. So we'll see how that narrative stacks up tonight versus JDG, who is no slouch themselves.
Well, you were foreshadowing to it a little bit, but there is a duo that's been doing it for over a year now together. It is the glue of anyone's legend. You see they're trying to glue the pot back together, or the vase. I guess it is a bowl. But in the end, it's this duo who ran rampant through the league in 2025 and is trying to recreate that success here in 2026. And while it struggled early to find those connections, I feel like they feel a lot more like themselves as of late. And as we're going to go into some clips, I'd really love to highlight some of the big synergistic plays we've seen from these two guys, because they seem to always be on the same page. And much like Junja and Hankyu, who, yes, are different positions than Tarzan and Kyle, it's still about how they enter together and how they kind of use these plays to springboard their respective teams forward. And the plays for both teams are so centered around these junglers that I expect those spotlights to be bright tonight.
Yeah, I like the way you say that. They absolutely do propel their teams forward in the moments that they do find for themselves. You know, they kind of are working as a unit. You have to be so careful, particularly as the enemy mid laner when you're playing versus AL, because you might think you're just in a 1v1 with a slight amount of fog of war, but whatever you can't see, that could be exactly where Tarzan and Kyle are hiding to try and kind of snipe you out and catch you off guard. And it's the kind of thing, you get hit by one of their spells, they're going to have a follow-up, they're going to chain CC you, and you're going to go down. So this is a really strong duo in the league, and they synergize really well with each other and then really well with their teams as well, setting each other up for success.
And it's been, again, a combo that's really worked well for them in 2025 and continues to be that big centerpiece for this team. And then we can talk about how some of the other pieces kind of ally into that and find ways to be impactful. I think that's where we can look at some of the outliers for both teams. And we'll go ahead and go away from these clips and talk a little bit about JDG and how they come together. I know you wanted to do that spotlight on Gala. I know you talked about him already a little bit, but this is a guy who, yes, is trying his best on a new team, obviously, not on IG anymore, and really trying to find his ground to stand on. And with this combination, I think it's always important to kind of highlight the impact that Vampire has had as well, maybe getting up there with the performances that Kyle has had, but it's going to be a lot of weight on Gala's shoulders for those late game team fights and also being able to lane without a support.
So I'll say this, I would say that a lot of people it wouldn't be too hard of a conversation to have that Kyle would be one of the best supports in the league, if not the world. And so I don't necessarily think Vampire, of course, is in that conversation, but I do think that he does have a lot of skills, and he's definitely able to attain that level of skill and that sort of prestigious outlook from the community if he's able to sort of keep things up down there, especially with this new addition to the team, which is of course what everyone's going to be focusing on with JDG, with Hongkyu Junja, but particularly with Gala. When I think about him, he's always been a player who's just intrigued me more than none other. I think it might just be that sort of cat despair expression that constantly resides on his face, where it seems like even if he gets a pentakill, he's got a frown just kind of residually chilling there. Man. And that's just the Gala way, and it's extremely intimidating, and so you can only wonder what that's like to play against. But just seems to me that he hasn't really ever returned to his form ever since those glory days on RNG. And I really think that perhaps with IG in the previous seasons that wasn't the best iteration of a roster for him. I really want to see with this JDG iteration if Gala is going to be able to add some more stars, add some more trophies to his kind of career. I really think he was one of the best AD carries, and that was a past tense. I didn't say is, I think was, and I want to say is Mazel. I want to say is. So I want him to lock in, have a really good season here, and become one of those best AD carries again.
Well, that being said, tonight's the night to show up. I love the regular season. Don't get me wrong. The LPL is always great. But when there's stakes on the line, when there are big moments to rise up to, I think that's the funnest part of any competitive season of League of Legends. And the fact that one of these two teams locks in top 4 is important. This series will matter. And last time we did go the distance all the way to 3. And I expect that to be much the same tonight. Both teams coming in with serious strengths that kind of ally with each other and are kind of a little bit anti to what each other wants to do. And so I think there's going to be a lot of control of the map needed from both junglers and how quickly the rest of the team really fully plays around these two junglers.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the nail on the head. It's just a matter of how much influence and impact these junglers are going to be able to have over the map. And that's going to come down to their respective sort of roaming partners, whether it's Junja's Hongkyu or whether it's Tarzan's Kyle. You can also, of course, see Shanks and Vampire enter those equations. Just seeing a matter of how these junglers can, add some kind of creativity to the early game. Typically, if early games are all stock standard, no one's really going to die. It's just going to be maybe a scuttle crab trade and there's nothing special. But Tarzan in particular is extremely clever with the way that he operates in the early game. So I would not be surprised if we see some kind of shenanigans going on there. And then especially in those mid games, keeping an eye on those junglers and where they can find the looks around the map.
Yeah, it's just so crazy to me how often Tarzan finds himself in a leading conversation in the LPL. I really want to see his Poppy again. Hopefully we'll be getting that soon, maybe. I know he's already played it once this split, but I guess that being said, do we want to check in? Does top lane matter, fools? Does top lane have any say here tonight? Are we ever going to check in with them? Are they just going off to the island hanging out?
Yeah, I suppose we haven't really touched on them all too much, but the way I always have seen it when it comes to AL is that Flandre is just a bit of a rock up there, a bit of an anchor where he just kind of, if you draft him the early, if you draft him the Rumble, he's going to build himself a lead and he's going to find himself some utility. If you draft him someone who's just a bit more of a meatball, who just needs to survive and play weak side, he's really good at playing the weak side, I feel like. And whereas with Xiaoshu, I think Xiaoshu's being pretty interesting. It's hard to keep our eyes on how that top lane matchup is going to go, because I would just expect it to be super consistent. I wouldn't expect there to be too much volatility up there. I don't think we have some kind of a carry-on-carry matchup, like maybe like the Bin versus the Shy or something like that. I think we kind of have more of the opposite in my personal perspective, but it would be interesting to see if one of these teams would look for more of like a strong side top draft where they can build themselves an advantage up there. I feel like that'd be more of an AL look than a JDG, but we'll definitely have to see what they go for and how much impact those players can have in this series.
Hey, we've seen some really good Zahen clips from Xiaoshu. We've seen the Kasante clips. Flandre has been willing to go with the Rek'Sai more often than not, so we'll see. We'll see, I guess, what they get. If they really want to steal the spotlight away, but again, both teams will be centered around early objective focuses and things along those lines. That's why I found it really interesting when we were talking about these teams and how they were coming into this one. Differing opinions on kind of those early gold standards, the things that you're really looking for early. I know JDG has a huge first turret win percentage. I don't know necessarily if that works out for them in win percentages as well, but I do know they almost have 80% first turret percentages. But The stat that is really something we want to keep track of tonight is the fact that AL have a 100% win rate when ahead at 15. That doesn't seem to me like the JDG way, just to let them get a lead every time for 15 minutes. But we'll see if they keep that stat going tonight.
Yeah, that's a truly crazy stat that we definitely got to watch tonight to see if that stat can stay alive, because even if you have like a 100 gold lead at minute 15, they're still winning every single game, no matter what, as long as they have any lead whatsoever. So I would not be surprised for it to be the kind of thing where JDG has the most minimal of gold leads and then AL is still able to win. It would be interesting to see if AL has that, where they have such a minuscule gold lead and then technically they lose. So just keep an eye out on that minute 15. We're going to check in when that clock says 15 minutes to see who's got the gold lead and if that narrative is going to continue. But yeah, it should be exciting. You know, we've got the lights going on here and there, so we're going to see who gets what side select given the new format. And we'll see what drafts they go for here. I really want to see Honkyu and Junja on some power picks.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, now that we're getting a little bit closer to draft, are there any big picks that you're looking for tonight? Any big combos? Because I think that's something I always see in the JDG and AL drafts, are the combinations of things that you just see in terms of strategy. What is Tabe cooking up against his old team once again?
That's such a good narrative that we've hardly touched on as well, is that we do have Tabe working for JDG here.
We called it Tabe Bowl last time, but
we've got a Tabe Bowl here. Yeah, we should have this all the time. But yeah, what's Tabe cooking up? Well, that's the thing. He's going to know sort of what AL wants to do. So it'll be interesting to see how he approaches this and what he wants to put his players on. I've always found that counter pick in the mid lane is pretty important nowadays, because a lot of people like to go for champions like the Ryze, and they just get countered really hard by the Anivia. And I could see this dynamic coming into play a lot, particularly with Honkyu being in these drafts. I would see Honkyu is kind of fine to draft the Ryze and get counterpicked, but he's also down to play the high range champs into the Ryze. I feel like Shanks is better at the Azir. I think Honkyu might be better at the Orianna. So it's just going to be a matter of, are we going for the picks we're better at, or do we want to take the picks away from the opponents? It's going to be interesting to see. And I wouldn't even know who the first picks kind of end up being, because I would imagine we get the standard bans of the Malphite and the Jace, or maybe we force the Malphite ban with the Sylas. So
I think as well for jungle picks, like the Vi is obviously a huge priority just to get a lot of that set up. The Xin Zhao, obviously a lot of skirmishing. I don't expect any crazy like assassin jungles. Maybe we'll get something like that, but I expect a kind of tried and true engage heavy front from the jungle itself. Has there been anything at least that you've seen from JDG that you really appreciate? Any of the crazy picks? I know Anivia didn't do so well for Honkyu in terms of win percentages, but stuff like that's always fun to kind of keep an eye out on.
Yeah, I think that it's been pretty stock standard across the board in terms of the drafts. We haven't seen anything too interesting, but I will touch on this. I do think, now I could be wrong about this, but I do think Xiaoshu is probably the best Zahen in the league. I just think he's been picking that champ so often, and it's been getting banned against him so often. It's almost as if as soon as that champ came out, he's like, you know what? I'm going to one-trick this. And so I feel like that could be something to keep our eye on tonight, is that we do have a bit of, in my personal perspective, Xiaoshu's a bit of a Zahen one-trick in the making. So I would like to see if that champ comes into play in some of these drafts.
All right, so JDG will be picking first, at least, and AL will be on that blue side. So we do get the Jarvan ban that we were talking about, the Sylas ban as well. We get the Nico and the Rumble ban, which have been consistent bans that AL have been willing to levy over, not really wanted to face any of those combos.
Yeah, and with the Sylas already being banned out from the first pick red team here, I would imagine that AL is sort of forced into banning the Malphite. It's kind of a game of chicken right now. If you're AL, do you ban the Malphite, or do you leave the Malphite open and go for a counter pick of sorts? We've seen the Dr. Mundo. We've seen a few others. So, of course, we're going to get the Malphite ban. And I think we're going to look towards a mid lane pick here now that the Malphite and Jace is off the board, and the Rumble. Those are kind of the three champions who I typically think. We do have Kael in this draft, by the way, so Bard stock is at an all-time high. Ooh. So we're going to have to keep an eye
Vampire had an insane Bard performance the last time. I doubted, because his first Bard performance of the year was tragic to say the least. But then he had literally one of the best Bard performances I've ever seen when he played it last time ago. So we'll see if he can do it tonight. Who's going to get that one? That's another contestant pick to look for. But that Orianna you talked about earlier, immediately going to be picked up here. We'll see what AL want to answer with in their 1-2 punch.
Yeah, with Jarvan being out, you don't mind picking the Ori or picking the Varus. You don't got to worry about that. But Bard is sort of a Jarvan of its own, just being able to punish these immobile champs. I would not be surprised if AL picks Bard here, but, you know, I also would not be surprised if they go for the likes of Azir or something else. I think those are kind of the two main picks on my mind right now. If you are AL, you either match that mid lane or snag up that sort of Z-tier Bard champ if you're Kyle or Keria, it seems to me. But yeah, as JDG here, I would imagine you want to pair this Orianna up with a Wukong of sorts, maybe even a Xin Zhao.
Okay. We'll see what they end up wanting to go with. It's going to be the Azir for Shanks, a tried and true pick for him. Consistent push out of that mid lane and a little bit of roaming power there too.
Yeah, Orianna has a fair few like primary ball delivery champions. I think Wukong is pretty much the best one. But in terms of the bot lane, Rel or Alistar, something like that could be really good. For example, Sylas is already out, so Alistar is a bit more draftable right now. But we're going to have to see what they want to go with, because if you don't draft... Ooh, that is another one.
We're not going to get Assassins. It's fine. We're not going to do that. No, we get the Nocturne. So we get the Orianna tried and true combo with that Nocturne coming in for the duo we wanted to highlight in Junja and Hongkyu.
Oh, that's going to make this game really fun to watch. I like to call this the Agarin special. I feel like he popularized this in the West. You draft the Nocturne, you press the Paranoia, and pretty much you're just dead in one hit if you're one of the enemies. If you get hit by that Nocturne ult with the Shockwave on top, it's really hard to survive. Azir is going to be able to build some space against that with his E and being able to increase the range of his E. But Varus, for example, you are just a sitting duck. You might have an Edge of Night so that the Paranoia doesn't obscure your vision, but yet that's not going to survive you from the inescapable, just layered over top damage kind of backline assassin that this Nocturne Orianna combo has. Yeah. So I like this a lot into the Varus.
And now we have the Scion picked away from Flandra, one of his favorite champs so far this split. So he goes with his second favorite and something he loves to take into those tankier matchups in the Rek'Sai. So a really big pick for that top lane, maybe getting a little bit more spicy for AL in terms of their damage profile. But now in the second phase of bans, we're seeing a lot of focus towards that bot lane. We already see the Sivir ban, and I'm sure there's more to follow to try to whittle down that bot lane of JDG.
Yeah, as JDG here, you're probably going to ban the junglers. It makes sense to ban the Xin Zhao. He's just such an elite jungler when it comes to skirmishing and team fighting, especially with his ult, so banning that out makes perfect sense to me. It's interesting to see if they'll go for another jungle ban here. I mean, Tarzan, like you said, is really known for his Vi, but I think Nocturne is just so good into Vi that you wouldn't really want to worry about that too much. And it's hard to decide. I really think that this Bard dynamic should probably come into play here. I mean, Bard is also really effective at countering sort of these dive comps. Like, if you see a Nocturne ult come in, just chuck the Tempered Fate onto Hope and say, yeah, here's your Zhonya's, buddy. But I'm not sure if we're going to see this or not, but I just really have such a big, strong belief in Kyle's Bard. I mean, his Bard and his Poppy are just so much better than everyone else's Bard and Poppy, in my opinion. But we will see what he wants to go for here. I think you can go for another range champ like Karma or another kind of lane bully like that. There's a lot of choices here. We're going to give him the last pick, too.
Yeah, at least give him the counter pick here, see what he wants to go with, because now we already got the first piece of a puzzle for Tarzan and Kyle, where they have really liked that Pantheon combo, and we saw it last time around in some of those clips with the Rakan. There's still a lot of options available for him and a lot of decisiveness in that kind of composition with the Shurima shuffles, with the aggression from the Pantheon. I think it's a lot for AL to rely on, a lot of different options, whereas JDG, they have a couple options. They now have a Misfortune who over the top of an engage can really get some good damage down with bullet time. They are really relying on that Nocturne Orianna combo to be the trendsetter for them.
I feel like typically when you're drafting the MF, you want to go for the Rel as well. That layer of ultimates is just so effective as a wombo combo. You can drop any support who goes along with that theme, it feels like. But yeah, you're going to have another ball delivery system of sorts here with the Leona. It's not quite the Rel kind of mounting in with the W and just shockwaving their whole team. But you can have some extra reach here with the Solar Flare. And what's really powerful about the Leona is if the opponents aren't really able to build Merc Treads, then too effectively, then Leona is just so powerful because no one has tenacity and you just walk up and stun people every 3 seconds. And yes, thank goodness we finally get to see the Bard come in. I thought we would see it on the first pick. We saw it on the very last, but we did see it after all.
Had to make sure the angle was right. You know, Kyle was lining it up. Just had to make sure. But it is a very classic combo for AL at this point. I mean, they have pretty much their pick of the litter of the things that they are comfortable on, while we have this Nocturne Orianna combo. And it's been played once, at least the Nocturne has for Junja this split. Obviously, career is very long, has some games on it as well, but giving themselves a bit of a bar of execution here, Fulls.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you definitely need to execute at a very high level to make this comp work. I think whereas, for example, some of these champions can be pretty easy to pilot. I think, again, we kind of saw this coming. The top lane is going to be a bit of a snooze fest, wet noodle fight up there. So it's going to come down to those spotlights that we lit up at the start of this pre-show. It's going to be a matter of how well Tarzan and Kael can influence the map, and how well the Junja, for example, is going to be able to use this Nocturne Ori combo with Hankyu. I don't think we could have had sort of a better draft to fit alongside with this narrative we set up for ourselves here. We're going to want to see how this Bard is roaming around the map and what kind of work he's getting done. And then we're going to want to see how this Nocturne Orianna works in tandem.
And it's going to come early and often. I'm sure once those level 6s hit, we will be no holds barred. It will be all action, at least around those objectives. But this series matters so much for both teams, JDG and AL, fighting for that top 4 position in Group Ascend for that playoff spot and that Group Ascend for Split 2. It is all on the line here. There's more opportunities, but you'd love to lock it in right now.
Yeah, why not now? Now is the best chance to make sure that you secure one of those top spots with the 5th series win. And we see one thing I always remember with Season 16 is the game begins at minute 1. The fight for this bot lane bush, for these priorities, it just begins as soon as the match does here. And we're going to see this Azir probably having a pretty tough time in this lane phase. The Orianna didn't just go for the Scorch. He went for the Absolute Focus and the Arcane Calm. He's going to do maximum damage in the early game with this Hankyu Orianna. So if Shanks can even somewhat keep up, it will be impressive.
It's going to be something to kind of return to, especially if Shanks gets active. I think it just enables a lot of the things AL want to do here. But that being said, I do see both junglers starting up towards top side, going to be pathing down bot, so we know where their first focuses are going to be unless we see any finicky pathing there. But that being said, again, I think this really is going to kick off at level 6. We might see a couple earlier ganks, but I don't expect them to put all their effort into the earlier moments.
Yeah, Junja starts on the Raptors, so he's maybe going to level up a bit faster if it's just permanent full clears. But yeah, as you can see, the volatility in this mid lane is as high as it possibly can be. Orianna is meant to be winning out in this matchup. So if Shanks can kind of get a cheeky chunk and force Orianna to recall or not have as much lane threat, that would be extremely useful. But Tarzan has a lot more gank potential in this pre-6 Mazel. The Pantheon W is such an effective tool. We even see Kael with a bit of a cheeky look towards Hankyu here. Can only wonder. He hasn't even learned a spell yet, by the way, so he could have learned the E and gone straight in.
It's all about
there,
the meeps, baby.
Heck yeah, he's full HP, full mana, and this bottom river is fully his.
Expect that to remain the case here. There is a little bit of pressure that can be provided by the MF Leona lane, especially once they get a couple levels into them. But now we're going to see those junglers coming into the edge of their clears. We'll see if they do want to get active around the Scuttle Crabs. That'll be the next big ticket item here, which at this point there's nothing else to fight over, so LPL always got to find something. But that will be the bottom Scuttle Crab given over to Junja. Tarzan will go towards the top, and things will remain quiet on the Rift, at least in the early game of this game 1.
Yeah, Tarzan kind of making the walk of shame where the crab that you're pathing is supposed to set you up for doesn't quite work out. You don't really have the prios from your mid and your bot. I mean, Azir has been putting in kind of God's work here by being able to
Junja
force this
almost
Orianna
stopped
back.
him. And he does.
That's going to help Honkyu a lot, by the way, because Shanks completely smurfed this laning phase, and I would say Junja just undid all of it and more. That was 10 seconds plus of tempo he just bought for Honkyu here. Look, you can see that cannon minion going to the wayside here as Shanks is forced to recall across the map. A really greedy recall spot there, fully punished by Junja, which was really convenient for him because Junja started the Raptors anyway. He wanted to cancel that recall because it was exactly on top of his respawning camp. So yeah, there goes Shanks' early game lead, and I would see Honkyu should be winning out from here.
And a little thing there, a lot of good prep at least. I mean, you saw Junja's path. It almost hit Shanks if he had been a little bit further into the outside of the jungle at least. But then just following it up by walking straight up at him and just showing some of the tendencies that Shanks potentially has in the mid lane. But we'll see if that comes back to bite him. Shanks was able to get the trade back on a Honkyu as he TP'd back pretty heftily. And now he'll get a little bit of health help from Kyle on the roam.
Yeah, this is why I think Bard is just such an effective pick, because even if you don't do the whole flashy, carrier, outplay, recall on them style points, you can just be everywhere all at once. I kind of consider it a bit of a, if you will, Schrodinger's superposition. I don't know if there's a movie about that, but it just seems Bard is everywhere, everything all at once. You know what I mean by this?
Yeah, I know. Like the movie.
Yeah, exactly. He's so impactful around the map. You never know where he is, and then wherever he is just causing really big problems for the enemy team because Honkyu has taken a bit too many soldiers stabs to the chest, and then Kyle even helps him with that. So it's going to be really hard for Honkyu to keep up after those trades and that sub gap.
Kyle going to take a decent chunk here as Dragon had been started up by Junja and Co. They won't have roam from the mid, so right now it is literally just a 2v3 that AL is pushing JDG off of. Gala caught on the other side with the rest of AL. Going to take a huge chunk of damage from Tarzan, and now Hope has arrived as well to push back. There's going to be the flash from Xiaoshu in the top lane, getting away from Flandra.
Yeah, this is some LPL if I've ever seen it. We see Junja trying to force the Dragon, but AL not too happy and welcoming about that, pushing them back, and meanwhile, top lane just fighting to the death as well. I mean, here we might have a look here.
He has the Emperor's Divide. He's going to use it to try to get over to Kyle, but Honkyu will activate the speed with the W and be able to get away from that one. They now are in a bit of an ultimate deficit there in favor of Honkyu. Junja will have gotten that Scuttle Crab, get a little bit of vision, and get back to his side of the map. But the level 6s are there. Junja a bit ahead of Tarzan, and we're going to take a look back in the picture-in-picture at why Xiaoshu flashed.
Yeah, I mean, Flandra, oh, here we go.
Connection on a Hope. Hope's just going to flash into the magical journey, but they might be followed up on Vampire. Gets the kill. First blood for JDG.
Wow, we can hardly even blink and you'll miss it, but it looked like AL was winning this bot lane pretty handily, but out of nowhere, it must have been Vampire finding some kind of a look onto Hope. He gets the flash, gets the cleanse, and gets the kill. That's going to mean a lot for this bot side here, especially after AL had the failed play in the mid lane onto Honkyu. They're in really good condition to pick their objective here. They should be able to start up either this Drake or this Grubs around minute 8. Now that they just burned Varus' spells, and now that Azir kind of used his ulti to no avail.
He will have it back up, and this is where Dragon being delayed at this point is going to set up to where Grubs are up at the same time. So talking about that objective setup, who do you want to see go for what? And now we're actually looking at JDG trying to go for Shanks. Oh, he flashed away from the combo. That was clean.
Yeah, I wanted to just stop and watch for a moment there to see if that was going to work. I didn't expect it to get a kill, but I also didn't expect Shanks to fully negate the power of the Nocturne Ori combo just by flashing like that. But that is going to be a lot more impactful. That's a good trade as Shanks here, trading flash for both of the ultis. That should now give them the upper hand to secure the first objective of this game.
And that being said, I mean, it's a big first kill. It's not a game winner, obviously, but some of the pressure or the lack thereof, a lot of respect between these two teams so far.
Yeah, it's really interesting that Hope was able to go down there. You'd only hope that we get to see some kind of a replay, but We just got to keep our eyes on the conditions of these champions across the board here, because again, while Shanks did only have to burn the flash and he has his ultimate available, he is running a bit low on mana. You'd imagine that they are aware of Tarzan starting this up here, or that this is a very likely possibility. So we'd like to see some kind of a counterplay from Junja if he can either start up the Drake or maybe force some disadvantageous recalls from the bot side here. He's more than likely going to start this one up, and I don't think AL is going to try stopping it.
Yeah, it seems that we're just kind of going ships in the night style here, as Junja's going to take a little bit of extra time to farm up as well, but still putting a big amount of pressure on these next plays from both Tarzan and Junja. They have the go buttons. The Grand Starfall is a huge tempo kicker for AL. Meanwhile, the Paranoia combo, we didn't see it go successfully the first time, but he still has that go button. And now we're getting a little bit further into the game. I expect some of those catch-outs to be important. But the side laning and how reserved you are in that side laning is going to matter as this game goes on.
Yeah, I think this is good news for JDG across the board. Of course, they're having that advantage down there in the bot lane with the first split onto Hope, but typically with those kind of trades where you're trading down in overall spells but in cooldown length, for example, Shanks having to burn the flash in trade for the Paranoia and the Shockwave, now this is the stage where it's a good trade for JDG because they have those spells up and Shanks does not have his. So there's not necessarily anything to fight over in the next 4 minutes here. But it should just mean that they're going to have first move on this map, kind of control whatever vision they want, and have their way in terms of hovering towards one of these side lanes. You'd imagine the top lane is pretty unkillable up here. I don't think you can really target Flandre, which is why the Rek'Sai is such a good pick. But you can absolutely target Hope down here with the Orianna Nocturne.
Oh, for sure. And definitely get it close to 100-0 kill if they can get the combo off. But that is also why Kyle is there. Perfect buffering tool as well as a peel tool for a member like Hope. But I'm just wondering now, like, we talked a little bit about how these teams get going, but as time goes on, you know, a lot of the big reliance tools are going to be, can Hope put out some damage? Can Gala get a big bullet time off? How do they play these fights? Because I feel like there's so many things to watch out for and so many things as an AD carry that could just one-shot you. I mean, they're going to have to play very skilledly to even get some of these big moments off.
Oh, yeah, these are extremely difficult comps to navigate against. I would say that it's even more difficult for Hope than it is for Gala. I mean, of course, right? Playing against the Nocturne Ori, it just feels like there's almost nowhere safe to even stand against that kind of a comp as the Varus. But, of course, as you highlighted, he has a really effective peel tool in the Bard with the Tempered Fate. They've both got Cleanse as well, so that's going to mean Leona is a lot less useful in these kind of looks. But I think Gala, all you really have to do, just keep enough distance from Shanks. Just make sure you're not isolated for some kind of a Pantheon ulti, and you should just be able to layer over top with the bullet time. They can't really stop the bullet time all too effectively, as you can see right here. Super nice to get this chunk out onto Hope. You're going to force him all the way back here, not even able to collect some of these minions, Masa.
Yeah, and I was just going to talk about first item spikes and the fact that Hope has his a little bit sooner than Gala, but honestly didn't matter with that combo coming through, and those first items going to be hit quickly by the JDG side of things. But we have the likes of Sundered Sky, the Hex Plate as well coming through for both junglers. We have mid laners getting closer to items. Shanks a little bit faster with the cheapness of the Nashor's Tooth, but does first item spike really matter in this game, Fulls? Are we really waiting until that second, that third item spike to see a little bit more proficiency?
I mean, I would say that it only really matters if you've got that power spike versus your opponent not having it. But that's only relevant once there's something to fight over. So I think as long as Honkyu is able to upgrade that lost chapter before this dragon spawns, he doesn't really care. As long as Gala, you know, it's going to be tough actually for him to get the entire Bloodthirster. He might just kind of be stuck with the BF sword unless he's able to farm up enough of this gold down here. But yeah, I would say these first item spikes should be relatively even across the board. It does look to me that the inventories are kind of shaping up that AL should have a better outlook item-wise for this spawning Mountain Drake. So it's just going to be a matter of items, a matter of positioning, and a matter of cooldowns. So in terms of cooldowns, absolutely every flash is up across the board. Be really fun to see everybody press that button here.
We're seeing the button be pressed now, and straight on to Hope. There's going to be the Grand Starfall as a response. Hope does make it out alive, did have to burn his flash. That's a big piece to the puzzle, gone ahead of the dragon spawning in 30 seconds, but he'll be able to reset and respawn right out onto the map. And now he has a Caulfield's Warhammer, so maybe they even have more power for this setup if they want to go for it.
Yeah, I would feel like that's a really nice trade for AL, honestly, to get that Paranoia out before the Dragon. But with the Grand Starfall being invested as well, it's a pretty even trade. It's just going to be really hard for Hope to navigate here. You would imagine they just target him as much as possible. And I didn't realize Rek'Sai was this OP, Mazel, but it looks like he's going to break the first tower all on his own.
He's been going crazy with it. Really the only one that has the Rek'Sai pass for me in the entirety of the LPL, which was proven at Worlds, obviously. But Dragon now started up by JDG a little bit preemptively. A big shockwave on a Hope, but no extra damage on top of it. And he's going to walk right over. Dragon's going to reset. And that should be a reset of the fight as well. AL just over here poking and prodding, seeing if JDG want to go for it.
Oh, yeah, I've seen this before, and this is a stalemate and a half. I don't think this Dragon is going to die for another minute plus. I think both teams are just going to jockey back and forth, preventing the other team from doing it. I do think if anyone is going to be able to get it, it should be AL, but I would not be surprised to see the stalemate continue.
Even on Vision, they are going to just start it up, and JDG, we're moving away from this, but because the redeploy came out from Vampire, they are streaming down here as a team. They even have Gala coming up from the bottom. He's going to be on a weird angle here, though. They go with the Tempered Fate. Hope he's going to try to layer down some damage on the other side. Paranoia is going to be popped. There's the Shockwave combo. Maybe coming off, but it's not going to be available yet. He didn't have the Shockwave. They still get the damage on a Hope. There's the bullet time, and he is just free-firing. We talked about the level of execution needed from both sides, and so far JDG are executing AL.
And it was AL who chose to go for that look. We see Kyle just deciding to burn the Tempered Fate onto Honkyu, who has the flash and also has extreme amounts of cooldown reduction on that flash, might I add you. So even getting Honkyu's flash isn't the most valuable thing in the world. I think Vampire maybe scaring off Shanks there. He wasn't able to synergize with this play, but I don't know, maybe they didn't expect the Paranoia to have this much damage. You saw that he barely dies there. Kyle drops the Mikhails in an attempt to heal him, but it's just enough damage, just enough reach to get him there. And it looked like everyone finally popped their elixirs. I don't know if you've been noticing this, but with that triple tonic rune, it seems that everyone has just been saving their elixirs for as long as possible. It seems like they finally decided to expend them for that kill there. That's probably why they had just enough damage from Honkyu to finish him off, and why Gala was so powerful there.
And gotta say, Shanks is gonna want that ult back. And luckily he's about to have his ult back, so maybe he can make a big difference next time. As we are cresting over to second items now. Shojin's has been completed by Flandra, and that's somebody who I really need to see start getting involved with things here for AL is Flandra. He has good backline access. He's a key tool to kind of shutting down Gala as well. And can't keep letting JDG get away with it. About 1,000 gold lead plus stacking up those dragons, and that has been a signature for this JDG team.
So we have yet to see Rek'Sai and Sion interact with the rest of the map as Flandre and Xiaoshu here, but I think we're getting to the stage where these champions are going to have access to grouping. I think with the Unleashed teleport here, the top lane quest being completed for these particular champions, you are just so tanky when you TP in with that shield. If we have a Titanic Hydra, Spear of Shojin, 30% HP shield Rek'Sai show up, I mean, good luck as Gala or Honkyu to play that fight even somewhat normally. He's just going to buy so much space, do an incredible amount of damage as well. So I think this third Drake fight, I really want to see Flandre tip the scales back into AL's favor.
I think you got to watch out for, especially for Flandre, is when he's pushing up in these side lanes like this, he can be caught out if JDG want to go for him. He's obviously very tanky, has a decent amount of damage and escape tools, but that's what I'm really looking for in this kind of mid-game to the crest to the late game is how is the discipline in the side lanes and how often and willing are Tarzan and Junja to go to those side lanes and try to get picks here before big objectives. And we still don't have anything on the map for a little while, about a minute and a half for that Baron, about 2.5 for that next Dragon. But that is a fight that AL are going to want to prep for.
Oh, yeah, it takes a lot of discipline as the Orianna this game. Going straight for Kyle. He's just going to get blown up.
Kyle didn't stand a chance, and this is why the combo is drafted. Doesn't even matter that Junja has played it once this split. It is a lethal combo no matter what.
Yeah, we see Kyle has Flash, Cleanse, Alt, Mikhail's. You just can't really use any of that on time, can you? You just kind of get deleted. Let's see if that can enable them to pressure this bot lane tower, but to be honest, Mazel, I think you're only really getting like 300 gold there. I don't think that kill is really netting you anything else.
And they will be up in time for any of the fighting as he's coming back out on the map now as well. But it's, you know, it's just a show of strength. And if we're talking about the kind of pieces that we were really highlighting earlier on in the pre-show, it is definitely leaning the way of Junja and Honkyu on that setup. I mean, you've already gotten a couple lethal plays there for them, and I'm sure there's a lot more coming up. Flandra still continuing to chug away at about a 1,000 gold lead in the top lane, and both top laners having TP. Is this the fight for this Dragon that we finally see the top laners join the party?
Yeah, I would imagine so, and we see the amount of sort of delicate preparation going on in this bottom river by both teams here. You want to get vision, but you want to do so safely. And you touch on the point where we've been comparing this series, sort of Tarzan and Kyle's influence versus Junja and Honkyu's. And I just think back to that play that Kyle chose by using the Tempered Fate on Honkyu in the mid lane when Gala was able to show up with the bullet time. They were able to take out Hope. And I just feel like Kyle needs to go for some slightly better looks overall. And maybe that'll help them find something here. And it seems like Tarzan has also been playing defense. I want to see him play some kind of offense. You notice the last time he ulted was to try and keep Hope safe. So we'll see if they can find more looks on their terms, because it seems like so far this has been nothing but JDG's game.
Second items have been hit across the board for JDG in their primary pieces, at least Junja, Honkyu, and Gala ahead of this fight. We are still lagging a little bit behind for the members of AL. We'll say Hope forgone his boots and went ahead and got half another item. But Flandra has already started with the rest of AL. They're going to use this Rift Herald as a bit of distraction. Carnifex here. Maybe they want to just take the Dragon outright, but here comes the Paranoia combo. They do get a decent amount of damage. I don't know if the hit from the Shockwave mattered in the end. And Hope gets blasted by Gala in the back, and that's going to be a couple more kills going to JDG. A 6-0 lead so far, and I don't think they're going to take down Xiaosu anytime soon.
Yeah, we saw Flandre starting up the Drake, and I liked it a lot, just having the Rek'Sai there to apply the pressure. But one thing that I would have preferred to see was the Rek'Sai having that Unleash TP shield as well. That could be really nice, but you just see why the Nocturne Orianna is so effective. It's a really well-timed flash from Hope to dodge the Shockwave, as Kyle needs to get out of dodge.
Yeah,
but
that's huge.
Even if you dodge the Shockwave, Mazel, you just die to the Nocturne. Typically, you want to flash after the Nocturne reaches you, but against Nocturne Orianna, you have to flash before, so now you're just stuck with a Nocturne on top of you.
So close seeing that combo come through, and then unfortunately he was a bit slowed and couldn't get back over to the Tempered Fate that Kyle was trying to lay down for him, and unfortunately after that, the lines have been broken.
Oh, have they ever? At that point, the fight is just fully disrupted, and it's on no kind of phalanx going on there. You've got no sort of safety or quarter, and you're just sitting ducks for the rest of JDG's comp there. On the bright side, they did get the Dragon. So the question I would pose to you was that a worthy investment? Taking those two deaths, you know, Flandre keeps his TP advantage, Hope loses his flash, you lose the two deaths, but you get the Infernal Drake, Mazel. I mean, that's going to buy you some time, right?
5 minutes, baby. That's all that maybe is all they needed. But I gotta say, I still think the Orianna is going to continue to be strong. And while we have hit that big 2-item precipice for Shanks, and he'll actually start finding a lot of damage I don't know if it's going to be enough. I really want to see if AL have that kind of grit to them here in this series. You got to remember, this is a 3-win streak for this team, but they did not have the greatest of times last time against JDG. And see if they can kind of get a little bit of redemption story going for themselves here. We'll be getting really close to third items coming through as well. And at what point do we start seeing some threatening around the Baron here, Foles?
I mean, frankly speaking, they do a lot of damage to the Baron once this Orianna gets her third item. She's going to just completely be able to threaten this at all times. I mean, the Misfortune actually does the Baron very quickly if you're willing to spend the bullet time on it, but otherwise it does take quite a while. You're going to need a lot of setup here. I think everybody is just aware how important this bot lane is.
Starfall going in on Honq. They're going to exhaust, but they ended up finding hope in the transition. It's going to be a carry for a carry as they get the TP from Flandre down here to try to push the wave, get some presence.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think for JDG there, for Honq, that's actually quite a decent trade for AL. We saw that Flandre, I believe what happened there is as soon as the paranoia went down from Junja, what you can do is you can actually buffer teleport. There's about a solid like 1 second window where as soon as paranoia comes out, you can still just quickly find a random thing to teleport to. So I do think that's kind of what Flandre did there. And then he showed up and was like, wait a sec, you guys did not need me whatsoever. But overall, it's going to be really good. You're killing Honq, getting his flash, and he's going to lose 5 Darksteel stacks here. That's a solid 20 AP he's being reduced by. So, I mean, overall, that's the first good play of the game for AL as far as I'm concerned.
And they got their first kill. Let's go. No perfect
on
game
the board,
here.
baby.
I mean, they got the grubs
board
too, and the dragon. So I guess it would have never been a perfect game. But close enough. They got a kill, and that's all that really matters in the LPL. So now we have the question that's coming up. Another soul point opportunity for JDG, but the Baron is on the other side of the map. Can they levy this? They will start with their presence around the top side and force AL to come find a response.
And what I think is so impactful about that play is that it's just sort of desynced from the objective spawning, so a bunch of those cooldowns get expended there, but the most important one, in my opinion, is the Honq flash. He's going to be a lot more vulnerable to the likes of this Bard, to the likes of this Azir, Pantheon, Rek'Sai. These champs all have the ability to get on top of Orianna. It did come at the price of Tarzan's flash, though. So if we do want to punish this flashless Orianna, it's probably going to have to be from either Flandre, Shanks, or Kael. But I really want to keep an eye on Honq's positioning here without this flash.
See how they set up around this one. So no shenaniganery around the Baron. It's going to be Xiaoshu setting up an unstoppable onslaught down the bowling alley here. We'll see if AL set up like pins or not. As we get into this fight setup, JDG are going to look to start this dragon. Flandre has found another flank on the opposite side of Xiaoshu on the southern part of the fight. Tarzan waiting in the wings. Grand Starfall activated. AL say it is time. Tempered Fate goes in onto 1. They're going to try to get this flank set up here. They're waiting for the bullet time. The bullet time finally comes out, and that's going to be Gala. We're making mincemeat of this front line so far. AL starting to lose some bodies, but a double knockup from Flandre. That's going to be huge. Tarzan finds the kill in the end. He's getting resets now with his Q, and he's going to find another one. AL have stuck their teeth. They are going to sink into JDG, and Xiaoshu, while he looks unkillable, will fall like the rest of them. A beautifully played fight from Tarzan and AL as they take control of the game.
And this is what I love so much about the LPL. That was probably the most LPL thing we've seen all game. Does anybody have any idea what's going on there? I mean, you can have some sort of a semblance of a clue, but those fights are just so chaotic and so messy, and it's just a matter of who comes up with the best idea first. And we see that this stasis comes out onto Honq here. So Shanks, I kind of like the look. You do burn the flash, burn the ult. You're just going to get completely one-tapped by the bullet time. But look how clutch that Mikhail's was from Kael. He saved Tarzan at least 1,000 HP right there because he would have been stuck in that CC chain without being able to evade the MF damage. Somehow Gala kills Hope here, by the way. I think if Hope survives, this could be extremely threatening for JDG. They might even be able to lose the Baron here, but a 5-for-3 after all is said and done. I saw that fight brewing, and I didn't quite expect it to go that way. I'm going to be honest. I don't think...
Neither did the coach.
Yeah.
You saw that reaction. He was not looking happy.
I don't think I expected them all to die there. I don't think anyone did.
Incredible stuff, but that shows a little bit of that prowess from AL, and I think it centers around Tarzan. This is a guy who has perennially kept himself in the conversation for best jungler in the LPL, and it has been amazing to watch, and it's really nice to see this team kind of sticking together and now showing a lot more like themselves here in these later weeks of the regular season. Here comes that catch potential. Junjo was thinking about it. Tarzan is right around the corner, though, and this is where some of that kind of chess game is going to continue to be. If the Paranoia comes down, Grand Starfall is sure to follow. If the Grand Starfall goes down, Paranoia is sure to follow. Now we just see the Paranoia used straight onto that target, right onto Tarzan. He's going to get lower and lower, but he still has the GA. They're going to buy a lot of time here. Shanks is starting to pump. There's going to be the bullet time right into the choke point, but Shanks goes straight for the background play. The Tempered Fate comes through. It's going to buy a little bit of time. Hope over the wall. Misses the Chains of Corruption, but it's going to go for Honku. Can't get the kill into Honku, but now Flandra has joined. It's just like a wrestling match off the top rope, left and right and center. AL are continuing to batter JDG.
Yeah, this fight is just all over the place. It's hard to even know what to look at, but AL does get the last laugh, and it's so out of nowhere, but it looked like JDG had this game by far and away, and suddenly it looks like it's in AL's grasp. I think that last fight was just so impactful, getting that ace for AL. They're just able to have such an advantageous position. It looked like JDG has the look here onto Tarzan, but this is a Pantheon who has a GA, who has his teammates behind him, and even when he respawns, he's gonna have his E. Shanks finding a beautiful ulti onto Honku, alley-ooping him straight into Kael's ult. When you have both carries hit by the Tempered Fate, you just know it's not gonna be a good fight more often than not, and wow, Tarzan just so unkillable, Mazel. You look how much space and time he bought there with that GA. I mean, that's going to put them in the huge driver's seat for the rest of this game.
And shout out to Hope. He did not miss the Chains of Corruption. I thought it went straight in the middle, but he did hit Gala, so props to him too. But it is still just an AL avalanche at this point, a lead for JDG where they had been ahead for a majority of the game that they felt like they were in the driver's seat now. Almost 3.5 thousand gold plus for Anyone's Legend, a team that when they are in the lead, they know how to finish.
Oh, absolutely. Once you give AL this kind of a map state, a game state, they're almost always going to seal this deal. And I really think back to that third Drake where they did trade their lives to get it. It looks like it was an overall really good trade. I think the play that kind of broke the game open was when they found the pick on Honku in the bot lane and burned his flash, because ever since then, it feels like AL has been having their way. And as JDG, you can play defense here, but you could just get snapped on at any time.
Exactly, and that's why these teams grab these kinds of comps. Again, that has been a hallmark for them throughout this early part of the year, is finding picks, finding decisive moments, and working together as teams. It was so cool when we've seen the development over that first round robin of both these teams now coming to a head again. This again was a week one matchup that we had seen that went the way of JDG, but AL look a hell of a lot better and more enthusiastic here as time has gone through. Looking like a different beast at this point, and now about 40 seconds for that next dragon, and at this point it's sole point for anybody.
Oh, here we go.
Paranoia going to be used. He dodges out a decent amount of the damage. That's going to be the cleanse used as well. Gets away from the entire combo, even the bullet time. And after that, that is all your resources. That is everything that you had for JDG. And Gala just gets hit by the piercing arrow of hope. Going to get chased down by the void rush of Flandra. And it is all falling apart for JDG. A double kill for Tarzan. And that's going to be straight up the gut, straight up the middle for Anyone's Legend.
Yeah, it feels like you are just going to slowly bleed out of this game. You may as well look for something. There comes the ace. That's all of JDG falling to the wayside after that attempt. I thought it was overall a pretty valid attempt. You're running out of good attempts, but unfortunately everybody just is barely able to escape there. And AL, after the brutal start to the game, they find a beautiful way to finish this one off thanks to a really good ace in the mid game there.
They do indeed start off the series 1-0 and that much closer to locking in top 4. Just imagine with me for a moment, fools. That game was 1-7 at one point in the game. And then like less than 10 minutes later, AL win the game and Tarzan goes unkilled on his Pantheon with a massive KDA. Did it happen? Am I real? Is this real?
I still am having a hard time piecing together how we went from that to this. It seemed like that was JDG's game. They were smurfing so hard. They were cooking. Everything they were putting in the frying pan was just, it was delicious. It was going super well. I don't know how they went from this beautiful chef performance to just it all come crumbling down after just a few misplays. I don't know. I really thought that JDG was going to win this game 1, Mazel. I really felt in my heart of hearts that they were showing up tonight. But suddenly, anyone's legend, man. Anyone's legend.
It felt like we had gotten ready for a road trip, and you knew the destination was AL was going to win for some reason, and you just fell asleep, and then you woke up and you're there.
Yeah.
Really, that's all that happened. But an incredible gritty performance from AL, something I really wanted to see from them on a composition that is tried and true bread and butter for them. Against the JDG comp, who we said, hadn't played the Nocturne Orianna as much so far this split throughout the games. Obviously, the one-time Nocturne for Junja, but needing that kind of bar of execution where they had to land those combos. They had to be efficient with it, while AL had many options, many avenues for that carry potential.
Yeah, and I think back to some of these fights, and what was crossing my mind the whole time was I actually don't necessarily think that AL was playing the early game that poorly or anything. I think they were just getting some slightly unfavorable outcomes. I feel like that's sort of the nature of some of these drafts, especially if you're going to go for the Nocturne Ori. You can get some really OP early game looks where it's like, how am I even dying to that? Like, I'm literally in Narnia and these guys are reaching me from across the map. So I think that 7-1 scoreline that you remind us of, if anything, I think a lot of it has to do with the draft, because I really do feel like AL was playing quite fine. I think when Kyle had that look onto Honkyu, that first overall look where he drops a Tempered Fate onto Honkyu in the mid lane, Honkyu flashes immediately thereafter, and then they get re-engaged on. I actually don't think any of that looked too ugly or too inaccurate. I think it was just unfortunate. It just didn't go their way. But it turns out their comp still has the gas in the tank for later down that road trip where they can say, yep, we got there in the end.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing some of the stats, which we have here, and that is a heck of a comeback game. Look at that mountain that they carved out for themselves post that 25-minute mark. Literally, it was 10 minutes. It was 27 minutes to almost 35, so even less than 10 minutes that they went from losing to just winning the game outright. And Flandre, I gotta say, the damage numbers are puffed up by just fighting Sion the entire time, but when he did join the fights, there was a lot of impact towards that backline. A lot of the team composition for JDG just started dispersing when AL was looking for that backline access.
Yeah, this is that initial play I was talking about. So I feel like AL didn't even necessarily play all that badly. Look, you see Kyle drops the Mikhails on a Hope, and he barely dies to an Orianna auto attack. I mean, that's just extremely close, extremely unlucky. And then Shanks, I think that was a bit more of a blunder. He does get caught out there. And here, look how hard it is to survive this. You perfectly frame flash the shockwave, but too bad the Nocturne is programmed to arrive directly on top of you. You're just gonna die, but you did get the Drake from that play. This was the real game-opening play here. I feel like there must have been a better way for this to go for JDG. I think Honkyu gets 100-0 before he can even use the shockwave, which is why it was such a good look there. If you remember, I feel like that previous play where the only two people who flashed was Honkyu and Tarzan, where Pantheon flashes on Ori in the bot lane. I called out he loses the Darksteel stacks. I think that flash had such a big impact because it meant that in that fight, the Orianna can just get 100-0. And now, in these looks, AL has the upper hand. You see just how unkillable this Pantheon is and just how effective the rest of their composition is.
And in that last fight, I got to give huge props to Flandre. Incredible execution of the Rek'Sai combo onto Junja. And that's why he has the Rek'Sai pass forever and always. But then this fight as well, a couple big combinations. This was the one that felt like desperation for JDG. The fact that they don't get him is insane to me. When they unleashed everything, and that's the moment you know that AL's going to be coming back with a couple answers.
I hope we get to see the scoreboard again, but I'm pretty sure Hope actually indexed into a Seeker's arm guard because he was golden, but so were the other guys. And those guys were definitely the ones who got Bard ulted. So, I mean, that's kind of one of the best ways to circumvent the Nocturne Ori comp. But yeah, after all, you do kind of run out of good looks to go for. So they take the desperate look. It doesn't pan out. And I really can only wonder how this game would have gone if you inverted the top laners. Because it seemed to me that the other 4 characters for each team was going super advantageously, if I may, for JDG. But suddenly, once those top laners started entering the equation, the better outcomes were starting to go AL's way. They got the Drake, although at the cost of some lives. Then they got the next Drake with the Ace. And it was ever since the top laners entered the equation that things went awry for JDG, if you ask me. So,
yeah. And we will see Kyle 100% KP get an MVP on his Bard. Something that whenever he first came into the league back in 2024, really finding a little bit of success there and finding a lot of setups on this kind of champion, on Bard itself, and now finds himself with a 5th MVP of the split.
Yeah, and as I was highlighting in the draft, I kept shouting it out. I'm really surprised that he was not only able to get the Bard, but he was able to get it with the very last pick of the draft. I mean, this is the kind of champion where he's so good at it, you can pick it as the first pick of the draft. So he got to see every single champion, all 9 other characters in that game. He said, "Coach, give me the Kyle Bard." And he showed up and he showed out.
Tabe's like, damn, what have we done? I knew this was coming. Anyways, that's it for game number 1 in an important series for both teams. Winner of this one locks that top 4. Before we get going to that second game, though, if you would like to support LPL English, please consider becoming a Coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, since the vast majority of our contributions will go directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go to paying on-air talent and all of our updates to the graphics and things along those lines that we have every split or every year. Subscribe to our Coffee, linked in the chat, to unlock perks like early access to our content, like our podcasts, and a couple other things that we'll have coming down the pipeline, and our interviews in the future, as well as the ability to ask questions in those interviews. But that's it for game number 1. We're going to be stepping away for a short little break, and we'll be back for game number 2. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mizel. I'm joined by Fools. We've got Ice on production behind us. And I got to ask you one question, Fools. How's that glue doing, baby? How's that glue?
Yeah, I mean, at first I was starting to wonder we had the vase or the bowl or the pottery, whatever you thought it was, and it looked like it might have been low-key falling apart. Mazel, I was like, yo, maybe this glue doesn't work. We need to get the super glue, the gorilla glue or something. But no, it turns out Kyle and Tarzan, they know how to make it work and how to make it stick. They found a way to make that game turn into a victory. So, hey, the glue's been working just fine.
And I gotta give huge shouts to Viv, our one of our graphics people, putting together, because there's a lot of tradition in kind of the re-putting together of a bowl as well, and kind of showing that togetherness and that kind of growth process of reforming yourselves means something. And hey, it seems like AL are fully reformed. They're on a 3-win streak. They are 1 game away from locking themselves into the top 4, into those playoffs. And I think I wouldn't want to be anywhere else if I was an Anyone's Legend fan right now. But JDG, they lost to Weibo dishearteningly, and now they lose a game that they were in control of. What do we got to see out of them for this second game, Fools?
Yeah, I mean, JDG could so easily have themselves those 5 wins already right now had they not lost last night. And they easily could be up 1-0 in this series as well. It seems to me that they know really well how to situate themselves with a good draft, with a good early game, and just to work together and collaborate. But they just need to work on getting across the finish line. I don't know how else to say it nicely, but I think they can generate the leads. They just need to use them. They need to keep them, and they need to avoid making those mistakes. For me, I've said this already, but I really think that Hongq death in the bot lane where he lost his flash was so costly for this game, because it really meant it was so difficult for them to play out that next fight. You saw him get one shot, not able to use the shockwave. So I think this one was maybe a bit more on him. And again, it's more of a team effort. You want to put, you know, your champions in different places around the map. Sometimes you leave Hongq out to dry. It might not necessarily be on him, but it was Orianna who did die. We've seen that Gala has been the one getting caught out, but I wouldn't really put any of last game on Gala, Mazel. So I want to see the rest of them sort of get rid of that Gala-itis where we're just dying for no good reason, and take that early game lead and take it to the finish line.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do so. JDG going to have that first pick on that red side. AL will be on their blue side. We do already see similar bans coming through, at least the Silas ban as well as that J4 ban, the Nico ban, and the Rumble ban there from AL. I expect Vi to be super present for Junja. I expect them to go back to something that has ease of execution and tried and true combos, right? If that's going to be the Ahri, if we're going to see the Victor again, things along those lines for JDG. But we'll see what the final bans are going to be looking like on either side. Yunara going to be focused on the hope for that team fight carry.
Yeah, we keep seeing that whichever team has the first pick seems to do the first ban of the Silas, trying to force out the Malphite ban from the enemy team. I would imagine we get that here. And then it's a question of what OP champs are left to first pick. I'm actually not too sure. I wouldn't even really have much of a prediction here. Well, the Malphite is getting through the draft, so that's going to make this very interesting. Do they pick it? Is it a game of chicken here? Maybe they want us to pick it. The Jace is up as well.
Give us the Gala Kaisa. I want to see it. The Jace does finally come through. Now the question will be, is it going to be that jungle Jace? And we'll see if there's going to be an answer to that. AL left with a couple pieces that they really love to go with. The Malphite, obviously a hover right now, but is something that Tarzan absolutely adores so far this split. And see if they want to go with that one, as we're getting some big powerhouse picks that are usually banned away in this game number 2.
Yeah, this makes perfect sense. Is that the Jace and the Malphite have been the best overall picks, and usually you don't want to give the Jace up whatsoever. Just to quickly summarize, he's basically the Apex Poke champion who now has infinite sustain and infinite mana and can shock blast you from the Fog of War anywhere you least expect with Red Smite to slow you with the shock blasts. So Jace jungle is just so extremely OP, but the best counter to the Jace jungle is the Malphite jungle. You don't care about getting poked, man. You're like, all right, you're trying to play this slow, gradual, whittle us away with poke game. Not unstoppable force. Boom, just straight in there on top of his forehead. So the Malphite is really good into the Jace. And I would say Jace is the best overall pick in the entire meta right now. But that Malphite is the best overall counter to him. So that's going to be a huge highlight to spotlight this game.
That is. Maybe it was a little bit of a bait. Maybe they knew they were going to try to go for the Jace. The Ryze and the Renekton are locked in as the solo lanes right now for JDG, and that means a lot because now Honku can get involved, can move very quickly around the map once that Realm War comes up, and that roaming possibility, that proactivity is going to be extremely important here for JDG.
What I quite like about it, and it's really quite nuanced, but if you pick both of the solo laners here, they can kind of only counter one of you, given that they're already showing 0 solo laners on the enemy team. So either they counter the Renekton with the likes of a Gnar, or they counter the Ryze with the likes of an Anivia or a Cassio, but now you can just probably ban the other solo laner who would get countered. So I would imagine that JDG wants to opt into some mid lane bans here to help situate Honku. I would think the most prominent picks would be the Cassio, the Anivia, the Syndra, some of the best picks into the Ryze. So we'll see if they want to go for mid lane bans here, or it's very interesting to me that they did pick up both solo laners there on 2-3.
It's also, I mean, it's also the two big champions for Shanks that he's really hovered on this split so far are gone now that you've taken away the Ryze. Ryze, not something that Honku has necessarily played a ton. I mean, played it a couple times already so far this split, but it's been 5 times there for Shanks. So he will have to kind of dig into the pool. He's played some other things as well, but the Azir and the Ryze were the big two. And we already get the Cassiopeia ban away from him. On the other side, for AL, they ban away ADCs in the Sivir.
Yeah, I like the Ryze for Honku a lot. But you actually, if some people might not have seen this, we didn't really get to show this, but it was actually Honku was able to solo kill Knight on the Ryze. So Honku's Ryze should be pretty good if he can solo kill Knight.
There's the
and as you highlighted, no, we don't get the Gala Kai'Sa. He's always been the best Kai'Sa.
That's a great call from AL, though.
If
they let that through, that's an instant win. I don't know what it is, but he is possessed when he's on Kai'Sa, as the Nami is going to be the secondary ban in that final phase for JDG.
Yeah, Nami ban being pretty interesting here. There's no way he doesn't go Anivia, right? There's just no way.
He's doing it to troll Honku, you know? He's like, oh, where's your Anivia, bro?
I mean, yeah, but I like the Ryze because it takes it away from Shanks. So, and it looks like even if he doesn't go for Anivia, it should be a pretty good matchup for Ryze. Ryze versus Taliyah, it's a bit maybe Taliyah favored, but it's nowhere near as bad as like Cassio. Or Anivia, but he does pick the Anivia.
I gotta check something really quick.
Oh, this is gonna be an exciting game. We got Jace versus Malphite, and now we've got Ryze versus Anivia. So this is gonna be a spectacle to behold.
This is gonna be the first ever Anivia mid for Shanks, I believe, in his entire career.
No way.
It is indeed. So hey, he's taking some lessons from Honku, but maybe Honku just throws that right back at him. That's a bold pick, Shanks. We'll see if it pays off for him. We said, hey, his other 2 picks are gone. What is he going to pick? Well, he goes into the bag, that's for sure. As the Gala Ziggs is locked in. When Ziggs first came into the meta, Gala was hands down the best Ziggs we had in the league.
Yeah, Gala has always been pretty good at the Ziggs, and it does couple pretty nicely with the Jace, being able to have double poke champ here. But I don't think this poke comp really hits home all that much. I don't think any of these champs can really get poked out all that much. I mean, Anivia just has so much HP, even has the egg. You know, you can maybe hit the Corki, but I feel like he's going to have some sort of lifesteal, some sort of sustain. So the poke aspect of the JDG comp isn't too prominent. But I think overall they just have some really high power level champions. And it's really interesting. When I look at that Nami ban, I'm like, how is that not an Anivia ban? I guess that's because they thought that Shanks is not the Anivia guy. And I guess we get the first ever Shanks Anivia tonight. So this, we'll see if he looks like he knows what he's doing, because that is a really tough champion, Mazel, with the W's.
And it's a hard team comp to go into. I mean, you're going to get poked down like crazy. You got to really be resourceful with that egg cooldown as well.
Yeah, this is the type of champion where you can't really be first time in this in ranked, and especially not in the LPL. So you would hope that he's got some practice here. Yeah, very important series too. So I think all the onus this game is going to be on Shanks to see, can he prove that he knows how to play Anivia?
It's going to be really important for this one. Although we haven't put as much of a spotlight on Shanks, I think he was a big unlocking point for the team in that game, number one, as he got to scaling, as he got to his third item. And now for this second game of the series, JDG need to find something. They have been a little bit downtrodden since their series a couple days ago against Weibo, but it's still a team that has been at the forefront of the LPL Winter Split so far, and whoever wins this series locks that top 4, like we've said time and time again. An important series for both. While they have more opportunities, the earlier you lock it in, the more confident you can feel about your preparation moving into those playoffs. But this game too, coming off a roundabout comeback victory from AL, is kicking off in this best of 3.
Here we go. We get the Jayas out the way, but the trading starts immediately in this mid lane.
Honky knows this matchup.
Doesn't know it as much as Honky does, Mazel. I think you're exactly right.
Taking a look at the ruins, anything that stands out to you so far? Obviously, the double spellbook I'm a huge fan of in the bot lane. See what they want to play with that. We got the first strike for Jace, as well as the double electrocute from the mid-jungle duo of AL.
I mean, what I observe most here is that Shanks decided to go for Taste of Blood and Scorch, so he has pretty much maximum lane phase power on this Anivia, and he's still getting out-traded. The most important aspect is that Ryze has Ghost and Anivia has TP, so that's going to impact their recalls, and in the mid-game, it's going to matter a lot for Ryze having the extra utility. So we'll just see if Shanks can give Hongq a hard time right now, while he has no ability to recall and TP.
And just to remind everyone coming into this game, I mean, our big focal points for both teams were the connective tissues, the kind of pieces that make the engine run for both of them. For AL, it was Tarzan, it was the connection with Kyle. For JDG, it was how proficient this mid-jungle has been. Hongq and Junja coming over from CFO and the LCP, a combo that kept going strong into this winter split. And while they have fumbled a tiny bit, they have still been one of the best stories of the winter split so far and have hit the ground running. So if they can find a way to come back in this series, it would bring us to 3, just like the last time these two teams met.
Yeah, last game, it looks like Tarzan and Kyle did get the last laugh, but Hongq and Junja were absolutely putting up some shots and numbers of their own. Alistar.
Hope in a lot of trouble. He's going to have to flash away from the turret. He's getting decent damage down now, though. He's trying to get some damage onto Vampire. Gala's doing a decent chunk right now. He's looking for one more Q. He has the mana for it. The barrier is going to be popped by a Hope. He's going to stop him. Kyle stopped the headbutt. Pulverize coming through. Junja finds a gank onto Flandra, though, and gets JDG on the board.
Wow, barely in the bot lane is Hope able to survive. I think that was a really fortunate interrupt from Kyle there onto Vampire. But this is going to mean a lot. Not only did Jace get to full clear, but he also got the full clear and then finish off his full clear with the first blood. Now having the serrated Dirk as well. I mean, yeah, this Jace has a really good early game, and the Renekton is not going to be countered all that much anymore if he's got a 400 gold lean on his counter pick.
Shanks getting a little bit dicey there in the mid lane. The
-1.
or at least back was attempted, but stopped by Hongq, realizing that's exactly what Shanks wants to do in the moment. But very precise plays so far. I love that cheeky little stop off before the scuttle by Junja, and it's exactly something that they need to kind of kick up the tempo for themselves. As Kyle, speaking of, the wall comes in, the grand entrance comes in, but Shanks doesn't really have the health to stick in the fight. And that'll be both supports showing their faces mid.
Yeah, this is that really awkward kind of early game where Anivia has passive and Ryze has no TP. So you're just playing this really awkward, annoying game where as Anivia, you're like, Yeah, you can't get me. You can't get me. But as Rise, you're like, please just let me recall, man. Like, I don't have TP. Let me out of here. Looks like Vampire going to do his best to enable Honku to do so. And they might try and hold this minion wave a bit. But by the time Honku shows back up, it wouldn't matter. So he's going to let it crash. And we're finally going to get to see, which is really good news for Honku, by the way, him able to get his recall off without being punished for the lack of TP.
Next punishings will come with these level 6s being completed. Obviously, it doesn't matter that much for Junja, but it matters a whole heck of a lot for the rest of the team, and especially with those unstoppable forces from Tarzan. Speaking of, Tarzan is being hunted right now in his own jungle. He's going to take it back on the ward. Fools. Okay, he's not going to go for it. Got baited by the observer.
Ooh, he might go for this, though. This is a lot more interesting.
Flandra doesn't have Mega Gnar even close. He's going to get hit by the Shockwave, or at least Shock Blast, and now he's going to early flash away, try to get some distance, try to use the hop to get back over to his turret, but he will get CC'd as soon as he gets into range. He misses the double jump, and he'll go down. That'll be a big kill. Vampire also fell on the other side of the map.
Okay, that's what AL needed, was some kind of advantage somewhere, because this top lane is getting really ugly really quick. So we'd love to see that replay, how Hope was able to slay Vampire. But yeah, really cheeky from Junja there, waiting out Tarzan's recall and then actually going for this extended dive play onto Flandre. Ghosting in his Honku.
Moving on Shanks right now, missing the ice. And able to get a little bit of damage back down. He wants it so bad as Tarzan's being surrounded by JDG. They're trying to make a preemptive play on this Scuttle Crab. That will be Tarzan going in with the unstoppable force. Flandre right behind with the boomerang to get a little bit of a slowdown. Tarzan doing a massive chunk of damage on the Junja while he has that level advantage. But it's starting to get a little bit worse for JDG as they need to try to get out. That's going to be another kill going to AL. Shanks is going to get that one. They're going to try to kill Junja here as well. Flandre takes him down. And Kyle is here over the top to get a double kill going for Shanks. Shanks has been playing with less than 200 health like this entire fight, and he's still alive.
But Shanks has been playing with less than 200 health this entire game, it feels like. Oh my gosh, this Anivia is just on the edge of being an egg all game. But Kyle smurfing this fight. I think this is what we talk about with the glue. First, we'll see another part of this glue Kyle dynamic where he's able to get this kill down here. No wonder they're able to do so well. But look how quickly Tarzan levels up the unstoppable force. It looks like JDG is able to turn this, but I think Kyle's arrival here changes everything. How does Kyle get? Yeah, Kyle TP's in. That's how. I don't think Honku even nearly expects this. Flashes in and is immediately punished by Kyle.
And they do end up getting that lockdown just in time. The shielding, the healing onto Tarzan. He's emoting on him. Oh my god. The BM for days from anyone's legend as now Shanks getting surrounded by JDG. They're going to try another crack at the egg. The egg will be popped here. He'll buy a little bit of time, but nobody's really coming for him. So he will just be scrambled by JDG.
Yeah, Tarzan stops to take a laugh, but Shanks doesn't nearly have that luxury. He's been getting just pressured all game, it feels like. I don't think they can kill Gnar before Mega, but they're going to try.
About to have it. They have a lot of lockdown here. They're going to hit the headbutt pole first. They lock him down before he even gets it. Beautiful damage combination from JDG.
That is just the most possible rage bait you can experience as a Gnar player. To be so close, literally 99% it feels like, of the Fury built up towards being able to Gnar out and possibly completely swing that play in your direction. But no, perfect crowd control and layering of spells from JDG to just one-shot Flandre before he gets the chance. And yeah, suddenly JDG fights back. It looked like AL had a really good look with Tarzan getting to laugh right after. But I think JDG might have some opportunities to take some emotes now too.
Dude, that ward up there, that control ward has been there like the entire game. It's like the most value control ward ever. As it's seen Tarzan come in and out of his jungle multiple times. That'll be all three grubs going AL yet again. That's the same thing that happened in game number 1. And you have to remember, this is a chance for AL to upset the norm. They lost 2-1 to JDG in the opening weeks when they looked like a husk of their former selves. They didn't seem to be on the same page. They didn't seem to be working together. But as time went on, this team has started to gel again, and it's been impressive to watch. Although about 1,000 gold lead for JDG, we know where that went in game number 1.
Yeah, we do. That gold lead did not last the whole game, definitely, when it came to AL versus JDG game 1. But I think in this game, it's a lot more promising. I think you've got Jace jungle with the lead. This champion is so strong. And I honestly think that control ward that you highlighted, that's actually going to be really impactful this game. I mean, so far, they just constantly seem to be knowing where this Malphite is. So you don't gotta be too afraid. As Gala, for example, he's just been farming up in peace. So I think once these champions get their next sort of power spikes, I would imagine Junja's going to have 2 items in pretty much no time. The poke and the setup that they're going to have to just get these Drakes is going to be really advantageous. Yeah. So I think if they can just keep this lead, I don't even think you got to be too concerned about the dive that Tarzan and Kyle are threatening you with, because you're just going to be able to build so much distance and have so much setup.
And we are getting the first item spikes coming through here. It was the Sunfire completed by Tarzan. He's also got the Dark Seal in tow just for maybe some extra AP, as it's going to be another lockdown city fight onto Flandra, but the rest of the team can't get there fast enough. I will say the lead in the top lane is starting to blow open a little bit, about 30 CS differential between Flandra and Xiaoxiu. But it's AL maybe trying to make a redemption play up here. They have Tarzan on a control ward. A little bit of extra damage on Kyle there with that shock blast is going to be huge. And we'll see if anybody else wants to roam up this way. There's pressure from Shanks in the mid lane right now onto Hankyu, so don't think they can join.
I mean, this is just what's so impactful about the Jace. Sure, you can draft Malphite, but if the Malphite's not interrupting the Jace, he's literally just poking you from across the map all game. So it's really annoying to deal with. I don't know if they want Tarzan to be here right now, but I don't think they can really stop him.
That's a lot of damage on the Vampire. He pops the Unbreakable, has to flash over the wall. Really nicely done by Shanks.
Yeah, Tarzan really pushing the envelope with this Malphite. Sure, he's down 750 gold, but he's got an XP lead, and quite a big one at that. He's up about a full level on Junja here from these camps he's been getting. So honestly, unless Junja can catch up a bit in that department, I think Tarzan is actually stronger here despite the 800 gold lead.
So how are we feeling about this this dragon setup about 30 seconds away? Do you still feel like AL have that upper hand here?
Well, I would imagine that as JDG here, if Junja can just take a good recall, probably after he clears this wolf camp, he should be really strong. He finally spend that gold. Once he spends it, I can only imagine that he is going to be substantially stronger than Malphite, because we have not seen that lead materialize in the actual skirmishing and trading we've been looking at recently. But surely, if he spends the gold, it would be better. But I don't think he has time to spend the gold, Mazel. So that's why I think that this fight should probably favor AL.
We'll see if they actually commit to it right now. It seems like AL being a little bit nonchalant around it. Would be a second dragon in a row for JDG, and it's been the tail of the tape here so far, as they have consistently put focus around that dragon side of the map. We also have quests starting to be completed. Both bot lanes, importantly enough, have theirs done. We're waiting on that mid lane setup to get to those tier 3 boots, but right now it would only be Hankyu that gets his upgraded. We are set up now around this fight, and Vampire might be caught out a little bit. He's going to be taking a brunt of damage here, about half health as he pops that Unbreakable Will. That's going to be the Mega Inferno Bomb used. Kyle trying to get away from the rest of the fight. Vampire going low, going down. Big setup, but the quickness not fast enough. They do get the double kill coming for Hope, who has been quiet this entire game, but all of a sudden pops off with the 3K in starting the game. All quests completed by AL during that fight, and now they continue the dragon.
Yeah, and I think we might have more combat here. I mean, Gala and Hankyu do not want to give this one up. Tarzan's HP is increasing rapidly.
Hope is gliding right now. Hankyu going to have to go over the wall. Now they get the Gatling gun straight into Gala's face. Gala going to flash over as well. Hope can't fall with the rocket barrage.
But the dragon...
The dragon continues as they are going to reset its aggro. Flandra is stuck in the pit here. Kyle coming over. I don't think this is a fight that AL want. They back away, rightfully so, and JDG will get a second dragon.
This is really good for JDG. You would think that after AL wins that fight, that they're going to get the dragon and have a really favorable outcome. But typically, the objectives matter so much more than the kills. You know, yeah, Kyle with the cheeky attempt there, but he's not going to get rewarded for it. But yeah, unfortunately, AL, they play this so well. You see Tarzan holding the ult for so long. They're just chewing through Vampire here, biding their time. You see, the route onto Tarzan is really effective because he can't ult just yet. But when he does get the chance to ult, it rings true. You have to flash that as Junja, but it's just so hard, man. I'm telling you, flashing Malphite ults is so much easier said than done. So Junja goes down, but as I was saying, this is still really good for JDG because somehow, some way, they got the Drake, and that's what's most important.
And those item spikes, the scaling, going to be important for both teams. Do feel like both of them do have some scaling options, especially in their primary carries. JDG will need to be a little bit careful for Gala in the mid lane, but he should be fine. Just always need to be wary of Tarzan and his unstoppable force, as every AD carry shakes to the bones every time that he presses that ultimate. But it's going to be a little bit of side lane presence until then. Still a while for that next objective, and really want to ask and talk a little bit about that scaling aspect. Like the engage is so easy from AL, obviously, but things are going to get tankier and a little bit harder to kill on JDG's side as time goes on here, Fools.
It's a bit hard to imagine what this game would look like about 3 items apiece. I would imagine that it does favor AL just because of this Anivia, actually, because I think Anivia is able to withstand poke pretty well. You've got so much HP, even the Roa there, to increase your HP, and it's just going to be so effective, him laying down those glacial walls. I think it can be extremely frustrating, especially for Hongq, for Junja as well. And we've seen even Vampire have a hard time playing the outside the way he wants to because of Shanks. So I think Shanks is going to be a huge force to be reckoned with this game. But speaking of force, I think the unstoppable force from Tarzan is just going to be the spell to watch all game. Does he commit it early? Does he hold it? What targets is he looking for? We see Flandre gnarring out down here. He cannot, or mini gnarring out that is, so he cannot really hold a candle to this tower. And it looks like JDG is well aware of that. They're going to have the satchel as well.
They do love to get that first turret, and they will focus that in the bot lane. Should be able to do that, as you said, with the satchel. Just little side point here, and I don't know if it's going to matter if we do scale into infinity, but Shanks has 4 stacks on Rod of Ages already before Hongq had even completed his. He just completed it, so it'll start stacking now, but that's going to be a big difference.
Yeah, I think what that can end up meaning is that, of course, in about 5 minutes' time, which is crazy, it's 5-0 in the stack count on that right now. It's going to be way better, but I wouldn't be surprised to fight here.
They're trying to chunk Tarzan, but he's pretty tanky with that Sunfire first. And he's not the AP Malphite that he might be able to burn down, as AL will get a response turret in the top side. And that lead still hovering about 1,000 gold for JDG moving forward.
But yeah, as you said, like there's a lot of reasons why there might be leads for AL that don't necessarily materialize in the gold lead. I think what's interesting about this Roa dynamic is that perhaps Shanks got his a bit early and Hongq got his a bit late. So Shanks will get a level up, but he might not level up all the way to 16. Whereas Hongq, his is probably going to take him to level 18 once he does finally level up. So I think, honestly, as JDG, this 3rd and 4th Drake is going to be pretty awkward because of that. But especially once it's 8 minutes or so from now, I really think that this Rise is going to be extremely strong. But I just don't know if they have enough time to make it there, because in theory, AL's comp should be better at level 18. So
let's see what kind of prio comes through, but about 45 seconds till the prio on the Dragon rises. Again, we've seen this point before. 1 away from Soul Point for JDG. And last time, this is when AL started to fight back. Will that be the case this time, Fools? Do you think they have enough in the tank right now with these item completions to kind of put up this fight as they are positioning for it?
It seems to me that that's their formula. Is it's fine to give up the first 2 Drakes, but it's not so fine to give up the 3rd one. I do think with Tarzan recalling there, this does kind of signal to me a give. Typically, like you would think, recalling 20 seconds before the dragon that's not so bad, but actually it really quite is, because you need to be positioning ahead of time. You can't just really show up late and magically resolve the positionings, but it looks like that's what they're going to try to do. They're going to try and magically resolve the vision disadvantage that they're going up against here.
Shanks was trying to get a back off, didn't end up getting it off, was I think going to TP to the fight, but now we're getting the big TP from Flandre. He has that big shield now as well. There won't really be a TP from Xiaoxiu, so that will be a little bit of a difference. It means Flandre can play with this mini Narbar a little bit more safely. Hongq and everyone else looking for him, though, before he can change Mega Gnar. That would be huge. The exhaust comes down. Mega Inferno Bomb used only onto Flandre. He'll be still stacking up. Meanwhile, there was a little bit of pressure in mid lane while Hope takes the turret, and that's going to be some good standing gold ahead of the fight for AL, and a lack of defensive pressure from JDG.
Yeah, I mean, JDG does have the gold lead, but not necessarily in the actual inventories right now. And this Malphite champ is a lot more powerful than the Jace is if he's able to engage quick.
They still don't have Flandre. He backed and has come back. He didn't really buy much either, but did have his health bar kind of gone. They're going to get a catch out here right on the Vampire, but he's unbreakable. You got to remember. And there comes Tarzan after he dodges, and Tarzan going to find that entrance to the backline. That combo of Kael, Tarzan, the glue. Well, it's sticking together right now, and JDG can do nothing of it. A double kill for the Malphite, and Xiaoxiu comes in a little bit late, now being bombarded by the rest of AL. Xiaoxiu goes for a play onto the backline, but Shanks has egg. He's going to get one at least. He's still cooking. He's still going. He's still got Gala, but Gala has no mana, and Xiaoxiu will finally fall. Godzilla is down, and Tarzan raises his standard for AL.
Yeah, and that's, again, Junja getting hit by the unstoppable force with flash available. Mizla, you have to flash those Malphite ults as hard as it is. Rise ulting for vision is Hongq. This one is most certainly gone, but maybe they can kind of mess with them here. Get them tempo, get their tempo, maybe find a play on the back side of this, maybe pressure the mid tower or something. But what a good Malphite ult. He knows Vampire wants to get over this Anivia wall, and so he aims it perfectly to hit both of them. As soon as Vampire repositions, boom, and as Junja, it's so hard to flash that without vision. You're down 2 levels now to the Malphite. Even if you've got all the gold lead in the world, it's not going to help you if you just get completely obliterated.
And that is exactly what happened here. That lead gets chunked down again. You could see the entrance from Xiaoxiu, but the fact of the matter is, Shanks still had the egg, still had plenty of time, and Gala had no mana. If he has mana here, you wonder what the difference is with the damage he can put down.
That is such a good point. I mean, I had not noticed that Ziggs was but I was wondering why they weren't really hitting home there. We see that a lot of Ziggs players like to go for Tear of the Goddess, even if they don't upgrade it, just so that kind of situation wouldn't happen. I've always been a bit of a doubter about just buying a tier and not upgrading it, but after seeing that, I would have much preferred to see a tier in the Ziggs' inventory so that he was able to contribute there. But alas, this is the game state we find ourselves in, and the only gold lead that's even kind of remaining is this top lane one.
It is, and that's troublesome, but you could see Xiaoxiu's ways of entering fights. We'll see if that actually becomes a factor here. But dude, I just feel like Tarzan is stunning this series. Not only did he have that incredible Pantheon game, he's been emoting, but he's also going full tank, but with a Dark Seal, so he's got AP. He does damage. He's got the Abyssal Mask now as well to lower that magic resist, and he is just a tank that can kill people. And now we're going to see a 50-50 around the Baron. Junja trying to get over to the pit, but the Baron's already gone. Flandre trying to get Mega Gnar, but he's still locked down. Xiaoxiu trying to find the entrance, trying to go for the big spin to win combo, but it's a lot of damage back
so
from
low.
AL. They found Xiaoxiu. They're going to find Vampire, though everybody's bars are ticking red. Gala waiting in the wings. Shock Blast goes wide. JDG can't find it.
That is incredible for me to see that none of those people go down. All 4 of them on blinking red HP bars, but they just cannot be slain there by the Jace and the Ziggs. It's so heartbreaking because that was a really bold start from AL to just go ahead and say, we've got a blue buff Anivia, we're just going to start the Baron. Jace has no flash. And yes, it was a guaranteed Baron, but it was not a guaranteed escape. And they just barely managed to escape nevertheless.
My goodness. And some of those engages going to be coming up quickly here as we see the initial start of the Fightfuls.
Yeah, you can only wonder if some of these spells were hitting. For example, the Zigzalt onto Hope. And gosh, just look how low absolutely all of them are. The next Jace E coming up any second now in an attempt to snipe somebody. But he just barely does not connect, Mazel. Gosh, the Corky W being the reason why. You can only wonder maybe a bit more patience.
Whoa.
Holy, the live.
Jace is already down. Junja's gone, but a nice rebuttal from JDG coming up. Xiaoxiu seems to be the one that they really need to rely on as Realm Warp's coming through. Only Honkyu is going to join that one. Shank's trying to run away, but gets killed and will eventually fall here as his egg will be popped as well. And that is a wonderful, triumphant return to the game state for JDG.
Yeah, blink and you'll miss it. All of a sudden, JDG is way back into the game. They just get 4 kills out of the blue in exchange for Junja's life. That is a great trade every day of the week. And you got to wonder what AL was looking for there. You see them doubting significantly what they just did. I mean, it says that it's a minus 17k gold lead on the Baron play. I don't think that's true. I mean, Alistar has a crazy flank here. I feel like that's got to be why this is so successful.
That's bold by Tarzan. the play coming big from Vampire. 3-man headbutt pull. Looking to lock them out. And they're just taking turret shots. I mean, that was just a foolhardy expedition by AL.
Yeah, that was beautiful. I mean, Xiaoshu doesn't even make it into the Realm Warp. You saw him try to get in, but it doesn't matter. They reach everybody at the back end of that play. So nice to pick up these additional kills onto the Anivia and the Rakan here. That's going to mean that this Dragon setup is a lot more advantageous. We got the Serpent's Fang for Junja now as well. He can poke through that Malphite shield a little bit easier. But gotta be really careful. They can get snapped on at any moment.
Back to looking at our duos. Tarzan and Kyle, they have the go buttons for anyone's legend. Junja and Xiaoshu will start up the Dragon, but you know Xiaoshu is always looking for the back line. That's going to be a Shock Blast hitting onto Flandre. He's trying to get Meganar up now. Half health on the Dragon. Tarzan wants to 50-50 it, but they don't have the resources. They could just let this one go, and I think that will be the decision by AL.
Yeah, that time you see Tarzan not quite willing to commit the Unstoppable Force. I think that would be the most flashable Unstoppable Force all game for Junja. He's had a lot of chances, but that time he's staring him right in the face, keeping his distance. The element of surprise isn't quite as present there because there's no fog of war where Malphite can just ult over the wall. So, I mean, as a pro LPL player, you're probably flashing those Malphite ults every time. So Tarzan can't really go in that time. And that's going to mean Soul Point, JDG, and Cloud Soul, I'll mention, is really good this game. Regardless of the fact if your ultimates can make use of it or not, getting slow resist against Malphite and Anivia is extremely useful, and the out-of-combat movement speed as well. Just having more movement speed, particularly as Ryze versus Anivia, that's why you go Ghost, right? So that's pretty much going to help this matchup significantly.
And taking a look at the game state right now, we are on 3 items for a majority of members, as well as Xiaoxiu is literally a full item up over Flandre. And that's going to be really hard to deal with this Renekton. Big shout out to Xiaoxiu's performance so far, getting that individual lead in the top lane and now being a saving grace for JDG. Their solo lanes are kicking. And we'll see if they can kind of drive that one home. 4,000 gold up. You feel like it should be a decently easy drive. But AL have been relentless. Now, they are on 3 items as well. Tarzan having his third has the Canic Rooker, and we'll be looking at 3 items quickly for Shanks, but already have that for Hope as well. And at this point, I got to ask, I mean, we've seen Gala's efficiency, his poke, his damage. Hope is 4 kills in, but can he do the thing?
Wow.
Gala, beautiful
Is he that good, Mazel? Is he that good? It wasn't worded, by the way. Oh my gosh. I mean, what were you saying about Gala? Bro. Because, yeah, I'll probably pause for scripts too after that one.
Check in PC.
God. He's like, oh no, they caught me. How did he do that? I mean, I've you know, when you're recalling as well, your inputs are even slower because the game has to like cancel the recall channel. So to actually flash in reaction to that is... Honestly, I'm a Gala believer all of a sudden. What is it you were having us believe about him again?
He's the best Ziggs in the league, or at least he was.
Yeah.
When Ziggs came into the ADC pool like 2 years ago or whatever, 3 years ago.
I mean, that was his chance to prove us wrong, and he did not. I mean, he fully proved us right that he's able to play the Ziggs. Because the whole thing about Ziggs is you just got to keep your distance. Just keep kind of Kobeing and throwing those bombs from a distance. You do not want to get them caught on top of you with the Malphite, with the Rakan. And yeah, he doesn't want that to happen either, clearly, because... Wow, I mean, straight into the pause as well. This is pretty interesting.
I wonder what
whatever
it's
just
about.
happened here. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
What it's about. Could
Maybe
be
like
anything.
he was so caught off guard he flashed it but spilled his water or something. Like, you know, that's
Just
the kind of
literally
thing that would
threw
happen
his
to me.
headset across the building. Just, like,
Dude,
freaked
it is
out.
so terrifying when there's a sudden Malphite ult or whatever it is, maybe a Zac E or something. Just these random spells that come flying at you out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Gosh, that is terrifying. But
But
yeah, I mean, he's positioned to win this game. Yes.
Yeah, I gotta ask you though. What is lacking? As I hear game sound, I believe we're gonna be getting into it. What is lacking from this AL team? Because it felt like for so long they had so much control, but is it just a comp diff here?
I was going to say that I think it's the top lane diff, because if you look at the scoreboard, it doesn't seem like any of these gold leads really matter all that much. I mean, Honkyu did just now pick up the actualizer, so that's going to actualize his gold lead, if you will, but it's the top lane. I mean, look at this. No vision. How much time does he even have? You know, I can only wonder
Wow.
if Tarzan should have just not flashed. I'm pretty sure he could have reached Gala without flashing there. But I think it's the flash that actually enabled Gala to react. So, gosh, I mean, he might have just barely been out of range as well. But yeah, I really think, to answer your question, that it's this top gap right now. I mean, this Renekton, if he completes this death stance as well, I would say he's like essentially literally unkillable. So I think that's the main issue right now. I think AL needs to step it up in the top lane.
We'll have third item complete for Honkyu, and now Shank's just taking half his health and damage immediately. That's going to be Vampire's flash out as well as they try to move away from the engagement. Is AL going to go on the Baron here? I don't think they can do it just yet. And they are definitely thinking about getting some vision around that pit.
There's a beautiful rune prison from Honkyu there. I do believe Tarzan was looking for the Unstoppable Force to follow up onto Vampire after Vampire flashed out, but the rune prison from Honkyu came in at the perfect time, meaning Malphite was not able to proceed with that fight. And yeah, I really want to touch on this point. I think we need to see Xiaoshu carrying these fights, and I think we need to see, as AL, them finding a way to keep Xiaoshu out of this backline, because you've seen how much work this Dominus Renekton has been putting into these backlines. It's just going to be that much more difficult with the amount of gold that he has right now. So, and I think you want to be doing something before he gets the Death Stance. Once Renekton gets Death Stance and Jace gets Last Whisper, this game becomes extremely difficult. Same for the Void Staff from Gala. I don't think the power spikes from AL matter nearly as much.
Well, we're getting to that point now. 45 seconds away from that dragon. Would be soul on a Cloud Soul for JDG and might just be one of the nails in the coffin. We saw resets aplenty. Banshee's Veil completed for Shanks. This fight is do or die, it feels like, for this game, and AL know that. There's going to be another flash play away from Tarzan's Unstoppable Force, but Junja will no longer have flash on the Jace.
First time he flashed Unstoppable Force, perhaps the most important time. The Soul is coming up here.
Xiaoshu's looking for the angle. Flandra needs to get his Mega Gnar, but he can't do it. Kael's just taken out by Xiaoshu. The Croc is hungry, but now he's got to be a little bit careful. JDG going to recircle the ranks and recircle the wagons right around AL. That'll be another pick. 2 members down of AL, and that dragon should be JDG's.
Oh yeah, no smite left. Not even a spellbook Kael to try stealing this. That's going to be Cloud Soul for JDG. And as I was mentioning, that Soul is going to be extremely good this game. Just the stats it's giving you. And then as well, the fact that you're able to gap close on top of them that much easier now. Once you proc the effect with your ultis. I actually think it's really good on Jace as far as I recollect. Because you can just constantly be switching between hammer form and cannon form. And you're just going to have movement speed everywhere you go. And that should be a JDG Baron as well. But as AL, you imagine you have to contest here, right?
You don't have Tarzan. I don't know what else you can really do. Shanks will just get caught if he overextends. Kyle, he's going to try to get in there, try to get a little bit of something. Vampire goes down, but the Baron has already fallen. Flandre can't even get Megnar, at least gets the Megnar ulti there. I was wondering if he was actually going to hit anybody. Now Xiaoxiu activates and goes forward. They have so much movement speed, and Xiaoxiu is doing so much damage. Once or twice, every now and then, Xiaoxiu just single-handedly carries JDG, and that's this game right now.
Yeah, when I looked at the rosters, I honestly never thought Xiaoxiu would be that much of a, like, elite player. I thought he was just a miscellaneous addition of the roster, nothing special, but no, Xiaoxiu is really good, man. He's gapping Flandre extremely hard this game, and the inputs and the carry performances he's putting on in these fights is insanely beautiful.
This is the flash, although he didn't even... he was trying to go for the smite actually on the spell shield
the
there,
smite,
so he would have had to. It was a little bit close, but Junja with the quick reactions, and that makes the biggest difference.
Yeah, that was the most important time to finally get the flash off on the Unstoppable Force. Luckily, he does do so. And I mean, as we were saying, Xiaoxiu, just such a beast in these fights. He's going to have Death Stance now as well. Mazal, I don't think he can even die. I think he can only die if he literally puts himself in the middle of the whole enemy team.
The enemy team is coming for somebody, but it's not Xiaoxiu, it's Hongqiu. He goes down after taking the turret in mid lane. See what the response from JDG will be. Just looks
they're
like
they're going to try corralling them.
Some of this. They're going to keep this train rolling. Tarzan doesn't have any entrance into the fight, and Kyle just gave his life. Did he expect Tarzan to come around the corner? Tarzan just said no, and now Tarzan is on the back end of this play while Hope also dies. AL have just given everything over to JDG, and they will take that and run with it. Speaking of, Flandre can't really run away as Xiaoxiu finds a connection straight on the Shanks. He is untouched, unbothered, and just ripping and roaring through AL's backline over and over again. That's going to be game 2, and JDG shows some life in this series.
Yeah, Xiaoxiu takes about 12 tower shots there. His HP bar only going up somehow. And I mean, as Hope, you think that you've got plenty of distance between you and the Renekton and Alistar. But guess what? Renekton and Alistar both pop their ultimates, getting that Cloud Soul buff and just that immense amount of movement speed. They're able to get right on top of Hope and right on top of AL's Nexus.
And it was a firm, solid plan from JDG. Just go with scaling, stuff that's stable, and a heck of a carry as well from Xiaoxiu in that top lane matchup. But it was a holistic effort from the entirety of JDG, and they have finally woken up after these last 2 series at least, and are going to find themselves now 1 game away from locking in that top 4.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the replay highlights from this game, because it felt like in game 1 it was JDG's game to win, and that AL suddenly won the game. And I feel like we had a bit of a vice versa this game, where I felt like AL was doing really well. I know there was a gold lead between Junja and Tarzan, but that Tarzan was just even more impactful the whole time. But just seemed like JD Gaming just suddenly had a way better mid game and took this game over, particularly because of Xiaoxiu in the top lane. I'd like to see him get that MVP. I know
100%.
that it was Junja who did set him up for that with that early gank, and he was really able to take it from there. But Xiaoxiu, I mean, come on. He was literally putting in the most ridiculous amounts of frontlining and damage dealing of all time. That was a Renekton performance of all time, if I will say.
It was, and it's one of those performances that we get every now and then from Xiaoxiu. You got to remember, this guy is the holdover for JDG from their experimentation in 2025 with that roster, imploding that and finding themselves with this new enthusiastic roster. And that game 1 was tough to watch. I mean, it was a small lead in the early game that they weren't able to balloon up and lost wholehandedly to AL, but this game felt like quintessential JDG, and it feels good and refreshing to see that once again.
Yeah, I'm really excited to take another look back at this game, because JDG really clutched this one up across the board. I think there was some really good fights. I mean, AL had like at least 5 really good plays this game, where they were catching people off guard, getting really good, like 1 for 0 kills, 2 for 0s it felt like, but it just seemed that those didn't matter quite as much as JD's team plays. Like, when JDG was able to all be on the same screen working together, it seemed like that's when things were really going JDG's way. Sure, AL was finding picks across the map, but they weren't really translating into important leads. And one thing I do remember now, which was really important to the outcome of this game, was if you remember, AL had that really favorable fight. I think it was for second drag, but they weren't able to finish off the drag. And you know why? I'm pretty sure it's because of Xiaoshu. He went in 3v5 and somehow turned it into a situation where JDG last hits that Drake, not AL. And guess what? Later on, they've got a Cloud Soul, and that probably was the reason that the Nexus went falling a few minutes ago. So
yeah, it was impressive top-down setup from JDG, and you can see that lead held on to for a majority of the game and then ballooned. And you see Gala's good poke damage, but it's that 27k from Xiaoshu that's going to be feeling really, really good. And just a little side note, don't take Anivia into Hankyu, all right? Or at least maybe have a little bit more
be good at it.
on it.
Yeah.
Even though he had some good plays, I don't think Shanks was the biggest fault here. It's just the team composition didn't work out for them, and really big props to the entirety of JDG for that one. Everybody had their part.
Yeah, so this is actually the fight I believe I was just mentioning, where it looks extremely good for AL across the board. I mean, boom, 2 free kills here onto Vampire and Junja. How could this not be good, right? Well, suddenly, Xiaoshu's like, you know what? I'm just going to TP in, guys, into the middle of the blue buff here, and I'm going to make this work. And somehow, some way, he makes this work, Mazel. He's able to get into the middle of their whole team, take Shanks out into the egg, kill Kyle. He's literally being beamed by 4 people right now. Doesn't care. Ease forward, as we were highlighting Gala's but the amount of work that he puts in there was able to secure them that Drake, and that was extremely meaningful. I mean, and then this as well. I mean, this is where AL was back into the game, and they had the full driver's seat, and they're even lucky enough to escape with their lives, but it was actually the follow-up play. They are all able to escape here. It seemed that they recalled and immediately deployed bottom, and it was that play down bot side. With these 4 kills here, thanks to Vampire's flank, this is where the game was won by JDG.
Yeah, it just felt like an overextension, a little bit of a overzealous play from AL, and not something that we see all the time from them, but getting caught in the fold and then kind of giving that little advantage they had clawed back in some way right back to JDG, like 2-fold, right? They went up to like 4k gold after this play here, and just the kind of snowball domino effect that happened after one getting picked. And then the fights just started kind of going the way of JDG. Missed ultimates in terms of being flashed out of by Gala and Junja, and that is your go button. That's your big tool to start off fights.
Yeah, again, a really big props to Gala for that one flash that we do remember in the mid lane, meaning Malphite had no flash this play, so Jace was a lot more safe to do as he pleases here. And yeah, again, Xiaoshu just running these fights over. Look at how effective this Cloud Soul ends up becoming here. I mean, him and Vampire, they just sprinted Hope. I mean, you're not building enough distance from that. You're just dying as Hope here. And the rest of them just get fully chased out. Look how much movement speed everybody has. Like, you try to run, you're just not getting out. And wow, a really well-played game to JDG. I do think that last highlight that we did look at with that mistake in the bot lane, having the 4 deaths from AL, that's going to be where the coach goes to the drawing board here and really tries to shore up that mistake, because this was their game to win as far as I'm concerned after getting the Baron and getting those recalls off, but they just had a pretty huge blunder there. And now we've got 2 games here, one where, you know, each team could have won, but the other team ended up winning. So let's see if the right team wins in this game 3.
Isn't that just classic LPL? I feel like we've had so many series recently that are just massive throws in games 1 and 2,
literally,
from either side. I feel like it's become a staple at this point. But hey, we love the action anyways, and we love 3-game series. This Xiaoshu will absolutely get the MVP, his second of the season so far.
Yeah, super well done by Xiaoshu. Remember, he's getting counter-picked there by the Gnar, but I don't even know how, but somehow he just had a perfect delivery system for Junja to pull up and get first blood after his full clear. So ever since then, he was just absolutely chilling up there. And that one slight error from Flandre just completely blew open that top lane matchup and was able to get Xiaoshu this player of the game.
It was impressive indeed, and that means we have one final game to decide who will be the first team to lock in playoffs in Winter Split of LPL 2026. We'll see you on the other side for Game 3. Welcome back, one and all, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Foles. We've got Ice on production, and we got a 3-game series. Do or die in this series now for JDG or anyone's legend, and winner will be top 4 for the LPL Group Ascend, and meaning they get to go straight to playoffs.
Yeah, I want to give a quick shout out to T1. They were able to take home their series in the LCK real quick. So now we've got something to show everybody tonight. A really great series for those of people who are just tuning in right now. I mean, game 1 was super back and forth, as was game 2. It's really hard to know who's going to come out on top right now. Honestly, Mazel, I got to ask you, who do you think's going to win? Because I haven't even made up my mind yet. I have no clue.
I think we've seen a lot of these games come down to the strategy from draft. I know I really like some of the cohesive pieces that we've seen from both teams so far in this series, but I mean, it seems like maybe scaling is working out for either side, so whoever gets that kind of stalwart scaling comp, I definitely favor a little bit more going into this one. But the picks are starting to be a little bit bare. We've gone through a lot here with Fearless already, Fools, and going into game 3, what do you think we're going to get?
That's actually a really good point. I feel like the draft has been a lot more impactful and pivotal into the outcomes of the games than the actual gameplay itself, it almost feels like. And I also think that in today's day and age, in the current season, that Fearless is a lot more important than it was last year, because I feel like the meta has kind of shaped up in a certain way, particularly with, for example, those jungle pools with the Jace and the Malphite, and with the mid pools with the Ryze versus the Anivia and etc. like that, with the Azir versus the Orianna. Now we're going to get some pretty interesting lesser picked stuff, I feel like. For example, in mid lane, you start resorting to stuff like Syndra. For jungle, you start who would you even go for? I believe Xin Zhao is still open. Yep. Jarvan's been banned all series. Vi is a really good pick. I know we were touching on how Tarzan and Kael are like a huge duo that impact the map together. I think if you can get Tarzan on something like Vi, that's really going to enable them to bring this 3rd game home.
Yeah, exactly that. But we're already getting into this 3rd game. We got to look at the picks and bans. Finally, AL will be on the red side, as we will see the Victor and this Aphelios banned away by them. The Jarvan going to be the ban immediately by JDG.
Yeah, so they're going to have a first pick red side once again here for AL. And it's really hard to know what's the best first pick left. I would imagine Rumble's going to be banned here by JDG. I feel like that's one of the only good first picks even remaining. The Yunara ban makes some sense because it's an answer ban to the Aphelios. Typically, people want to draft Aphelios into Yunara. So if Aphelios is out, you don't want them to have Yunara. The main point of interest for me right now is just this Rumble. Is the Rumble going to get banned? Is it going to get picked? Do we have another game of chicken like we did last draft with the Malphite?
Yeah, hey, we know who won the game of chicken. It was not the person with the Malphite. Let's see if any more big picks come through. I do like the focus of the Vi, really taking away some comfort from Junja, who, again, is that primary piece that we've been kind of focusing on all series long. See what the final ban in this final game will be from Tabe and crew against his old team.
I feel like we'll probably get a Rumble or Xin Zhao kind of trade here. I think those are the best champs sort of remaining at this point. So it's a question of, do you ban one of those? Do you trade them? Which one do you want? So I don't know if you first pick Xin Zhao here necessarily, but I don't even know who you can first pick, Mazel. I really think, as you were saying, that these Game 3 Fearlesses are a lot more difficult in this season. Nico makes a lot of sense. I mean, Sylas is open, but it's not like Sylas makes Nico completely countered like Malphite does. So yeah, I like the Nico first pick a lot. She's one of the most prevalent bot lane supports just for getting prio. Bard is already out. So like the only other one who can really match that kind of bot lane early game prowess is probably Karma, I feel like, in terms of the bot lane. So I wouldn't mind something like that. Maybe a Xin Zhao with like a Ezreal Karma or something.
I do really like Kael's Nico. I think it's very, very good. And it's a steal away from Vampire as well. So a couple big things going into this draft that we got to keep thinking about. That Xin Zhao will come through for Junja finally. So it's a very stable jungler, skirmish-heavy jungler, still available in a game 3.
Yeah, I suppose Lulu is just a slightly lesser laning phase version of Karma. You're not able to lane as effectively, but what you do offer in the kit is extremely effective. What I'm interested to see here is if Jax enters the equation for the side of AL whatsoever. A lot of people have been really liking Jax into Xin Zhao, and especially with the Dusk and Dawn item recently being introduced, Jax is a really strong pick. You can flex him here, but we'll see what they want to go for. Ambessa would be interesting. She can offer some sort of engage to couple up really well alongside the Nico.
I think that was a big lacking factor for Flandre. I love the GOAT. He's awesome. He was not really timing or being able to time his Meganars in terms of being able to be efficient with them. So maybe this is just a go button for him. Do what maybe it gets flexed to jungle, but we'll see. The Sivir does get locked in for AL in their final pick of the first phase.
So I would typically imagine in this meta that if it is an Ambessa, that usually the flex is more of it's a jungle with a top lane possibility. So I would think it's like a 70-30 more likely to be jungle. And we get the Jax coming in, which is hypothetically blind given that this Ambessa should be going jungle. So I would imagine they want to shore off some of this top lane pool here. Maybe ban. I mean, these champs aren't so strong nowadays, but you know, champs like the Gragas who are counters to the Jax. I'm not sure who the equivalent is on this patch, but I would imagine that you want to enable this Jax as much as you can.
I do wonder what old Flandre is cooking up. It will be a couple precise bans though coming through, I'm sure, from AL, but at least for the first ban of JDG's side of things, it will be the Poppy ban. I think that's a good one. You know, just in case, maybe we'll see Flandre's Poppy, or if that Ambessa does end up being flexible, Vizeri is going to be the ban, and I'm sure more ADCs to come to pinch the pool of Gala.
Yeah, you should definitely pinch Gala's pool here. It makes perfect sense, but it's really interesting. I'm not sure if Flandre wants this Ambessa right now. I believe the matchup is completely fine, but I do think you get outscaled by the Jax. So it's really intriguing if they want to even ban top laners here at all. So I like the Poppy ban. That does make a lot of sense. And it's just interesting to see who they want to go for in addition to that. Cassio being taken off the table, I suppose that kind of telegraphs that Hongq wants to pick a low-range champ and not get counter-picked that hard, because they're going to have last pick for AL, I believe. So
I believe JDG should.
No, it's hard to keep up. It's
no,
JDG.
Yeah, it should be the R5 pick will be, but
yeah,
it's not
okay,
R.
okay.
It's blue 5 at this point.
So I guess they're afraid of blind pick Cassio. I mean, I suppose there's not many good.
They did ban it in the
that.
second game as well.
Yeah, I think Shanks maybe wants his revenge. Pick a champion like that. Really kind of bully Hongq. It seems like Hongq's kind of had his number this series so far. If you remember, even in game 1, Hongq was super ahead of Shanks until he did go out. And no way we get blessed by this too.
I don't know though. I feel like it's forcing a square into like a triangle hole at this point, because it's just something you're picking because you know he's good at it. I don't know how these combinations necessarily work, but maybe it doesn't even matter. The Galio does come through for AL. They have a quick response.
Yeah, the Kai'Sa doesn't really have any champions that synergize with her ult so far. Nefiri's crazy work. I mean, if you think about it, Nefiri is a pretty good Galio ult delivery system, in addition to the Ambessa and the Nico. So I kind of like what they're going for here. And Swain for Hongq. This has worked extremely well for him in the past, giving him this Swain into Galio matchup. This is a huge dive comp, by the way. Ambessa, Nefiri, Nico, Galio. You know what Swain is exceptionally good at? And who's exceptionally good at Swain? Hongq against dive comps, Mazel. So this is a cinematic draft right here.
It's some of the strange pieces that we know from days past of these teams, of these players. We get the Nefiri for Tarzan, which last year he was running amok with. You have the combinations of the teams that we really wanted to see. We highlighted so much Tarzan and Kyle. Kyle has the setup tools now. If he can be kind of meticulous with the way he enters fights, with the way that he enters these big objectives, he could be the difference maker here. And for JDG, that combo is tried and true, at least for this Junja and Hongq duo.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see Hongq on his signature Swain in a draft where it's really good. We even have Gala on this signature Kai'Sa. Not maybe the best Kai'Sa angle of all Kai'Sas, but if there's anyone you want on Kai'Sa this game, it's got to be Gala. So this will be good.
They pick it just because he's good at it. He is the pentakill prince. He made his name on this Kai'Sa. Can it be the difference maker to get this team into playoffs? We will see. JDG versus AL. Game 3 kicking off now.
We wait not a moment to fight for this bot lane bush. Gala on the Kai'Sa already getting the start to the lane that he wants here. It's going to be really exciting. He does have the Lulu, so not many divers by his side, but he's going to be buffed up quite a bit here. And he's going to be able to be the pentakill prince once again. It's just a matter of if things go his way.
Got to find good entrances into these fights. It does seem like JDG, especially with the Keystones, are opting into kind of prolonged fights with their mid-jungle duo, especially with this Swain, trying to rack up as much as he can. And it'll be an interesting combination going into these fights when we start looking at the 5-on-5 nature. But for now, it will be the singular focus on how these junglers are pathing. And for the first time in the series, the opposite side paths that they have.
Yeah, exactly. First time of the series where we're going to see it's going to be Tarzan pathing up and it's going to be Junja pathing down. So I think that Xiaoshu might have to be a bit careful here. You can see he's extending quite a bit up there, and Tarzan's going to have a timer in about a minute from now. So that would be pretty threatening. It's good for Gala's sake that Junja's going to be down there because you're going to be getting bullied in here. There's pretty much nothing you can draft to not lose lane to Nico. So you want to lose this lane as gracefully as you can. And Flandre is tanking all the minions in the game right now. This is pretty
There's a massive wave going down. He's got to try to pick it apart and get as much back as he can. It'll be a quick, cheeky back from Xiaoshu to start the game.
Yeah, what's nice is when you can stack up such a big wave under the tower, you can get the cheater recall like this. I would imagine he saves the TP as well. Because now, look, those minions take so long to get back to Xiaoshu's side of the lane that he can literally just walk all the way back with a cull here. Going to give him a really good start, and it's going to help him fade Tarzan's timer to gank topside.
Yeah, the cull, interesting. He knows that this is going to be a long game that he has to think about, and at least the long game in the top lane matchup in the 1v1. But we have come to the culmination of our jungle clears. Looks like we might have some differentiation in how they want to do the scuttle. It actually seems like maybe they want to contest the scuttle here, or he didn't know that he was pathing from bot to top, at least for Junja's sake. But it could be the skirmish we were looking for.
Yeah, I think Junja's just scared of the bottom river, but I don't know if he was really ready for Tarzan to be up here. We got to fight.
I don't know if Tarzan was ready. That's going to be a TP burn. That's going to be Honkyu, who is coming back to lane anyways after the TP back to lane from Shanks.
Yep, Honkyu going to miss. No XP from that. Able to show up directly on his jungler's doorstep. Make sure that that crab goes his way. Junja gets the base off. And yeah, we're going to have a pretty safe early game now across the board in terms of the jungle influence. But looks like Gala has been able to keep his HP pretty high, keep his farm pretty good. You know, Vampire was forced into taking the recall. Kyle recalled as well. But, I mean, looks like the only weak point in this early game is actually Flandre right now, who opted to take the Ambessa into the Jax instead of flexing it into the jungle. So we'll see if that was a decision that'll come back to haunt them.
And I know it's not something that we really came into this series focusing on, but these last two games, like if this one is decided by Xiaoshu just being a menace on this Jax as well, got to start thinking about what he brings to the table and that focus that can really come his way every now and then through a series. As we will get the TPs back out, everybody is going to have expended their TPs, at least us. And we will see the second clears coming to a head here from the junglers with about 30 seconds till the dragon spawns.
Yeah, Xiaoshu been having, not so quietly actually, considering last game, a really good series. But in this overall draft, I'm really interested to keep my eyes on Honkyu. I think this Swain can go absolutely crazy this draft. So I think he's been having a pretty good laning phase so far as well, building up a bit of a gold lead, maybe even an XP lead, and it's going to be really interesting. Now that he's level 6, if they're able to secure themselves these objectives, gank in a bot lane.
He's going to find an angle here. Immediate flash from Vampires. They try to make the lockdown happen on a hope, but they don't, and Junja is going to take a hit as he exits. It's going to be first gank from JDG, but doesn't get much.
Yeah, I mean, getting the flash and the heal, it's decent. It's definitely going to enable a follow-up play. This looks a lot more promising, but again, Jack's champ is he's pretty strong. You can actually start fishing here if you really wanted. I mean, you're not too afraid. As much as the positioning looks scary, the actual nature of the champion just means that you're completely fine.
We'll also second note that the heals also burn there.
Honky sprinting to try canceling their bases. I was wondering where the heck he's going. Looks like he didn't quite land it, though. But hey, you always got to attempt. That's another cheeky thing about the Swain, man. Sometimes one Swain W can just win you the whole game. Like if you interrupt a recall at like the most opportune moment. So I do like it. But
it's Honky looking into his future LPL Empire. That's what he's doing. Since the ability's named Vision of Empires. Just he's looking in the future.
And it looks like he might see something here because AL wants to give it to him.
They're going to move forward. Demonic Ascension is available. He's going to wait to pop until the fighting really kicks off. Tarzan taking a huge hit and now is separated from the rest of the team. They will be able to sync back up on the other side of the death wall there. But it would be JDG potentially going for this dragon first.
Yeah, I mean, surely with the Demonic Ascension available, there's just no way to stop them. Wow, it's so good at this Swain is Honkyu. I mean...
Hey, he's a bird man. He likes the birds.
He knows what he's doing, though. He knows exactly what he's doing. I mean, how is he... He can't be giving Honkyu such a favorable Swain angle. I mean, I'm pretty concerned about AL's prospects this game. They might be really good at League of Legends, but sometimes the draft can just be the real nail in the coffin. I mean...
Yeah. And the big question has been this entire time, every time, what is the difference that Tabe makes not being on this team? Tabe is on JDG. He's got a new project that he's excited for, bringing a lot of younger players into the mix and making a team that can make runs internationally. While AL are still picking up the pieces, it feels like, of what identity they wanted coming into the first split of the year. But they have slowly and steadily found that pace again that made them one of the best teams in 2025.
Yeah, honestly, a really exciting project for Tabe is this JDG roster. I think a lot of people's heads were turned when they saw the Junja Honkyu announcement. It's pretty crazy that these two stuck together and made their way all the way from CFO to JDG. But here we go, flashing in.
Flash from Junja didn't really get much there. Flandra will burn his flash as well. Xiaosu, importantly, didn't, but Junja not having his flash is pretty big on a Xin Zhao. There's going to be the public execution. Flandra decides it's go time now. Beautiful crescent guard coming through, but Tarzan wants to chase. He's got the pursuit on. He's trying to get the extra damage onto Junja, but can't find it. It's going to be a lot of aggression early, but no kills going down just yet. Shanks going on the long run here. Don't think he'll find anything.
Yeah, I mean, we are just trading spells back and forth, first with the flash on a Hope, now with the flash on a Flandre, but we're just trading flashes, no trading of kills just yet, but I say that.
Xiaosu, he'll have a gank coming his way. He does still have the flash. He wants to try to go get Flandre. He's trying to bait him in. I don't know if Shanks can do enough, but if he sticks around, he will. There's the flash from Xiaosu, playing with his food a little bit, but here comes Tarzan. He wants to use the pursuit to get in range, but Shanks, are they willing to die this? No way, AL. This is bold as Shanks takes a huge hit, but Tarzan connects with the Darkened Dagger, and that's going to mean that Shanks gets first blood for AL.
Yeah, Shanks throwing up the emotes the whole time. Looked like it was a lot easier said than done, though, to actually secure that kill. And Shanks even TPing out, afraid that perhaps, I suppose somebody could have been there. But yeah, now they're going to lose the Drake as well. I actually don't think that was too positive of a play.
Ooh,
Meanwhile,
Gala gets caught by the Tangle Barb. He immediately flashes. Gala trying to make some distance between him and Hope and Kael. He will be successful in that. Both summoner spells burn.
Yeah, both sums down, but you do get the Drake. And this is the point I was highlighting, is that this is going to be pretty important, securing this Drake. And this Swain still unbothered here in this mid lane. I can assure you that there's going to come a time when he pops that demonic ascension and AL is going to have a hard time dealing with it. So, of course, they get the first blood, but they don't get they get the grubs too. That part is nice, but I really think JDG is chilling right now with this Hongq Swain.
Flandra taking a nice little fight into Xiaosu. We'll see if this ever amounts to anything in the long run. Tarzan was moving his way back up there as well, but I'll be getting to a point here now with that first dragon having gone down, with the grubs going over to AL, which has been the normalcy at this point of all 3 games. What the next thing that teams want to focus on, and that's where I gotta ask you, who needs to be proactive here?
I think if you're having the Nico, you really want to find some good looks with her. It's really difficult to find people out of position when these objectives are taking so long to spawn. So maybe you want to push the envelope with some of your champs who can threaten the tower plates. And I think it's just going to be Hope. You have this sort of really big poke advantage with this Nico Sivir. I think you want to chip into the bot tower and try and complete your bot quest ASAP. I don't think there's really much else you can really pressure or force right now. So if anything, just build some incremental advantages, perhaps get your quest a little more completed.
Indeed, as those quests will be important. We've seen it actually matter a decent amount, especially on timings, particularly for a couple of the lanes specifically. But we also will have all ultimates available for this next little bit. We'll see if anybody wants to get active. As just pointing out, AL with that kind of glue conversation with Kyle and Tarzan being the main focus, they have put so much vision on the bot side of this map, and it might pay dividends here if they can catch somebody out.
Yeah, we might have ourselves a fight brewing. I don't think just yet, but I think there's a lot of onus being pushed onto the vision down here. Something might have to give. I don't think both teams are going to be content.
Shank's going to take the initial engage. Is pretty tanky at this point, as he has the hollowed radiance too. AL going to have popped the on the hunt as well from Hope. That will be down, so no more move speed for him and them. As Hongq still waiting with that demonic ascension. We haven't seen a big play with it just yet. We'll see if they end up wanting to return to this kind of fight in about 2 minutes for that dragon. About 1.3 thousand gold lead for AL, and maybe the first early game lead we've seen from them.
Yeah, this is definitely the biggest gold lead we've seen from AL, but it's so strange because it just doesn't feel like it when we're watching these trades and these fights. I suppose it's just because all of that gold lead is practically on Tarzan. I know Hope has a fair bit, but that's understandable given you're playing Kaisa into Sivir Nico. But yeah, I think it's just a matter of if Tarzan can really upgrade his inventory quite a lot before this Drake, spend that gold lead, make it matter in the actual items, because right now the gold lead doesn't seem to exist at all. If anything, I feel like Hongq with his Rylai's Crystal Scepter right now, I think he's going to be extremely threatening once he recalls, gets his mana back. I think he's going to offer so much more than Shanks is. And I know Shanks got that injection of gold from that first blood, but you're not really making much use of that here compared to how strong the Swain's going to be. Even picking up the upgraded plated steel caps onto the Swain. He's going to be so tanky this game. And there's like no magic damage being dealt here by AL if you really think about it. So I quite like the purchase.
Yeah, I do too. I appreciate it. As those first items are going to matter, but I think these are kinds of comps that really flourish on second and third item completions and those kind of mid-game fights that come with them. About 50 seconds, a little bit less so for that next dragon. And does the clock keep ticking? Because so far, every game, JDG has taken the first 2 dragons.
Yeah, exactly. I would be quite surprised if anything changes about that in this particular game. I think despite the gold lead, the JDG's sort of 4 bot lane champs down here with the mid laners, the junglers, and the bot laners as just probably a lot stronger because of the Swain. But his positioning looks kind of sussy down here. He's really, really pushing it. But
he's calling the bluff. He's got his team right there below him. AL will be pushed away. All that vision they had gathered earlier is no longer around, and JDG going to take prime position over this dragon pit.
Yeah, and I mean, the only thing I'd be concerned about is Hongq's mana bar. As long as he has enough mana, this should be completely free. So I think as long as he doesn't really cast any wasteful spells here, it should be fine. And I don't think AL can contest. But with this bot lane circumstance...
Oh, Kyle gets the flash out of Gala ahead of the dragon fight. Was trying to initiate it back, but could not complete it.
Yeah, this could really help AL's prospects down here. Tarzan actually starting it up, Mazel.
He is already about 5,000 health on it. You got to remember, Nefiri does pretty good work against objectives. Meanwhile, Shanks trying to stop Hongq from backing. TP is available for him, so he could come into the fight. Junja just kicks it off, goes in. Crescent Guard utilizes. Kyle trying to lock people down. Dragon gets taken there by AL. Immediately, JDG turn tail and run, but I don't think you can run from the dogs as they're starting to howl. That's going to be Tarzan running away with that flash, and AL do get the dragon, and they escape.
Yeah, AL does escape, but their tempo looks to be pretty chopped now. I don't think they can really do much else. It should give JDG the opportunity to make sort of a second sort of part two to this play. But unfortunately, I don't think they have much tempo either. I mean, Hongq getting his recalls canceled non-stop by Shanks. It's finally going to matter quite a lot here. You know, he has just no mana whatsoever. Looks like he should be able to recall and perhaps group, because if he's to TP down bot, it's going to make the grubs a lot more difficult, but he could just sack all this bot farm. So we'll see what Hongq decides to do with his recall and with his TP here.
The AoE damage from the punch gets the turret aggroed, but see if they want to revisit any of these side lane picks, because right now we have both teams surrounding this mid lane. Baron not even close yet, about a minute and a half, so you still have time for the Rift Herald. And it looks like that is the next focus for AL.
Yeah, Hongq just shopping, decides to TP
Whoa.
bot. They're going to fight.
Junja just going in. Crescent Guard used really well as he buys a lot of time for himself, getting away from any of the damage AL was trying to put down. Xiaosu is also going to try to take a flank here. Public Execution used, and he just double dashes away. Tarzan was helping just in case, but JDG should take this Rift Herald.
Yeah, I'm surprised. It looks like JDG is going to get away with this Rift Herald, but Hongq did shift all the way up after TPing bot lane. So this bot tower is going to get chunked extremely low. I don't think it's going to fall solo to Shanks just yet. But
Nice spell shield from Hope.
They are dropping a lot of gold XP down here. They better have a good play in this mid lane.
Rift Herald going to be used. Junja going to charge that one straight in. Should be able to get this turret, and that should secure first turret. Yep, just in time. So that means JDG keep their first turret percentage at an all-time high. And that'll be a decent chunk of gold going to JDG, even though the lead is still in AL's favor.
Well, those were the two stats we highlighted at the beginning of this series, was JDG having an extremely high, nearly 80% first turret record, but hold the phone.
Flandra in some trouble. He doesn't have the public execution there. He does burn the flash, and that'll be revisited, no doubt. But Flandra without flash is a hot button issue here. As the rest of the team from AL were playing towards bot side, Shanks is going to relieve Flandra of duty here.
So the parallel stat that we drew from AL was that as long as they have even any gold lead whatsoever at minute 15, they have a 100% win rate. And, well, Mazel, they've had a bit of a gold lead this game, so hypothetically speaking, they should have a 100% chance to win this game. I mean, we'll see if that stat is any true or not. But, yeah, we definitely have AL with a gold lead at minute 15 this game, so we're going to see if that stat continues to hold up.
And gotta remember as well, this is an important series for both teams. 5 wins and you're into the top 4, which means you automatically go to playoffs for this first split, and keeping yourself in that heavy contention for first stand placement as top 2 teams get to go to that one. It's going to be a lot of fun as time goes on, as we see a little bit more pressure in the top side by AL. Got to continue to focus on what those combination pieces are doing. We've seen Junja and Hongq be pretty aggressive with their advances. Tarzan and Kyle, little bit of extra action there as well, but still wanting to see those pieces really come together, and I'm sure that will happen in about a minute when that next dragon comes up.
Yeah, again, always wanting to keep our eyes on those duos of Tarzan Kyle and Hongq Junja, but in this particular stage of the game, I would actually significantly favored JDG's comp. I think these champions are really coming online. You got the Rageblade Kaisa, you got this Jax who's getting closer to his Sunder Sky, and this Swain, I really think it's the X factor. I really do. He's not going to have his second item on time, but he does have a TP problem, though. He looks like Shanks has TP, and Hongq doesn't for the next 40 seconds, and you can only imagine that AL is well aware of that.
And this setup is all too important. It's not the soul point. It's not even soul. It's just second dragon for one of these two teams, but it feels like it's a confidence booster as Xiaoxiu will get engaged on with the rebuttal of Flandra. He goes in with the public execution. Now Xiaoxiu trying to get the counter-strike play. He does. He's going to get one more slap of the stick, and it's going to be a 1-for-1 for the top laners.
That was so well played, leap striking towards the enemy incoming minion wave just to buy himself some space. I honestly don't think I've ever seen a North American Jax do that, so that was pretty cool. But meanwhile, in this top lane, Hongq without his TP, he finally has it up. And it looks like Shanks has low-key been poking out Hongq all game, preventing him from grouping somehow, Mazel. So that might again be the case down here. We've got a 3v3.
Junja immediately going for the fight on Tarzan, but he might have overextended now. Crescent Guard's going to be used, so he won't be able to take a lot of AoE damage here. Hope was the aggressed target. There's Tarzan now looking for more. That's going to be the TP used by Shanks to come join the fight. As there are no top laners, Hongq will get his back off and come join. He might have that second item now.
Yeah, really awkward for Hongq. He can't really match the TP without any mana. And then we even see Xiaoxiu TPing top and Hongq being a bit confused. Should I recall? Should I not? He eventually gets the recall off.
Ooh,
Still doesn't have the Liandry's Mazel. He's pretty weak on this Swain. I've been kind of singing his graces about how I think the Hongq Swain's going to carry this game, but the more I watch this game transpire, the more I'm starting to doubt whether this Swain's going to do anything. He hasn't ulted all game.
Yeah, he really hasn't found the opportunity to do so. Although with the Rylai's, it is going to be punishing when he does finally do so. I start thinking now, though, as we take a look back to this fight, the trade by Xiaoxiu really nicely done.
Yeah, this was just so well played. When you're picking Jax, like, you need to be extremely good at being aggressive. Like, sometimes the only way out is forward. He kind of figured that out and is able to trade the 1-for-1 there, which is really, really clutch. Extremely well played and a really difficult play to execute at that.
Now Flandre going to get Junja's ire. He was still looking for plays, and Junja has been extremely active this game on this Xin Zhao, as we expect him to be. Is the lifeblood of JDG, it feels like, with the proactivity that he brings to the team and the combinations that he's had with Hongq. But man, what a story this would be, especially because this is the second round robin. This is the second time these teams have faced off. The first time around, it did go all the way to 3, but JDG took advantage of AL and were able to take that series 2-1. And now AL giving another chance to rewrite that history and try to finish this one out, unless JDG can get that comeback going.
Yeah, you know, I find it quite amusing that the score's only 1-2 and that Junja is literally sitting at 0-0-0 with just how much aggression he's been playing with this game. It hasn't translated into any kills just yet, but do think back to the fact it did net them that Rift Herald. I would say that was mostly off the back of Junja's aggression, and that did get them that mid lane tower, which is really important for these kind of mid game setups where JDG has their mid tower tier 1 and AL doesn't. So they're able to sort of encroach and aggress just a little bit more, whereas AL doesn't have that bastion of safety that they can always retreat to. So I would really focus on that discrepancy right now, that JDG has their tier 1 mid tower and AL doesn't, and we'll see if that ends up mattering in terms of securing vision control and positioning around these objectives, primarily the Baron.
And we're getting awfully close to that third item here for multiple members, and specifically I'm looking at Hope and Gala, who will get a lot more antsy as time goes on. These carries are going to be pumping, especially with that on-hit Kaisa build that Gala is going for.
I got a really good feeling about Gala this game. You know why? Is because in the new season, the 80 carries, they get extra gold for every CS. So if you're having, like, I don't know, 14 CS per minute, the amount of gold you're going to have over everybody else in the game is going to eventually become extremely significant. This is where the bot lane quest really begins to shine, is he's just building a huge gold lead over everybody else. They've got a similar amount of gold to each other, but they've got way more gold than everyone else in the game. And it's just going to continue to mount, and eventually with that extra inventory slot as well, I think we've got Gala in a game state where his Kaisa can probably be that X factor, if not Honkyu.
Well, he's got 3 items now. That Phantom Dancer going to be completed ahead of a minute and a half from the Dragon. Junja and Tarzan going to be trading as they have all game. Will the hot dog be enough? We'll find out sooner rather than later. Waiting for these big entrances from these 80 carries. And Gala on his signature, Kaisa, trying to make it happen here.
All right, so everybody has flash up. Honkyu still hasn't ulted this game. I think both of those things are going to change in the next 30 seconds or less. I think, yep.
Oh, nice flash from Vampire, getting away from that one. Now Flandra needs to be a little bit more careful. So the initial engage from AL doesn't work. Do they just back off here because of it?
You can only wonder what their next move is here. Ambessa having no ult, but Lulu having no sums. Again, Shanks forcing Honkyu back, because Honkyu does have a pretty greedy build in terms of the 1v1. Surely Honkyu groups this time, and surely he pops that Demonic Ascension.
Going back up towards top side, but that TP always available. Still really want to see the entrances here of that one, but 25 seconds till that next Dragon. This is sole point for AL. You could give this from JDG if you want, or you can even up the Dragon score.
Yeah, I feel like you should be fighting this as JDG. I mean, Galio's level 16, whereas Honkyu's not, but I don't know. Gala's got 3 items. This team comp is designed to group when you get that Swain ult in the middle of the whole enemy team. I would imagine that it's actually a lot harder for AL to even posture here. If anything, what they could be doing is just situating this top lane river vision. But it's very interesting. Flandre TPing into the bot lane. We're going to have something.
Okay, AL decide they want to fight. They want to try to get that upper hand. Flandre getting closer and closer with the engage. Gala needs to be careful. He got locked down in the Pop Blossom, but here comes the heroic entrance as well. They do get Flandre on the back line, but they don't have enough damage. Honkyu finally, for the first time, pops his Demonic Ascension, and they are untouched. This glob of JDG will be untouched, and Honkyu continues to heal. Can they turn it back around, though? The taunt's coming through. Xiaoxu finds backline access, finds 1 kill. They go for more as JDG are hunting down the members of AL. Flandre can't get in, and Tarzan forced to flash away.
Yeah, JDG does secure the Drake there, but a super messy fight. That's kind of exactly what I had in mind. Pretty much nobody has flash now. Actually, every single flash did get burned down there. In that crazy LPL fight, I just love watching fights like that. I can only even try and piece together what happened down there. I think Honkyu got a little overzealous with the flash forward, but it did somewhat net an overall benefit with Xiaoxu being able to pick up Sivir at the end there. Look at Gala just dancing around this fight. A beautiful ulti, frame perfect cleanses the Nico ult, and now he's finally able to dish undamaged. The ulti goes onto the public execution there onto Vampire, so Gala can just free hit all fight. And this massive Swain just zoning all 4 of them back single-handedly. I think it was a little overzealous to flash like that, because he does just get one shot here by the damage. He's got the plated steel caps with an armored advance even, but it's just not enough armor, not enough health. He does go down, but Xiaoxu does pick it up. It's a pretty good trade, 1 for 2 at the end of that, thanks to Honkyu's aggression. But wow, all flashes burned in that fight, Mazza.
And you see the damage done a lot from Tarzan there, but a lot of damage coming out from AL, but they didn't win the fight. That's the important part to think about here. And it really means that this comp is kind of an armored beast for JDG at this point, and it's already there, which is crazy.
Oh yeah, this comp is fully online right now. Just you wait until Kaisa gets that 4th item here. Probably going to be the Lord Dominic's, if I were to guess. And yeah, once Honkyu here turns that Haunting Guys into a Bloodlet or a Rift Maker, that's going to come in clutch. I think the most important part for the inventories right now is if Xiaoxu can get that Seeker's Arm Guard, that Shattered Arm Guard at that, into his Zonia's, because that's going to be extremely impactful. We all know how frustrating it can be when the Jax goes Counter-Strike into Stasis, into Counter-Strike. That's like 7.5 seconds of invulnerability. So we're going to see once Xiaoxu gets that, I would imagine these fights become extremely difficult for AL.
And I could see this warping into another Xiaoxiu game, just like in game 2. He ran the Rift on Renekton, and now he's on his Jax as well. And I just fear for the backline of AL and a lot of the damage that can be done there. Junja has just been relentlessly attacking every engage that he can see, and so far it's been working out for JDG as we are tied 2-2 in Dragons, about 1,000 gold lead hovering for AL, and we have 2 minutes on that next Dragon.
And you know, another thing is I quite think that at this stage of the game, Lulu starts to really outscale the Nico. Nico is pretty much just an ultimate engage bot, right? Whereas Lulu can just offer the most peel and utility of all time, it feels like. You've got a redemption even. The ulti from the wild growth can be an incredible CC and a life-saving tool. And the polymorph, these shields, I think Lulu is really starting to outscale Nico. I mean, once Kyle gets the Frozen Heart, that's going to be pretty useful because the clones can apply that into the backline. But at this particular stage, Vampire is much stronger than Kaya.
Junja just going straight into the fight. He does still have the Crescent Guard, so can buy all that time, all that space. Tarzan, he has a big advantage individually over Junja, but he has to make it matter in these fights. He's going to unleash straight onto Honku, but Honku's going to pop the Demonic Ascension. He went straight after the tanky target, and now AL, they're getting bottled up. A 3-man coming through from Kyle. Is it enough? They got Gala. They got Gala. They took him down. Honku's getting low, and JDG, they've faltered just a moment. Xiaoxiu taking on a 1v4, goes gold, and that pop is huge, but it does matter. AL take 2 and the end and take a huge fight.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how Gala goes down there. He fully dies with Killer Instinct available. He must have gotten snapped onto by some kind of CC, and that's going to be extremely costly. I was extremely curious why Tarzan is ulting on a Honku like that, but apparently it's a pretty good look, and suddenly JDG are no longer on the front foot after this blast gun in from Junja didn't pan out so well. Just let's watch Gala here after this first part transpires. How does Gala just die without ulting? It's really bad for this fight to transpire that way.
Yeah, we take a look back and just split-second decision by Tarzan to engage on a Honku.
Yep, they're burning the Lulu spells onto everybody else. He pops the cleanse, gets the wild growth, but the public execution, you can't cleanse that. You can't wild growth through that. He just gets one shot there in the backline thanks to that public execution. Flandre coming in insanely clutch to try and catch up to this really good performance from Xiaoxiu.
And that's all they needed. One big ticket express straight into the Gala home. And unfortunately, not enough tools in the tank to take him to that next level. And now about a 3,000 gold lead going to continue ballooning as AL take another Dragon.
Yeah, thankfully it's only the third Drake, so it's not going to be any, all she wrote just yet. But this is pretty difficult to proceed here from JDG's standpoint. They've got a lot of really powerful dive tools, and it seems like this Swain can't even really survive as long as we were hoping. He's able to die pretty fast. I feel like Nefiri is kind of carrying this game pretty hard. The amount of damage that Tarzan has been doing with the Serpent's Fang now as well, that's probably why they drafted it, because it's such a good Serpent's Fang champ into the likes of the Lulu and this armored advance Honku Swain.
I think AL have done a really good job of protecting the storm that has been JDG, this kind of big boy comp that they've had, these bodies they're willing to throw, but AL now have the tools to make surgical incisions, and it just feels like Gala is that target. If they can take down the big damage behind all of that tankiness, well, JDG doesn't have much left in them. This public execution going to be used against Honku there by Flandre.
Yeah, Honku evading to the left. Pretty nice. That's probably going to end most of this Baron push here. They can use this extra 50 seconds in the mid lane if they so choose, but I do feel like JDG can probably defend this pretty well. And even if AL does get this tower, it's not the end of the world. Xiaoxiu,
he doesn't have a counter-strike anymore, but they take the counter-engage here. Junja goes in. Nice little Pop Blossom onto him, and he no longer will have the Crescent Guard. Is it going to be enough? Flandre has arrived. Flandre is ripping through them as this Ambessa. Honku still going with the Demonic Ascension, but he's out of gas at least. Gala finally finds the back line, but he's all by himself now, and Tarzan with the dogs behind him will take him down. Honku was still kicking, but not much longer. Potentially
he's
healing
honkuing
through that one. He is fine, but he will lose the demonic ascension. Dark and Dagger does connect. Tarzan
No
gets
way.
blasted by the laser beams. Call him Palpatine as AL moved to mid lane.
What did Honku just do, man? I thought this fight was cooked. And then suddenly Honku just must have did like, I don't know, like 7,000 damage that fight. Must have tanked another 10,000 himself. That's finally what we want to see from the Swain. I thought he was just going to run out of mana and be useless, but that was really interesting. Everyone's diving onto Honku. Gala sees that as his opportunity to go all the way past everyone into the enemy backline. It was really aggressive from Xiaoshu to counter-strike into a Nefiri who has the W. And look, this Galio ult that comes in, hitting all these backline targets here from Vampire and Honku, making it really difficult for the rest of this fight to pan out. But just somehow, this Swain, he just sucks, man. He sucks everything on his screen, and it's somehow enough to get them there. Gala catching Shanks all the way off guard. Autoing the cannon
The
a few
reason
times
why he
for
wanted
good
it because he
measure.
had the 5th plasma stack there, and it could have popped a good old hope, but auto attacks the cannon. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, we definitely couldn't have seen that in real time.
That was
but
a point blank flash by Tarzan. He was trying to flash the Q damage. That's actually kind of insane. I don't know if that's possible.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was definitely trying something along those lines, but it just wasn't quite enough. I mean, it was fine, but then he was underestimating the fact that Honku can just pick him off over the wall. I think Honku securing that final kill on Tarzan there does kind of change the layout of the rest of this fight. He's a lot more rich now, Mazel. He's got 4 items, and yeah, I think this Swain is really hard to deal with. The only Grievous wounds we're seeing here is an Oblivion Orb and a Morello on Galio and Nico, who you can't really consistently apply that to Honku very well this game. So he could easily take over these fights if the rest of his team can deliver.
But a big question as we get about a minute away, is Hope at the precipice? He's on 5 items on a Sivir. We've heard the legends of carry Sivers needing 300 CS. Not in this day and age. You need those items. Is it enough now?
Yeah, well, the same question can be asked about Gala. Both 80 carries, sitting on 5 items here, both having no flash, but Gala having the cleanse. Gala can cook here. We can maybe finally get a Gala moment.
Jinja trying to go for the play onto Hope. He won't get him in the end. It's going to be a really nice spell shield there. On the Hunt has been popped, though.
Yeah, no on the Hunt, no flash for Junja. Decent trade for both teams. It's just a matter of Honku and Gala, if you ask me.
We're going to try to move in here. Gala is going to go for a fight on the Flandre. He does have the Guardian Angel now as well. Big chunk of damage. Xiaoshu finally finding his entrance. Pop Blossom to try to deny the rest of JDG, but it's used too early. The taunt's coming down. Do they have the pick? There goes Flandre on the backline, but Gala trades places with him and instantly gets crunched. That's going to be the turnaround play from AL, maybe. Honku's still kicking here. Flandre is going to get his GA pop, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't. He's still alive. They're still going. No GAs are down, and JDG is wiped.
Are they?
My God,
are they?
He's buying so much time, but he's going to die.
They are. And they can possibly end here. I don't know how quick the respawns are. It looks like they're going to have it. I thought that that fight was going to be a lot closer once I saw Hope go down, but Gala going down as well. Seems that the 4v4 does eventually favor AL after all.
No way.
I suppose
The
they end here.
redemption here, fools. The redemption. JDG took it whole-handedly in that first series, 2-1, but AL are the ones to persevere. AL are the ones to come out back on top, and AL are the first team to lock top 4 in LPL Winter Split.
And GG, that was an incredible series. I did not know which way that one was going to turn out. I really thought JD Gaming had something there. It looked to be such a close game. I just think that the Honku Swain, the classic, I thought it was going to be enough. It just wasn't enough, Mazel. It was a really good series and a really good game 3. I'm so glad we got to take part in that.
AL's back, baby. AL is back. A second year for the team. No more Tabe. They rise above and they find a win against their old coach, against this team that has been such an upstart in this winter split.
Yeah, I mean, Helper coming in from Helper coming in from Gen G to help supplement AL in replacement of Tabe going over to JDG. It seems to me that he's going to get the last laugh tonight over Tabe, who definitely put up a really interesting few drafts, a really interesting strategies and approaches that they were able to have. But alas, at the end of the day, AL is just AL. In my eyes, they have always been like the best team fighting team in the whole league, if not the world. And this kind of game, this kind of series, it came down to some incredibly clutch, ridiculously close fights, but AL just getting that slight sliver of an edge to come out on top.
And it's a Nefiri jungle comp with the Mbessa going top lane and the Kyle Nico that had some struggling moments. Like, it's so funny that this is the way that AL do it. And while they're a game back from majority of the other Group Ascend teams, it's crazy to also think after that disheartening first week that they are now on a 4-win streak in Group Ascend.
Yeah, it seems pretty poetic that after they did have a really awful start to this new season, they've completely found their stride and they have all the momentum in the world going into the rest of this now that they've been able to secure themselves the advancement, getting that first team to 5 wins. So big prospects for AL in the rest of this LPL season. I really think that this is the team to beat right now. I mean, I know we've got BLG, I know we've got Weibo, I know we've got a few other teams, but it seems like AL does come out on top. I mean, I know that the series did look close, but I think AL is above JDG. I think they belong there.
At this point, it's looking like that's the case, and I'm really just hats off to AL for that. Got to get a little bit introspective on JDG, though. That's 2 losses in a row, pretty disheartening ones as well when you look back to that game number 1. Got to think of what they were trying to pull away from this.
Yeah, I mean, JDG, the series that they're losing are just so close. Like, these could easily be for, like, a team that's having like 6 wins right now, but they're just getting caught and just barely not sealing the wins on some of these occasions where they've got really good leads across the board. They've got really good game states, but just some slight mistakes, some slight hiccups that are coming to cost them. I think last time it was Gala, but I think in this particular series, Gala played pretty well. One of my favorite performances out of the 5 of the JDG members tonight was probably going to end up being Gala. So I don't know who I would even call out for this defeat tonight, but I suppose that
for sure.
yeah, it's just back to the drawing board. I think Xiaoshu played out of his mind as well. So I think it was just a matter of those duos. I think it was the glue we were discussing with Tarzan and Kyle. I think they did have a slightly better kind of mid-game map sort of influence than Hongkyu and Junja were able to find.
Well, we'll be getting to the post-game stats hopefully here soon, but it's so crazy that this is literally just the first series of the night. We still have a whole nother one from Group Ascend coming up next too. Should be a little bit fun as we foreshadowed to that, but it remains true, by the way, Foles. 15-minute lead, 100% win rate. So there you go.
True. Yeah, we were thinking about that, how sometimes they even have the most marginal of 15-minute leads, but then the graph can somehow turn out like this. So I don't know, whatever it is, whatever formula or recipe AL's got cooking back there, you know, maybe Tabe made the beginnings of it and they've been shaping it ever since, but they've got some kind of formula for winning League of Legends games, and it needs to be studied in highlights like this. I mean, what a really incredible game this was. I mean, this was a really well-played fight from JDG, but it's just not enough. Hongkyu, in the end, remember, is able to just be so useful. But overall, I think Shanks actually had his number this game. I kept thinking about how in the laning phase, it looked like Hongkyu was landing these beautiful spells onto Shanks and just building this lead incrementally, you know, trade after trade and input after input. But overall, in the mid game, it just found that Shanks was able to kind of force Hongkyu off the map by just making him run out of mana and preventing him from basing and TPing all game. And yeah, I mean, these fights, they just didn't end up having the Swain who's able to carry them through and through. This public execution onto Gala sort of sealed the series in my eyes. Once this Gala, this Kaisa does maybe like 500 damage instead of 5,000 plus, the fight is just over. So yeah, really well played. Flandre did clutch it up. I think he didn't have the best of series tonight, but when it mattered most, he locked in and he performed.
Well, since we aren't probably going to get to see it, and we'll get to see it in the break, who do you give player of the game and who do you give player of the match to at this point for AL?
Player of the game, I think as much as Junja was playing incredibly well for JDG, I think Tarzan's Nefiri was popping off this game. There's a lot of times when like he was using that Hound's Pursuit, and you're thinking like, is this a good Nefiri alt angle? Isn't that guy just gonna die, or like isn't that guy just gonna live? Like, you know, isn't this like this not getting anywhere? I mean, this flash, this part, just look away about this. Don't worry about that. But the rest of the game, I think this Nefiri was just putting in work with that Serpent's Fang, and just with the way he was maneuvering in some of these fights. I'd have to give it to him, I would say, if I were to choose an AL member. But Flandre did do pretty well in the Zambesa with those ultimates. So it would probably be one of those two. I think the rest of the team just did moderately well at best, and that those two really shine this game.
I just think it's so funny that Flandre, like, we'll both agree that Xiaoxu was like the more influential as a whole in these fights, but it's the fact that Flandre just kept fighting away from Xiaoxu and going straight for the backline. That's why you picked this Mbessa. And it happens so many times. You see the coaching staff very, very excited, very happy about the performance from their players here in that game number 3.
Oh, yeah. As an AL fan, as an AL staff, you're really happy to walk away from this series with the win because JDG really brought them to the brink. As we were saying, this could have been JDG's win tonight, as a few other of their series could have been, but alas, that was not the case. AL was the better team on the night in my books, so I'm glad to see they got the win. And as you were saying, that's just the beginning of the show tonight. It's just going to be such cinema from start to finish.
It's going to be fun. Can IG keep the dream alive, or can BLG lock in that top 4? That is the question coming up with Dia and Rude Dude in the caster change, and we'll see you for that second series.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL English broadcast. My name is Dia, and I am joined by Rudude, who is on this side of me. I got that camera right this time. We just had an amazing series. For those of you who are just tuning in, JDG versus AL did not disappoint as Group Ascent continues to gear towards the end of the season with AL locking their spot in the top 4. However, now, Rudude, we have the chance to have that happen all over again, this time with BLG.
Yeah, second time out with BLG now. Obviously, the current trend for BLG doesn't indicate that they're going to be going into the top 4, but they are playing against probably their easiest opponent here in Invictus Gaming, so we'll keep our eyes out as the series progresses in what they can accomplish, because the ship is sinking. It's very much on fire, and I think that this series here is their chance to put it out.
If there's one thing you can trust Rudude with, it is brutal honesty. BLG have had a really rough go of it, as you illustrate, a 3-loss streak. And IG, also not a roster that people would be super high on right now. They have also had a really rough season. Despite some good news stories here and there, they have managed to find a couple of wins, but it is not looking like an easy season for IG either. I do wonder which of these teams will have it more together in yesterday's series. BLG did seem like they had something going for them, but lost a lot of control in the later games, Rudude. So it is about whether they can start strong, of course, but being able to finish strong has also escaped BLG.
Yeah, they've consistently had these very, very strong early games, but it is that ability to close out and make good on the threat of that early game. Putting it to bed in the mid to late game stages has been a struggle for them, and looking at what we've seen through these last 3 games, we have to wonder whether or not they can return to that former glory of just the start of this split almost, or if this is going to be another run back of their Demacia Cup outing where they didn't have a good showing whatsoever and flunked out really before we'd even expected them to.
For those of you who may have been keeping up on Twitter lately, let's just take a really quick recap as to who's actually going to be on the BLG roster today. If you watched yesterday's games, there is going to be no change, fortunately. Bin still on the team, hasn't walked out again yet, but Shun in the jungle, Knight, Viper, and on a roster that many fans of the LPL will be very familiar with, and even globally.
Yeah, this is a team that we expect big things from domestically. We expect big things from them internationally as well. And coming into the start of the split, Bin again had done very well, right? This was us talking about the return of that glorious BLG dream team that did really well internationally and that we thought would maybe try and make Bin look like a credible piece again of that top lane puzzle. Since then, of course, slight deterioration in his performance, but he has shown at the very least that he's still got something left in the tank, and I think that's the important part for us to all relish, is the fact that Bin is... we've seen the good things that have come back to him, and that's what we need first off.
Yeah, playing a lot of Scion this season as well. Lots of Scion duty for Bin in the top lane. However, on the opposite side of the rift, their opponents, IG, a roster in... not free fall, but certainly chaos. Sobero, Wei, Rookie, Photic, and Zhui. I started the season actually with pretty high hopes for IG, especially after the Demacia Cup run, but LPL and Demacia Cup have never seemed further apart.
Yeah, not today, and not this split. This IG roster unfortunately struggling to find its legs. Moving into this first split despite that success in the Demacia Cup. They're an organisation that I think have been really reliant on their jungler, and I think that's my problem. That for me, we look at this mid lane matchup as well. It's Rookie versus Knight. This is a massive mid lane matchup, but Rookie hasn't really been on form in the most recent weeks. To start out the season, found a couple of wins as a roster, but since then again they've been on a 2-series loss streak. They've not really been able to put those series wins together, and I don't think that this organisation or this team as it is in this current iteration is going to be able to contend for that top 4, and that's ultimately what they're looking at this game, right? That they need to win this series to keep themselves in contention for that top 4.
Let's talk a little bit about more what you just touched on as well, because many fans of League of Legends globally would just look at these two lineups and say it's very clear where the focus is. It's going to be in mid lane. So talking a little bit about Knight, v Rookie in this particular series is an interesting thing. They're both mid laners, should be comparable. Knight obviously has been a bright spot for the roster in many ways, but so has Rookie. I think that in this particular series, however, I think it's more beneficial to actually contrast, if we look at all the stats from Knight, contrasting him instead with Photic on IG. This, I think, is going to be a much stronger pivot point for the series. Yes, Rookie has been really impressive in many ways throughout his career as a mid laner, but in this particular split, the statistical lineup between Knight and Photic seems like it holds a lot more weight when they are a lot closer, and especially damage share on their team. I'll draw your eyes to the third statistic. 28% of their damage share on both squads. Their kill participation also much closer when in comparison, looking at Rookie's kill participation, it's around under 60% and under 70%, and it is going to be a Rookie who's pushing up towards the 70s, where we see somebody like Knight being as well.
Yeah, and I think as well, when we look at these stats, if we just keep them for a second, right, like these are an AD carry and a mid laner going blow for blow with one another here, and you know, some people might argue, oh well, you know, Knight might have picked out some of those tanky mid laners. I'm looking across at his champion pool at the minute. There are no Galio games, right, and that's the marquee one that we look towards. For Knight, he's been playing these damage oriented mid laners, so him being able to match an AD carry is very important. You can see that those numbers being the same, and then Knight being second in the rankings versus fifth for Photic. I do think goes to show that Photic, for me, just a little bit not quite pulling his weight in that sense. But overall, right, Knight being second share of all damage mid laners is doing very well for his team, and I think that looking at these two pieces is a good idea. When IG have been on form, it's Photic being able to pump out damage. I think that some of the problems that I have is that Photic hasn't necessarily been leading the team, and I'm going to be curious to find out how those two things pan along with one another.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. It really is difficult for an AD carry to have the same level of impact as a mid laner as well in terms of the game plan, which is where I'd give BLG a slight edge. To offset that, however, I do want to illustrate that in yesterday's series up against TES, it was BLG that struggled and ultimately lost, in large part because they were unable to get on top of and punish Xiaki correctly, especially when he was playing squishier, more hyper carries like the Sivir in their third game. And so, while I would agree, Photic may not be at the very top of the list when we are thinking about players' performances in this split, the fact that he, on IG, does seem to be the player who is contributing the most, especially in those damage stats, in those kill participation stats, I'm hoping transitions to him having a similar Xiaki-like performance and actually challenging BLG in a really notable way.
Yeah, and I think that by the end of today, we will hopefully have our solid answer to that, right? Where we've got potential super good carry from the bot side for IG. Mid lane, obviously, BLG going to be very heavy on leaning towards Knight. So those two pieces, hopefully being able to factor against one another, are going to be really good to keep our eyes on. And I think that it's good that we highlighted the Rookie head-to-head in that mid lane as well a little bit, just saying, okay, this guy is the person on the team who's got that veteran experience above all else. I know Way's been in the league for a long time, Photic as well has been. But Rookie's the one who's been playing up at that high level, and even when Rookie and Photic were on this V5 roster a good few years ago now, Rookie was the star point. He was the person who was making those plays, and when we saw IG winning series, he was the reason it felt like for me that IG were taking those games home. So I mean, me and you, dear, we're coming into this series a little bit at odds as to where we feel like this IG point of power lies, which is absolutely fine, because it feels like then we can display all of these good things that IG do have to offer in a hypothetical world. It's just about putting it into actuality and about them making it actually stick.
I'd have to agree that it does feel like a good thing that we are seeing two different potential win conditions for a roster that on paper should have very few coming into today. Yeah. BLG, definitely the favorites. And we'll keep track of, you know, whether it is Rookie or Photic that step up, if anybody is really able to, against a roster like BLG that, despite an 0-3 loss streak, do seem like they have a lot of good pieces and should be a difficult matchup.
And I think that even coming into this game, to sort of set expectations as well, I think we could very easily be in for a 3-game series. IG have been taking a lot of their series, or at least making a lot of their games quite challenging for their opponents, even if they're not able to push them the distance. BLG coming on a 3-game loss streak, and that can't be understated, that this is a team that are currently in turmoil. They are really looking to try and reassert themselves as one of these top teams in the LPL, one that we are expecting to see go to internationals and have massive performances there. So they need to win this series versus Invictus Gaming. Nothing other than a 2-0 is good enough for this team. Even if they win it 2-1, they secure themselves a spot in the top 4 and they get the bye for the playoffs. That's absolutely fine. But it's not going to assuage any of those fears that people have. We need to see BLG come out, play 2 clean games from what might wipe the floor with IG in 25 minutes and then be done.
Especially because that's what you started the season with. The last time these two teams met, that's exactly what happened. 2-0 in the favor of BLG, and anything else would feel like a step back. Even if we're thinking about this as IG taking a step forward, BLG want to be matching that pace, if not exceeding it, as they aim not just to win this specific matchup, but to make top 4 and ultimately to make international competition, as is the goal of every roster, but one that BLG may be a bit closer to than some. Now, a big pivot point for this game is also going to be what sides people end up on. BLG crushing it on blue side, and we'll be able to talk about that a little bit more later, but if BLG are grabbing blue side, if they are grabbing first pick as well, it does seem like they just have a lot of extra things going in their favor.
Yeah, and obviously we do need to sort of hope that BLG with this, I'm not sure who gets side select in game 1, we'll find out when we get in there. But for this first time round, wherever they end up, we know that their first pick capabilities are quite high, right? Where, looking back at the previous drafts, they're very easily able to get their hands on these high prio picks, right? Things like Varus getting picked up. We see a lot of actually Yunara bans dedicated towards Viper, and that is opening up other avenues in that draft because there's not many people first round banning Yunara.
It actually, because you mentioned that, it's led to a situation where Shun has actually played a lot more Malphite than most junglers on this patch because his AD carry is having Yunara banned away from him so much. Malphite, as we both know, a very potent pick, especially in this meta, and the last time that these two teams played each other, it was banned both times by BLG. I wouldn't mind seeing it picked up by them in this series, however.
No, exactly, and I think that's going to be a very important pick to be taking our eyes on. Obviously, we did get a fresh patch out in the middle of this week as well, so is it 26.2 that we got to see released a little bit earlier on, so a couple of nerfs coming to the Jace jungle, to the Malphite jungle, which has led to them being a little bit more accessible in the LPL, maybe a couple of extra picks being sort of put into the fold as well. So we'll keep our eyes out for if those get picked. I mean, I know that for the start of the split, we were seeing absolute, whichever side wasn't first pick, Jace bans every single time, largely Nico going the same way as well. And I think Nico getting untouched in the next, or in this round of patches, was a pretty illegal move, but we'll keep our eyes out for how well she can stay in the system.
Yeah, Nico also incredibly powerful, something that IG got to pilot the last time these teams played each other, and unfortunately did not result in a win for them, but let that not count against the incredible power of Nico on this patch, especially, as you mentioned, Rudude, relative to other things. Pretty serious faces from BLG and IG as they hit the stage, though. I don't think either of these teams are under any illusions about what this series means. For BLG, obviously, it's the chance to stop a roster that currently 0-3, doesn't want to go 0-4, but more importantly to lock themselves into the top 4 as well. And for IG, this is, if not their last shot, because standings are difficult, it is one of their last shots at avoiding a bottom 2 placement.
Yeah, and obviously I think that what the large thing for IG to look at is that this is probably their best chance they're going to get to beat BLG in this split at least. Without any big changes coming through in the way that the form is currently looking. BLG definitely on a downward trajectory. IG hoping at the very least that they can turn things around and start to take this win back, and then, like you said, push forward.
Yeah, it is, largely a momentum game as well. It is important to note that as we've already harped on with BLG, an 0-3 roll, but 0-2 for IG does leave both these teams kind of in the hole mentally. I do wonder. Yeah, exactly. Somebody's got to do it. A streak will be broken, but I do wonder who it'll actually be, and a lot of that'll come down to VOD review as well, where I think IG have a small advantage given the fact that BLG played yesterday, and they got to see how TES fared against them, see how TES ultimately won those games. Having that tape is going to be really critical for a squad coming into today wanting to do exactly the same thing that Top did.
And there you go, right? That's the idea that they're going to try and put onto people. That IG, I think for me coming in, maybe I actually see them a little higher than Top. I think as the season's gone on, I've actually gotten a little bit higher on the Top train. And I've significantly fallen off any of the IG strengths that I sort of thought that they might have coming into it. They need to put some faith back into their fans. They gave a nice little showcase during Demacia Cup, but they've got a best-of series to try and win now, and they've got a season to turn around.
Well, let this be the game to do it, Rudude. Let this be the game to restore our faith as we are into the pick and ban pretty darn quickly. Varus and, of course, the Yunara taken away, although I'm surprised to see BLG banning Yunara.
Yeah, so Photic getting a little bit targeted here in the draft. Corky, one of these big AD carries that we do still see up and available, but Orianna taken off the board is very nice. Nico still a pick that is open here, so we'll see if either of these teams look to pick that up. For me, this is a first pick champion that you can take really without any concerns, but it is going to be Jun locking in the Xin Zhao. We can see him very happy there on the player cams to get this pick in his back pocket. I don't know that this is a higher priority pick than the Nico though, and I would be very surprised to see Jue leave this going through.
No reason not to lock in something so powerful. Though you have to imagine that BLG saw this coming and have an answer to it. I do think that the Xin Zhao is especially powerful right now, and so it's understandable that you'd want to give that tool over to Shun, but still doesn't feel good to give Shui, especially when it's his job to make sure that Photic is alive, a really potent tool to do so. Photic going to be all the much safer. Perhaps an equalizer changing that a bit.
Oh yeah, and I mean we come from the CB LOL here, so Rumble is like B1 every game, or the first pick every single game. So we're used to seeing this pick get taken much earlier on in these drafts. Maybe an Ambessa comes through here for Sobro, and maybe something that can answer this Rumble a little bit. That's the typical response that we see. But I'm very surprised that BLG really prioritized this Rise early on. Was expecting, like you mentioned, that if they'd got this Nico that they knew they'd be letting through, they would be looking for a support counter pick. We frequently see things like Ezreal Karma start to come through and something that can bully the Nico in the laning phase. But this now gives IG an opportunity to ban that out, so you can maybe look for an enchanter to get taken off of the board here, and something that On wouldn't have access to had he, or that doesn't have access to, given he didn't take it in the first three.
Yeah, and I mean, pretty powerful top sides locked in as well, with the Ambessa and the Pantheon likely taking their respective places up there. The Rumble and Xin Zhao as well. I really like Rise when paired with the Xin Zhao. Taking away the Ashe, also notably by IG, is going to deny a very potent combination. Viper's been deadly on the Ashe, and the fact that Seraphine is still up as well, you have to take that combo off the board.
Yeah, excellent. And they've already played it once, right? This Ashe Seraphine duo, so it makes sense that they've done their homework here, and they've made sure that they get rid of that pick. Love the Syndra ban here by BLG, getting lucky off of that pick. It's a pick that he's played quite a lot already, and it also does very well into Rise. We're looking at things mid counters like the Cassiopeia. Maybe we get to see the rookie Anivia come through, a pick that we've seen largely, I'd say, controversial. I don't think it's had too much success in the LPL, but definitely something that, as you see, gets taken off the board, and now just leaves Cassiopeia as an answer for rookie if he wants to take that pick into the Rise.
Things like Misfortune, Corky still available. The Cassiopeia that you talked about, though, definitely a consideration.
And in that bot lane, we've not taken any of our marksmen just yet. Looking at the identities for Invictus Gaming, I think this Galio fits with what they've got already drafted a little bit more than that Cassio did. They've got 5 divers already locked, or 4 divers locked on in. This Kai'Sa priority now in this final game, or in this first game. definitely increasing, and I would be very surprised if we don't see Photic go towards that dive style marksman and really look to have a good time at things. I like that they saved their AD carry though, because if you lock in something like a Caitlyn Nami here, going Kai'Sa is just suicide. So you kind of need to see what's on the board, and this can really start to thwart some of the ideas of IG. Instead, they're going for a little bit more team fight cohesion here. Siva Lulu to round out their bot lane, and this is a Kai'Sa angle if I ever saw one. It's definitely possible to take this pick, to dive into the back line, and yes, you're going to have to fear polymorph, but you've got 5 people all diving with you. You can't polymorph all of them.
This seems like a game that is set up for Photic to go off on Kai'Sa. With the especially Galio and Nico combination, the idea is that nobody really should be able to fire back at Photic because they're so busy dealing with everyone else. And on the other side, BLG definitely taking notes after yesterday's series against Top Esports. Viper locking in the very same pick that Jackie defeated them with, and hopefully turning that around, especially with the backup of a Lulu. This is a powerful composition by BLG as well.
I mean, you said that or BLG rather, struggled with getting access, right? Well, this time around, they're the ones that have got to deal with trying to be accessed in this game. IG with this very dive-oriented composition, and BLG with effectively a Lulu and a Crescent Guard to try to peel them. Isn't the largest set of tools that we've seen in the world, but BLG going to have to try to play to them, as they have effectively got, triple carry lanes. They've got the Xin Zhao here to try and bridge them into that late game. And I think if they can get there, they should be okay. I think this IG composition does need to get the ball rolling a little bit earlier on. If you fall behind as this type of composition, you are just going to end up trying to engage, immediately dying, and then the game gets harder and harder.
I'm thinking about lane push as well for both of these teams, especially around early objectives and top side. Rumble actually may have a decent time accessing the Void Grubs. I like Ryze in the mid lane a lot, especially when compared with the Galio, but once level 6s happen for the side of IG, so much gets unlocked, especially with the Grand Starfall and Heroic Entrance combination. If you want, you can get anywhere on the map extremely quickly, and so up until level 6, IG may have a little bit more of a difficult time, but post then, it is their plays to make.
Good set of gyros from the fans. Typically get these quite a lot in Ascend. Taking a quick look at our rune choices here. No surprises particularly. Cashback for both marksmen. Importantly, cashback in the jungle as well for Wei here. He's going to look to try and be quite a proactive jungler on the Pantheon, you'd like to think, as moving through this early game, all eyes going to be on those two. Again, for me, the point of the map where IG have looked the best is Wei, where he's been able to find leads, find proactivity on the map. IG typically tend to succeed there, but not too much of it has come thus far in Split 1, as we can see already. Knight giving Rookie a tough time in this mid lane.
The Ryze Galio matchup, especially early on, is going to lean towards Knight having a little bit more autonomy on the map, especially when it comes to the combination with his jungler. Viper and On also feeling pretty good about themselves in the bot lane. Viper and On, a pretty potent combination as well. It's not often that I'm praising On when he is put with enchanters, but really avoiding saying on enchanters when he's put with enchanters, but in this particular series, it does just seem like a really good combination with the Sivir if you want to make a endgame Sivir a terrifying possibility. Rookie surely lives.
Okay. Didn't quite have the mana, he missed the Q, and I don't think he's ever really going to be able to find damage there, but he's looking to get Prio as Wei is being challenged in his bot side jungle. That early 2v2 and the double combat summoners going the way of BLG is going to give them a good amount of push. The Civ are obviously going to be able to control that laning phase very well through the early stages of this game, and Wei isn't finished here. He wants to try to contest with this, but first move early on is from the Lulu. It's going to make their life difficult as IG to try and contest this.
You just can't step up to this. Wei's going to go for it and flashes for the smite, stealing that big. Losing 2 summoners, also big.
Yeah, and we'll see maybe if BLG look to punish that a little bit later. I mean, if I'm on there, I'm a little bit disappointed that my move didn't really work out. Could have been looking to pressure that bot side a little bit more, but equally, might have liked to see On just walk forward and try and take the fight to Wei a little bit, make that that pressure really be felt in that bot side jungle. But Flash Burn and Wei able to get himself a recall, finds a longsword, and that's about all he's going to get for the time being. Nevermind picks up a Ruby Crystal and is actually not too hard done by as he does get his full clear completed. But again, I do think that the emphasis is on IG in this early game to make something happen. The later this game goes, I think the more difficult that it is going to be for them, as I expect to see them struggle their way through any engages as this game gets later. And if they aren't ahead even, will be a problem.
It is telling, and I'd even go so far as to say impressive as well, that Wei is willing to invest both summoners early on. When you've illustrated him as being a player that typically is gathering leads for the team, he's also willing to sacrifice a lot on Pantheon pre-6 to make certain that he does not fall behind.
And I think that cashback rune is really indicative for me of him looking to be a focal point of this composition, a true carry of this composition, because you wouldn't look for all of that extra gold if you weren't looking to be the, sort of this massive carry if you're planning on sacrificing camps as we move later and later on into this game. And
so, bro, sometimes you just get cooked, and I don't think he even saw that damage coming.
No, and you know what? To go back a little bit, dear, to one of our Demacia Cups, sometimes you just got to flash on him, and in that case, Bin just did.
Real ones know. Real ones know that sometimes you just gotta flash. And with Wei actually making a small invade work here, this is a really good news story for IG if they're able to get out of this. Unfortunately, 4 members of BLG and an equalizer have all shown up. Wei, no way out of this, is going to be cooked alive. Bin collecting that kill as well, going up 2-0 on the Rumble.
But remember, he did get his red buff with his flash, so worth. And that's what Wei will be saying to himself right now, is that I didn't have flash for this invade, but I did get my red buff 2 minutes ago, and that's what was important. The mental damage will not have been inflicted. Bin, though, he gets to go back to base, and he gets the mammoth buy-in damage of plated steel caps to make sure that he never dies versus Sobero. And I think the plated steel caps this game obviously going to have an insane amount of power through the laning phase. Because he's playing up against Ambessa with any ganks coming through from a Pantheon. That's a lot of physical damage. The damage from a Galio later on in the game, not something that we are expecting to be a problem, as June now down on the spot side.
This is a problem. Viper and On already all over this, and Shun with the knock-up will secure a kill onto Photic. The guy who needs to go off for IG has just been taken out at 5 minutes.
Yeah, and again, right, dying with barrier up, you can argue whether or not he knows that he's going to die as soon as that... as soon as he's been connected on by the Xin Zhao, or is he just not using that summoner spell for a different reason? And we'll keep our eyes on whether or not that gets any value later on, but might have been able to walk his way out to safety. Viper still having flash, though, probably means that he'll just get flashed on anyway underneath that turret, so Photic able to save one of his summoner spells, ends up falling anyway, and he's now in a very sad situation in this bot lane. This is not a set of items you want to go back to combat a Sivir with. In the laning phase, a recurve bow, an extra dagger, and a cull. This is homeless Kai'Sa territory. I'm going to be honest.
It's not fun. However, good news story in a way for IG. They're not too far behind by the 7-minute mark, although it isn't ideal. But hitting 6s just around now does change the way this composition works. Wei has just ticked over to level 6, unlocking Grand Starfall, and his ganks with this ult could change this entire game.
Yeah, I mean, Bin flashed top lane to try and find that solo kill, successfully even find that solo kill, but that's a top laner who's immobile, who has no flash, and very real possibility that you can get a gank going on that top side. You can see Rookie pathing up towards this top lane as well. I think there's Ward here doing a lot of work. We'll see, are they going to look for Knight in the mid lane? The guy with Ghost, Flash, and ulti. And Ghost even, so, you know, this is a difficult place to try and make something stick. Looks like it's going to be a recall or a walk down toward bot side.
He's just finished clearing his top side, which is a little bit awkward as Void Grubs are about to spawn. Dragon's been up for a while, neither team really prioritizing that in any meaningful way. We didn't see On or Zhui go for back timings to secure additional wards. Instead, everybody's got a control ward on it, and realistically, we'll be splitting these objectives in a few minutes as Void Grubs now spawn, and that becomes a possibility.
With a 2-0 Rumble, you'd like to think that BLG will be able to take anything on the top side that they so desire, with Viper having that early kill as well down in the bot lane. You'd think that, honestly, with the way these side lanes are going, BLG are in a very good spot, but we'll keep our eyes out as Bin is actually looking to defend his pink. I like this a lot. Defend your vision when you are this far ahead, but it could be that defensive award that baits him into his ultimate demise with no flash.
You talked about the immobile Bin not having a whole lot of ways out. Does have an equalizer to change things a bit, but that damage, nothing compared to what Sobero and Wei are laying down on top of him. It is a kill for Wei, and off the first ultimate, that is a good news sign for IG.
Yeah, equalizer could have probably done a little bit more there, I'm going to be honest. Just kind of cuts off one of their small one of their small avenues in, but you know, first blood for IG this time round being picked up, and Wei going to be able to secure himself some grubs off the back of that. I don't know if he's going to get all three of them. Looks like Jun's quite happy to give it up, even though this is on vision. And it's probably exactly what Sobero needed here, as he's going to go back to base, maybe even able to finish up his Eclipse here. No early pit stop into the Hex Drinker for the Ambessa. No boots either means that she can go very quickly into that first item and maybe start to turn this laning phase right back around.
Despite the lead that Bin had in topside, though, losing the Void Grubs is a bit tough for BLG. The Dragon, not a bad thing to get in trade, but you would have certainly liked to leverage your Rumble, and that is going to be a point of focus for BLG in this game. Can they take the early lead that Bin managed to gather and turn it into something, or will it just be Wei perma-ganking this lane?
And I'd honestly, I'd like to see the latter, to be honest. I mean, like, this guy has immobility, let's say, right? Yes, he's now got his flashback up and available, but I do think that's a much easier avenue to find success in versus Phase Rush, Ghost Rise, and Cleanse ulti, Sivir, Lulu in the back pocket, right? Like, just this Rumble is ultimately the more sitting duck of the two, so, or of the three lanes to try to approach. But as we're looking a little bit further forward, obviously, with those neutral objectives being split, as you've highlighted, good for Invictus Gaming to get a little bit of something in their back pocket. They're going to need to start putting some good use to those grubs, though, and with that, it means that they need to start trying to find more ganks. And Wei's ulti about 3/4 of the way up off cooldown. We can expect in another 30 seconds that he'll be starfalling into another lane. But there's not really been a lot of volatility through this early game. It's not really been laners scrapping, going blow for blow here. This Wei
Just forced the flash out of On. Not a bad thing, but not an incredible.
Guess where Wei's
ganking
ganking next, you know?
Yeah.
That's what they needed. And now another invade coming in for Jun. I'm not sure how I feel about
I've seen
this.
this trade before. Remember last time anybody tried to invade the Raptors, it went very poorly for them. So right now, Jun up 1-0 on Raptor invades.
Yeah, didn't die. Wei did obviously find the smite, but I want to highlight this, that Wei so far 3 for 3 in terms of those smite fights, with a 2-round Raptors, 1 around the red buff, and Photic squats out Jun being here. I don't know if he's going to be able to do anything about it. He's just kind of standing quite aggressively, but he's waiting and praying that his bot lane can get here in time. And it looks like Wei will be able to get in. Obviously, Grand Starfall from Wei was available if they looked to go for that dive, but Viper and On here doing a lot of damage underneath this turret. You can see Viper posturing very aggressively with this completed Essence Reaver. Kai'Sa still in depression territory, not having finished a Kraken yet, and hopefully at some stage that'll come through, but this bot lane is very much rule the roost for Viper. 1,300 gold, now the lead, and that snowball from just that early one gank is really starting to be felt.
It is really good for BLG fans, though, to see Viper playing this confidently. Yesterday on the Kalista went off, and this time forcing a barrier out of Photic under the tower. This is an IG bot lane that is suffering right now, and likely going to turn into a pretty quick tower for BLG. A great injection of gold, and look towards the top side. Wei wants to punish that.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to take the full turret unless they overcommit and slightly ruin their tempo. Probably just going to be able to take an extra plate recall. And honestly, if I'm BLG here, I want to lock this Kai'Sa in the laning phase. She's struggling really heavily. I break that lane open and then I start struggling a little bit in terms of punishing her. Jun here, though, does secure his Raptors. He's going to come at the cost of his red buff. I think that's overall a pretty decent trade. Like I say, Photic feeling very, very hard done by right now. And those leads in the laning phases are starting to creep in as well. Not just the advantage for the Sivir, but the one for the Rise also.
Bin's popping up to the top side. Soboro
Great
low and without a back. Bin has just completed his Liandry's, and Soboro is burning down. Equalizer slows him a little bit more, and Bin once again flashes on him to secure the kill. But this time, Shui and Wei are both here. We've got Rookie up in the top side as well, ready to answer back for his top laner. Wei collects another kill on Bin, and it's 1 for 1.
And Jun just went, sorry, buddy, you are dead. And there's nothing really that I can do about it. Watches him die, and they do find a quick kill, 1 for 1. A lot expended, though, by IG. A really good present guard from Jun to stop the Nico ulti. Really good response on the bot side of the map for Knight, as that gold lead in the mid lane was 500 just a minute ago, now up to 1200. And overall, the net gain for these two teams is just so massively favorable for BLG.
Yeah, despite the fact that just by the numbers, it is 1 for 1 on the top side, you pull so many people from IG up towards there that you also get most of the turret in mid, you secure the turret in bot lane, and your entire team is now positioned with priority around the bottom side of the map with a dragon available. BLG may lose their top side tower, but these last couple of minutes have been very, very good for them.
Yeah, and BLG are going to take this tier 1 turret in the mid lane as well. Brute forced it down, and Photic is really struggling on this Kai'Sa. Definitely not after that early gank being able to make too much happen down on this bot side. And you know, the Nico Kai'Sa has got a real lethal 2 versus 2 if you can get on top of one target, CC them, isolate them and take them down. But it's just not been the case. Jun with that early gank has just completely put any chances of that in the dirt. And it's good to see that Viper and On have been able to snowball that here. 2,500, 3,000 gold lead overall for BLG. IG, I feel like this last-ditch Hail Mary to try and get this Rift Herald, but they're being niced a little bit by BLG here. As you can see, Jun 2 levels up, not really looking to contest it.
It's a strange thing to say in this state of the game, as Rift Herald is going to go down. Viper actually denying the pickup of the Rift Herald. IG need to find a way to get into the pit, because BLG right now may have let the objective go down, but they are not letting IG actually collect it.
Well, that just means that IG spent a lot of time hitting a big turtle and didn't get to do anything with it. So that's unlucky for them. But now BLG, they want more than just the stopping of the Rift Herald pickup. They want to try and take this tier 1 turret, and they're 5 people up here.
This could be really bad. Soboro and Rookie both stepping up, though incredibly difficult to dive, and BLG will respect that. They back away, knowing that they got a wave crash. They denied the Rift Herald.
There's been no.
I mean, Knight certainly knows. Brand Starfall, though, is going to still be a numbers advantage for IG. Not much that Bin can do. And he will go down. IG reversing their fortune.
Hey man, that's a really good play by Jue. Really well timed as well, sort of stops a lot of the momentum that BLG were picking up. They're able to take down Bin again on this top side, and you know, the Rumble with the majority of the kills in this game for BLG just gets slowed down that little bit further. Currently the only person on his team to have died, and I said this at the start of the game, you know, if I want to see you focus anywhere on the map, let's just stay taking out this top lane, and there's nothing that a Rumble can do if he gets overcommitted on by enemy players. There's just too many people being there. He's just going to fall.
And that focus right now, not really working in the favor of BLG. There are situations where a top laner who is drawing a lot of attention like that can work for the team, but with all of BLG crowded around the map up top side the way that they were, doesn't work out as well for them in this case. We'll see how that changes in the next couple of minutes, as the problem that has really yet to become one in the team fights is Viper. He's been incredibly dominant in the lane phase, but at some point, this Sivir is going to become a team fight monster, and it's going to feel like she was there all along.
Yeah, and I am a little bit worried for Invictus Gaming here. It's all good flash from Knight, burns the Ghost as well, which you didn't think he was going to get his flash out of there in time, but double summoners by Soboro, and he doesn't even have to commit to the Rise there, so that actually feels pretty darn good as the Ambessa to get 1 for simply your ulti. But as we look into those mid to late game team fights, you know, Sivir, what's the threat on her? Well, there's quite a significant amount of threat in fairness, but she's far enough ahead of the curve that maybe she can just sort of face tank and out DPS through with Lulu ulti. with the shields coming on through as well. Hasn't been challenged, has now got tier 2 boots finished and 2 full items in her back pocket. So working her way towards that Infinity Edge, you'd like to think on third item is going to be that break point where we look at the timers as well, dear. 90 seconds on that Hextech Dragon. It's a good roll for BLG with that Hextech Soul, and it does mean that they're going to be in a very good position with those 2 early dragons to find that early win condition and start to roll over Invictus Gaming even more in those 5v5s.
And just like you're talking about with access to Viper on Sivir, this is where having a top laner who's pulling an incredible amount of aggro can be huge for BLG. We have to watch whether IG is burning their engage tools on Viper or on Bin. And right now, it's BLG burning the engage tools, even with Shui finding a Pop Blossom onto 2 people. BLG face tank it all, walk through the jungle, and are looking for even more. Shun actually finds Sobero. Equalizer goes down on him, forcing a flash out of the Ambessa.
Yeah, importantly, neither of those 2 targets that got hit by the Pop Blossom were Viper. He's constantly free hitting, he's upping DPS the entire time, and doesn't really need to feel too scared. The only thing that he's taken damage from so far has been turrets. I think that is going to be the reason that they have to back away a little bit there. I think he took 3 turret shots with 1 off the back end of that as well. But it's a really good look so far for BLG. We asked for this coming into the day, coming into this matchup, that they needed to be able to consistently and firmly stomp on the faces of Invictus Gaming. Game number 1, they've started out doing that, and that has honestly been the story for BLG, that they've been this team who are dominant in the early game, but that haven't been able to finish or round out their series. Game number 1 looks good, but we can't fall into the trap of being hopeful for them yet.
Yeah, this is, we'll take the wins where we can get them, and BLG do need to close out this game. If for whatever reason they are unable to, that would cause even bigger problems, even bigger doubts for me. As it is right now, I'm expecting BLG, and I think that they are positioned this way as well, mentally, to be having a very good game over the next couple of minutes, especially with the Dragon up, with the Baron just spawning, and with them in such a powerful position, like you talked about, Viper, around the third item.
Yeah, and with that Infinity Edge or the third item, we might end up going for a Last Whisper one. We see a lot of Sivers do that, which I'm not a fan of, but they'll do anyway. They're so far ahead, it doesn't really matter. But when he gets there, going to start to shred, even more so than he already was through that last little scuffle. Like I said, I think that Dragon was a really big indicator of how this game is going to go. Invictus Gaming, with this large dive composition, haven't been able to find access to those crucial pieces of the backline, and unfortunately we've gone through enough of the game now that the pick on bin strategy has sort of fallen to pieces, because they found 3 kills, they're still down 3,000 gold, and it is going to make their life very difficult when it comes to getting access to those priority targets. And bin isn't behind necessarily either. We take a look at the gold disparity between the two. Pretty sure they were relatively even in their gold differences in that top lane, so it's not worked 100% for them.
No, it's drawing the focus up towards the top side. I think would have been really nice if we were talking about a Wei that was super ahead, or a Sobero that was super ahead, and just a monster on Ambessa or Pantheon. But while we've talked about both of these people, players, champions, as being incredibly potent tools, that is still all they are. They are not the blunt force instruments with which you can abuse the enemy team.
No, exactly, and that's a really good analogy to use for it, because that's just not how it works, unfortunately. So we'll keep our eyes out for whatever it is that IG can look to muster up. I'm not convinced that this game goes particularly favourable for them, but equally we've been in this position before with BLG, so it's again about making sure we temper our expectations and hope that everything's going to go well for them, as we're not really sure what the pause was for. We got to see a little bit of a glimpse at bin when the pause happened, so maybe something in that facet, but yeah, we're vibing, and we'll see how it is that we get back in.
Yeah, really curious as to what was going on, of course, but then what the possibilities are for IG, as they also are going to have time during this break to consider what it is that they can muster out of this, because as we talked about in the pregame, as you illustrated, their composition is amazing at going forward. That's really what it's going to do best, but from behind, that can feel really awkward, and ultimately picks and vision are going to be so important for IG, especially as now that the Baron is up, we have major objectives on the table, and if you can set up vision properly around one of those at the very least, you have the opportunity to spring a really nice trap and reverse your fortune in this game, as I use that phrase once again. Especially around Photic, this is going to be important because we've brought him up, especially with a Galio pick in the mid lane. Photic is the guy. Photic has to be carrying this game for IG. He got super shut down in the early game, but that does not relieve him of any responsibility in the late game.
No, exactly. You have to be able to bounce back, and that's just a part of being a marksman. You're sometimes going to fall behind early on, and hopefully that means you can come back. As I'm guessing this was what the pause was about. Way's unable to pick up the red buff, so a valid pause, honestly. Okay.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Not an engineer. Don't know how you fix that. I'll be honest.
We could be.
I think you just send it.
No, I mean that's a valid game bug. That's nobody's done anything wrong. That's not a League Ops kind of situation. That's oh yeah, the game didn't work. What do we do?
Fortunately for us, game bug pauses are always super short. So
yeah, always. They never take a long time. Chrono breaks are 2 seconds long really when we think about it.
Yeah, and I don't actually know when in the game this would have been because I wasn't tracking when Wei was picking up the red buff of all things, but could also be an interesting moment for IG to consider their approach to the last couple of minutes as well. What could have been done a little bit differently, but I don't know.
Hindsight being 2020 and all that.
Yeah, like ultimately, this bug probably not changing the state of the game too much, which is where I'm landing on it. Where if Wei can't pick up a red buff, are IG really losing this game that much more? Yeah.
No, it's not. But equally, there's we have to give the opportunity that let's say somebody from BLG lives on 2 HP and Wei didn't have the red buff applied. Then all of a sudden, that's a problem, and that red buff would have killed. All manner of different things. We have to give them the opportunity, and I know that you're not saying that we didn't, but you are quite right. In all actuality, is this red buff going to change the game? Probably not. Does this red buff make it so that Wei can go back in time 20 minutes and start using his ult proactively in the bot lane to try and get his Photic back into it? Probably not. In fact, actually no. Red buff doesn't have a 20-minute rewind on it, so we're not expecting this to go astronomically in their favor, but we've got to make sure that the game's done, the game's competitively played.
Looking at the way that we've seen Grand Starfall used so far, up towards the top side twice, you brought up the idea that Wei could have spent a little bit more time bot side recovering for Photic. Talk to me a little bit more about that, because this is a difficult thing for a jungler to do, as you well know. Do you gank a lane that is gankable and behind, or do you gank your lane that's struggling?
Yeah, I am always of the opinion you should look at your winning lanes, okay? If my bot lane is losing, hey, unlucky, you're not coming back into this. But equally, you have to look at what your win condition is, and especially in competitive as well, you have to look at what your win con is. Is my win condition the mid laner Galio? No. Is my win condition a top lane Ambessa? Well, maybe, honestly, not out of the realms of possibility. Is it more likely that my win condition is a Kai'Sa reaching 6 items and being able to one-shot their Lulu and Sivir? Yes, absolutely. So when your Sivir gets behind, you then have to, or when the Sivir gets ahead, when your Kai'Sa gets behind, you then have to think, okay, this game is going to be difficult. That one gank has done so much already. And maybe you go back in time and you stop that gank from having happened in the first place. So I think Jun did such a good job early on at getting that little gank, and it's done so much for the efficacy of this lane and how easy it is for BLG, that as Wei, you going there to turn the tide to this fight, it's going to take 3, possibly 2-3 ganks before you see anything real come out of it, right? You're a Pantheon diving onto a Lulu and a Sivir with a Kai'Sa and Nico. The setup is good from Nico, and a Kai'Sa can get in there, but it's not the easiest thing in the world. So you're going to go down there the first time, you're going to burn a load of summoners. You're going to go down there again, you might find a kill because one of them's going to be able to get away with a wild growth and a disengage like that. And then by the time your ulti's back up again, they've got flashes up again. So it does make their life really tricky, and you're doing all of this effort. You're going to lose your topside camps, you're going to lose Rift Heralds, you're going to lose Grubs, you're going to lose so much on the other side of it. And that's to say, actually, what if Jun just counter ganks, and then we lose the 3v3 and the game's over even quicker? So it's a really hard spot for him to be in.
Yeah. You can. I think jungle mains everywhere already know this, but especially describing the way that this could have gone, pun not intended, but appreciated. That this has been an incredibly difficult game, of course, for IG, and there are a lot of ways that it could have gone significantly worse. I think that one of the other things that I am thinking about for IG is also Rookie on the Galio. We haven't seen a lot of Grand Starfall into Heroic Entrance combinations. Not that they were particularly anticipated, because that's pretty wild as a cross map. However, once Galio hits first item to 1.5 items, Rise is really not a huge concern anymore. We've seen a lot of wave clear come out of Rookie very quickly. He is able to deal with these, and yet, as a Galio, very little map influence by Rookie. And as much as you lean on your jungler for that, I think I'm looking at Rookie in this particular game and going, you could also be going bot lane. You could also be applying pressure, even if it is just by being able to clear the wave and walk towards bot side, clear a little bit of vision. Rookie can be significantly scarier than he is being in this game. And I don't know if that's the Knight matchup or a confidence issue from Rookie.
What D is saying very diplomatically here is Rookie needs to improve, do better, because because it's just not quite enough on this Galio. Again, drop a wave. You're not the win condition. We don't need you to be farming off the face of this earth, 11, 12 CS per minute, winning the game through farm. We need you to go bot lane, get Photic back ahead, and that's ultimately something that has been missing.
You're gonna see later today, Rooted, if we get some games in. As Ivern, I'm gonna be missing full camps to gank your lane.
Exactly. That's what I like to see.
I have been on a huge Ivern kick lately. You've inspired me.
How have you been playing? I did say so. Me and Dia played some games probably in the preseason when the new season came out. We were like, okay, let's do some warm ups. Let's see what happens. And I was like, Dia, I think of 2 champions when I think of you. One of them is Ivern. I think of you as an Ivern player, and this is, bear in mind, Dia's a massive support player. I was like, no, I think of you as an Ivern player, and I think of you as an old school Aurelion Sol player, like the pre-rework Aurelion Sol, and that was the greatest compliment I could give.
I really felt it, and to be fair, I have since really tried out Ivern and given him a fair go. Love playing the champion. I've been playing a lot of Phil recently, because double LP feels fantastic when you're ahead, when you're winning. But yeah, Ivern has been fantastic. I was on Malignant's Ryalize for a little while, but I have fully reconnected with my roots and gone back support.
Oh, okay. Are you playing Ivern support now, or are you?
No, I like Ivern, but with supportive items. Building the redemption and all that.
That's good.
It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing.
Honestly, full AP Ivern is just hilarious. I'm gonna be honest. It's one of the best situations that you can have where you just send Daisy in and then 1v1 the AD carry. Thinking, well, that wasn't supposed to happen, but I'm glad it did.
It's awesome. It's a recommendation for everyone at home. Maybe not a recommendation for everyone in the LPL. Ivern would not be having a great time right now, especially with how important jungle has been for being able to initiate lately. Vi has also been really impressive so far this split, and I'd like to see Vi picked up by IG, actually. I know that they tried it last time, but a Vi-Ahri combination could go hard. The last time that IG played BLG, they went with Vi Yone in their first game, and I was happy to see that not happen in this game. But, there's a world.
There is. They might be looking for a slightly better way to win their games than picking Yone alongside Vi and then having the enemy pick up plated steel caps and the game being over already. For those unaware, we are currently in a pause. This could very well be quite a long pause, quite a juicy one. We saw that the red buff wasn't being picked up by Wei after it had been taken by somebody on his team. So we saw the Pantheon walk over the red buff little circle, Didn't go into his inventory, didn't get the little circle around him, and very high chances that we are remaking the game. Obviously, I do not speak Chinese. I cannot confirm to you what is going on, but 90% sure with this length of a pause, we're remaking the whole game, which does take a good amount of time. So you're in for the Deer and Rudude LPL English podcast. Strap in.
Yeah. It's a difficult road ahead. Do you really think they're remaking the full game?
I think they will probably chrono break it and put it back to the point before they took the red buff, test it to make sure that you can pick up the red buff, and then be fine. And then if they pick up the red buff, we play. If they don't pick up the red buff, whatever, you know. I'm not in the rule books that deep, so that's not for me to figure out. That's for me to come back and go, sick, we picked it up, thank you.
Yeah, remaking the game from this point would be devious. Honestly, if I would go so far as to say that if they do end up choosing to remake the game, we should just redo the draft as well. We should just jump into game 2, call it a nothing for game 1, and see what happens. Because
are we doing fearless then in that case?
Yeah, we're doing fearless. Yeah.
Okay. So it just becomes a best of 2, or do we play like a best of 4 where game 1 was a warm up?
Yeah, best of 4 where game 1 was a warm up, but included in the fearless.
Okay, I see. That's good.
Yeah.
That's what we like to see. And I would like to think that if we were competitive Riot officials, we'd make that happen.
I'm thinking that would eliminate. I'm so bad at this. 10 champions, 40 champions, 20. No,
Wait.
80 champions, 80 champions.
Wait. Come back to me, dear. Wait.
Is he not going to pick up the
buff?
red buff?
What?
There's no
this
way.
Is wild.
There's
Our
no way.
solution to this was not to give you the red buff, but to say, "Hey, buddy, you get your red buff later." That's so wild. Wait, he's walking over it. Observers, I don't care about the dragon. Oh, yeah, they just said unlucky, bro.
You know what? Okay.
Yeah, good. Yeah, I can see way in the player cams. He's just saying, bro, I can't pick up the red.
It's like, what do you do?
Yeah.
I can't believe that we were on the dragon while that happened to Swag.
I didn't care about the dragon. I want to see if this guy can pick up his red buff.
This is like the only game where red buff is the single most important thing.
Yeah. Like, let's put this game back into context. We haven't been in the game for about 10 minutes. BLG are like 5k gold to the good with a composition that scales better, and IG can't really find a way back into this game, okay? They have to keep sending it and sending it and sending it and hoping something works out. Long story short, this game's over, right? I'm very much of the opinion that BLG should be able to close out this game without too much difficulty. I don't care about a dragon dying. It's not soul. Let me see what's happening with the spaghetti code.
Yeah. Especially because, you know, we're not super familiar with what the exact rulebook implications would be if somebody's unable to pick up a red buff in a game where they're behind like 5,000 gold. But
yeah. This guy needs his red buff. He's so poor. He's so broke. Give him his red buff. Yeah. BLG have given him nothing all game. At least give him a red, please.
And I think the even better part of this would be if we do get a team fight where they've gone, sorry man, unlucky, you just don't get a red buff this game, we're playing it out, and then somebody actually does escape with like sub 100 HP, because even if it's sub 100, you know I'm gonna be going, yeah, red buff kills that. Yeah,
absolutely. Single or double digits, we're going red buff there. That's the vibe. We desperately need that. So we are, you know, vastly more invested in how this red buff goes than anything else. And with that in mind, and with that all being said, I would like to think that the gods of Runeterra will allow IG to secure this red buff. And if somebody were to limp away on 100 HP, dear, you already know, again, us in our competitive league ops position would insist that we get a smite button and we can just smite the enemy who walked away and just apply the immediate red buff damage. Like, oh, you thought you were walking away? Just as they're recalling, die.
Imagine if instead we gave like compensation bugs So, so instead, you don't get red buff, but infinite smite.
Yeah. Or you don't get a red buff, but BLG have their F key disabled for the rest of the game. You know? And then,
Actually, that raises a fun thought experiment. If we kept BLG from being able to flash for the rest of the game, given where they're at right now, do you think they lose the game?
oh, we're going back in. We're going back in. Okay.
All right, well, Way's got no red buff, and he's got no dragon, and he may soon have no top laner. So, bro, this is like a half engage. On's over here. Bin's fighting Shui on the side. It is chaos, but the most important part of that chaos is that Viper is dead. Equalizer does go down as Knight chooses to follow up Shui, who's on red buff level HP and will end up falling. And ultimately, despite losing Viper, BLG, they get the dragon, they get the team fight. They're still feeling good.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Rookie gets out here. I think we're having a few difficulties on the prod end. I've got a frozen screen right now. Ultimately, the admins went, yeah, you're not getting a red buff, and that's quite sad. To end our legacy, that Wei didn't get a red buff for that. He decided, actually, I'll just play the game without it. It feels like they had to go, well, you're either having to wait as remake to this game that you're definitely going to lose, or you can just accept that you're not getting a red buff. And he went, okay, well, I guess I'll just take no red buff.
Yeah, I think it's the correct call, especially watching how that team fight went. As chaotic as it was, from a results-based perspective, it is basically the best team fight that IG could have hoped for. Because and only because they killed Viper, and even with that, they didn't win it.
No, they did not. And now Sobro in trouble as well. Knocked up, should be dead.
Yeah, we just used that equalizer.
Yeah, pretty sure we did, but we can use it again. You know, it's a pretty short cooldown. That was the other anti-compensation. Is now way maybe in trouble.
No cooldown equalizer for the rest of the game. It's actually coded the same as red buff, turns out. Shun is going to fall in trade, however, with Viper collecting a double kill, and most importantly, one of those being Photic. We are again trading up as BLG, and their dominance in this match continues, with second turret going to fall in the mid lane, and not much that can go wrong for the squad.
I feel good about my analysis of this game that we had in the little pause that we had there. And I said this game was over. This is pretty much cemented it. Provided BLG can actually close this game out, they're gonna be very happy with how game one has gone. Been pretty dominant. Bin's had a couple of oopsie moments in the top side, but overall it's been very well played. And so far, I think. Oh wait, we need to see now. Test Jun, run Jun to the blue buff, please. Can you pick this up?
Wait.
Oh, hold on. We're killing on instead.
Yeah,
that's good.
Plus 400. Not bad, not bad. Wei may not get a red buff, but 400 gold.
Viper got his red buff? That's crazy.
That is crazy. Shun, so close to picking up the blue. It's just one river away, one Baron away as well. A objective that IG, I was going to say, are not seriously considering, but they are seriously considering it.
This. They have to do this. The game doesn't get any better. Flip it. You've got a 4 versus 5 on the map. Let's try.
This equalizer is going to cook, bro. This equalizer is going to lay. And Shui up through the backside does actually find Viper. This is an assassination in a fight that is not going altogether well for BLG. Rookie's isolated Jun in the pit. Sub 1,000, and he will still secure the Baron. A triple kill for Knight as well. And BLG, despite losing Viper in 2 fights, won both fights, and this time take the Baron with it.
And it's all because of that man in the mid lane that you highlighted at the start of the show, dear. Knight just popping off. He was unchecked, untouched, and felt no pressure whatsoever. Comes out of that team fight full HP with a triple kill and a Baron on his back. Walks it down mid lane, going to be able to take away some camps as well. And BLG thwart the efforts of IG. I respect them for going for it. They kind of needed to. They didn't really have any other way back into this game other than a good old flip. But as soon as they go in here, Photic does his best to get out to safety, but he just gets one-tapped by Knight. On the backside of the fight as well, Bin is just roasting way over the wall. Equalizer on one side, Flame Splitter from the other, and then he walks around to finish off the support.
This was crazy. I can't believe that he managed to secure that Baron as well. I was so sure that Zun was going to die, and then he just lived through the actual whole thing and ends up just fine.
Half
Baron
HP.
buff in tow, everything.
Yeah, and I mean, the power of, I guess, fully stacked Conqueror, a little bit of Sundered Sky action, is that he's able to get back up to full HP as well. Rookie forced to Justice Punch his way out of there, but any form of defense here, very hard.
That infinite equalizer coming back online again. Shui will fall. And IG relegated to their base, but with a Baron buff at their doors and a wave soon crashing in mid lane, this will not be the only inhibitor tower that they lose. BLG confidently stepping up to this one with another wave on the way.
Yeah, one more wave needed. I mean, even just Knight on his own will probably be able to take this without any recompense, and you would expect to see BLG here close this game out on this Baron. Going for another send, though.
This time not onto Viper, however, as it is Knight that is getting flashed on and focused down. Viper able to free fire and shooing through Rookie, turns around to peel for his mid laner. Viper moving on forward and collecting a double kill. This is the unlocked Sivir that we have been so scared of the whole game.
And now we see why IG focused the Sivir, because she doesn't have 1,000 HP shield plus an extra 1,000 base HP. They're living the Nexus turrets though, dear, and I think they want this game one to be signed, sealed, and delivered.
Yeah, they've taken enough pauses. It's been long enough. They've waited, and BLG, I will say, having a little bit of fun to collect the last couple of kills, as it will be another one over to Viper in revenge for the amount of times he was focused down. But more importantly, BLG, they set themselves up right to take another series up against IG. We do still have theoretically 2 games left, but this was a convincing one from BLG.
Yeah, a 13.5 thousand gold lead to end the game is not the heights that we typically see, normally somewhere in the regions of 10, but 13,000 is certainly quite extravagant and quite significant as well. A very well played game number 1 by Billy Gaming. They'll be very happy that they got that one on the books, and I think that they need to find a second one. Again, our expectation for this team, based on how they played the first 4 sets, is that they should just be taking this series in that fashion, okay? They need to beat IG once like that. They've done it. Now they need to do it again, and to sort of try and restore any form of hope and prayer to us that they are a team that can make those plays on the domestic level, because there have been a lot of shaky moments in the most recent week. So they need to assuage some of those problems and make people confident once again to believe in them.
And it was nice to see the way that they turned the question around from their last series up against Top Esports as well. You mentioned this in the pregame, but instead of asking, how can we access your AD carry, BLG posed that same question to IG. They said, how can you access ours? And, well, IG did actually compositionally and in actual fact find some answers to that. By the end of the game, it was so incredibly difficult to actually win a fight as IG, because whether you were on top of Viper or not, the amount of gold that was free firing back at you was simply too much.
Yeah, it really sort of hammered home why this composition needed to succeed early on, because if you didn't get that early burst onto one person, the other one was always going to rip through you. Now, if you one-shot the Sivir, you can turn all of your attention back to the Rise and hopefully begin to put a little bit of a dent into his HP bar as well and make, Knight feel a little bit worried. But the fact that it takes so long to get through just one member gives all the time in the world for somebody else to do the damage, and that's exactly what we got to see here. It was a very well played game by BLG, just sort of recognizing the strengths of their composition, the pitfalls in IG's.
Yeah, and very, very happy we got Bin playing this week, because Rumble up in the top side did throw a huge wrench into the game plan of IG. If we don't have Bin flashing on top of Sobro to secure a solo kill, constantly being a threat in the top side, Viper has a lot more pressure. Viper might not be picking up the 26k that he got this game.
Yeah, this guy's pretty good at League of Legends, and in this game he wasn't particularly farming in the laning phase in terms of that kills that he was able to pick up, but I think that he was able to do a very good job in the lane at poking out his opponents and making sure that Photic and Dway were really always pushed back and forced behind. I mean, you can see 5 deaths for a Kai'Sa. I know you've got to go in on this champion, but it's definitely not what you want to see usually.
Noticing that the kill participation from Knight this game a little bit lower than his regional record would indicate. And a lot of that likely having to do with how much was happening without him on the top side of the map. But in the mid game, he really made up for it. We talked about Knight, especially in fights around the Baron. He was playing so incredibly confidently that while I am pretty certain that the LPL will decide to give Viper the player of the game, I do not think Knight would be a bad choice for this one.
No, he played very well, and I think he got given a lot of team fight opportunities as well, and opportunities that he paid off and, you know, made pay, right, where he's given consistently a lot of free space to try to hit and try to get that damage down. And what does he do? He pumps out an insane amount of damage and carries 2 team fights where Viper gets taken off the face of the earth.
Nice play out of on the Nico from Jouet. Surprised that this pick didn't end up being more impactful. You and I talked about the Nico in the pregame. Just incredibly powerful first pick from IG in this game. And yet when it came to the later stages of it, we didn't really see Pop Blossoms having an insane effect. They were very infrequently multi-target and more often than not completely negligible to the course of the fight. Whether that is a wallet difference, whether that is an execution difference, not for me to say right now, but the Nico removed this time I think will be a question for IG whether they actually choose to pick it up again in the future.
Yeah, I think honestly, like you probably still just have to take it. This pick is so good. I think that they've got a little bit of an argument to make for the fact that they got their bot lane ruined by an early gank by Jun, and then they could never really play the game from there. And as you talk about in the late game as well, they were already so far down the hole. The rest of the composition didn't really lend itself to being able to follow up in that aspect. And actually, player of the game goes to Bin, the person on their team who had, I think, 50% death participation or something crazy like that in this game, but some massive equalizers and a lot of pressure absorbed in the early stages of this game.
That equalizer cooldown was insanely low. It was up all the time, and for that alone, I might give him the player of the game. But I can't deny that Bin did really warp the shape of this game, because we talked about it during the Giga pause, that by the time that because Bin was winning his lane, he created a no-win situation for Wei, where he could either go top side and ignore the compositional win condition, or he could go bot side and gamble that the game was over anyway. And so, while we may not have seen an insane score line out of Bin, warping the shape of the game around him and enabling his carries in that way, sure, I see the argument for player of the game, as I could for many people, because BLG won this game in such a convincing fashion that, to be honest, everyone looked pretty good. IG do have one more chance, however, to keep themselves in this series. It is that or go down 0-2 to BLG once more. What will happen? I'm not quite sure, but I'm going to take this break to think about it, and we'll see you on the other side. Welcome back, everyone, to BLG versus IG, or the Rudude and Dia podcast. I'm Dia, that's Rudude, and we've been having a good time during game number 1. IG, perhaps not so much. They did not have a fantastic game 1. However, as we come into game 2, hope springs eternal. Maybe they're going to be able to turn this one around. I will say, however, Rudude, the last time that this series happened, BLG did go up 2-0, and if you'll remember our gold lead from game number 1, to the tune of about 13,000 gold, well, unfortunately, the last time BLG and IG played each other, BLG won with a 12,000 gold lead and then a 13,000 gold lead. So they've got a pretty good record.
Yeah, they do, and hopefully they can repeat that. I'm sorry, 1 second.
All good. You do your thing. In game number 1, I will say the bright side is that we did have the turnaround question, and BLG showed a nice bit of development for themselves, especially given their series yesterday against Top Esports, posing the question, can you get to Viper instead of can we get to Jackie, as they were trying to and failed to yesterday. I don't know whether they'll try something different this game. I'd kind of like to see it.
I would as well, and I think that them looking for something that could switch the playbook up a little bit might just be something refreshing that they do need to make the to make this last, I guess. And again, to sort of set our expectations for these two teams. BLG are a team that are looking to secure themselves a top 4 spot right now. They're on the back of a 3-game loss streak, or 3 series loss streak even. IG are teams that are looking to keep their top 4 hopes alive. Even if they go 5-5, it's still subject to how the other series end up playing out. But for BLG, odds are a win here probably sets them up for success.
Yeah, and this series for BLG, the stakes are likely a top 4. We were talking to Mazel earlier, and Mazel was talking to Alex, a friend of a friend. This series locks him in for top 4, and that seems very likely for BLG anyways, given the performances that they have had. However, their past couple of series did cast doubts on that with, as we mentioned before, their 0-for-3 record in the last couple of series moving into today. So this one, while it does lock them for top 4, also can serve as an indicator and perhaps a beacon of hope for BLG that maybe those last 3 series were just a little bit of learning, but this is a team that should be facing up for a nice knockout stage run.
Yeah, we're going to hope that they can, and that they obviously do end up with their successes and all of their ducks back in this road that they were looking for. I think that as we look more specifically as well, at that playoff bracket as well, there are a lot of teams just a little bit further down the standings from your Perseverance and your Nirvana that I do think are going to look to do pretty powerful things and pretty wild things as well. Like playing up against a WE roster that look like they're actually in very decent form of things, if nothing else, it is actually going to be quite exciting for IG as well.
Yeah, exciting, pretty scary too, to know that a team in the group below you may very well escort you from the premises and take your spot in the knockout stage. IG have had some rough form, but as we illustrated, they did put their eggs last game in the Photic basket. I don't think that this was completely erroneous, but from a lane perspective, Photic never really got off the ground. If IG are going to draft this again, which they very well might, that is something to keep in mind. I will, however, note that no Yunara ban coming through is going to have a big impact on this draft, and I'd like to see IG grab that.
Yeah, this is sort of the dangling, isn't it, of this Yunara bait. Do you want to take it here, or are you going to give it to Viper and maybe look for this answer in that bot side? Sion, we mentioned, has been a big part of Bin's champion pool so far in this split. That gets sniped away early on, and you're already picking what is going to be a very decent ag carry to cut through this front line as BLG, so not going to be too sad about that either. A 50% win rate so far for Viper this split on the Yunara, but definitely something that he should feel confident to go alongside. The thing that I'll point out though quickly is that we are actually losing out on that Lulu pairing, something that we so frequently see be matched up with one another. You don't have that stability in the 2 versus 2, so maybe we'll go someplace different in the Enchanter pool, or maybe we'll go back to a little bit of old school with a Rel and Nautilus, something like that being locked in. But for BLG already, what they've got showing on their side is some very good team fight, and as the hen into the Scion as well. It's going to be that very nice matchup and one that you're hoping to see Sobro struggle in.
Ooh, this is big, though. You and I were talking about the Aphelios matchup into Yunara. Now, I am not a fan of letting this through for Viper. Viper is terrifying on the champion, as you mentioned. The 50% win rate, not telling the whole story. It is a 20% ban rate against BLG. That is how confident they feel on it and how scared other teams are of it. However, if you are going to answer the Yunara, if you are going to let it through, Aphelios, you mentioned in our pregame, is a fantastic answer.
Yeah, it's the go-to. You just have range in the laning phase, and you have the ability to one-shot her as you move into the late game. So it handles the majority of Yunara's stages. Now, with this Bard being locked in, this is actually one of the really old-school self-counter picks that On has gone for. People used to take Thresh into Bard because they could use Lantern out of Tempered Fate. So you get Tempered Fated, and then you just immediately have the Lantern sat waiting. So Dre here will see if he can sort of make the most of that, or if it's going to be something that will end up being favourable for On as we move a little bit later on into this game. We just put a little bit of a burden onto that mid lane matchup, not expecting to see any of those immobile mid laners come through for Rookie. But then you start to think, well, what is it that he's actually going to be able to take here? With Akali being banned away, we may end up seeing a return to a Yone, but in a different vein, a different facet here for the other side.
Yeah, I would not mind something aggressive out of Rookie, although at the same time, the peel for Aphelios strategy can also be incredibly potent, albeit Galio removed in the last series. Still options here, and I would still be looking at Photic personally as a big point of success for IG that they should be playing around. If they want to dangle the Aphelios as a, can you get to this guy and test BLG once again, I could be a win. Could be a win.
You're
Wukong taken away, and like you already mentioned, this Bard, perhaps not the best in laning, but if we can get a powerful mid laner, some roams from Bard could change the tune of this game.
And Jungle Pool got very heavily pinched already with that Wukong Nocturne and taken out. Jarvan and the Malphite both out of contention. Jace as well, obviously not available. You were asking for this a little bit earlier on, dear. We may well end up seeing a little bit of a Vi, and this time around going to be in the hands then of June. Not too sure what IG look to respond to with this. Could be Trundle maybe as an answer to give a little bit of help when protecting in this bot side, but the answers that we've got for IG definitely very low overall, and this is a hover and a half if I ever saw one, so we'll wait for it to get locked on in before we think about it. But there are plenty of options, it looks like, still being cycled through, and Photic just showcasing a couple of them way though. Landing on this Poppy, landing on, well, actually nothing yet.
I mean, if you're locking in Victor, you are giving up the Ahri combination, and it was a difficult spot that BLG put IG in just now, locking in Vi and leaving the Ahri dangling, because you do have counterpick on mid as BLG, which is fantastic for them. Anything that team fights well, I don't mind here. If you can peel for Victor and Aphelios, you win the game as IG.
Yeah. Okay, I like Poppy a little bit more here. It feels that little bit better in terms of the damage that you're providing, because I actually like looking at this IG composition. Until they get to the super late game, they have nothing going on for them, right? Like, this early game is probably going to suck for Invictus Gaming. They've got Sion, who got counterpicked in top lane. They've got, a good matchup down on that bot side, but this is Zia that's going to get locked in for Knight. A bit of a consistent DPS threat in that late game as well, but it feels like they've got some sort of early game staying power, this BLG top side, if nothing else. They've got the playmaking to try and make something happen, where I don't know that actually IG have got enough damage early on to be able to fight with that.
I would be on this. I'm on the same page as you, and I would actually encourage you to go a little further and just, they don't. This is a BLG roster that is built to fight around the top side, built to be powerful in the early game, and IG have to know that as well. If we are first picking Sion in the Big 26, you know that's weak side Sion. Sobro is not getting help. We should not be visiting the top side, and that's really intentional. IG have adapted their draft based on what happened in Game 1. We mentioned how there was a no-win scenario. They couldn't really go top, but they had to. This time, no matter what happens, if IG are going top, if we are ganking for the Scion, I do not care if he's 0-5. It makes no sense at all compositionally. They have to be going bot side or bust.
Yeah, it's looking for Photic, right? That guy at the top of the show that we highlighted as one of the players on Invictus Gaming that needs to work in this composition. He's one of their brighter spots so far through this split, and he needs to have those damage numbers to back it up now. And I think so far this split for me, Photic has been a little bit under-delivering relative to what we saw in the Demacia Cup, but getting caught out on mid-waves, not quite having his situational awareness as it needs to be. But Game 2, he's going to need to step up and make it work.
IG have taken a risk. Can they strike back? The crowd has faith.
And I think they need to. Obviously a really big name in the LPL or Invictus Gaming, so the second they don't have that fan support, you know, the second you start to have slight concerns. But an early trade already went in favour of BLG down on this bot side. Now Photic is going to be able to heal up a tiny amount of that with his red gun. Viper here actually spacing an auto attack is very impressive here, and on this Yunara you're not expecting to be able to really lay any damage down onto the Aphelios early on. So that's a pretty big deal.
This is Viper we're talking about, and the counter pick for IG is hopefully going to go far, but in the laning phase, it's not going to be an insane performance, at least on paper, when we consider who these players are. Viper is an incredible talent, and we would be misconstruing the truth if we said anything but that. Photic does have a lot of tools in this composition, however, to challenge Viper with the Aphelios pick, with the trust that his team has given him. And unfortunately, in the early lane, it's not going so great, but we got time. We got time. You know,
You'll be happy
Aphelios has never been.
To look at your minimap, dear, and see that both of our junglers started on the top side. They're working their way down here, down to this bot lane, and hopefully going to make some, at least efforts of their own be felt on the bot side. So maybe we'll get to see an early skip of a camp by Wei as he moves straight from his Wolves to the Gromp. He might make his way down on that bot side. There's a ward in the tri-brush, which makes it tricky, but he could go for a little bit of a long wrap around the banana brush into the river and try and make that gank happen. Instead, though, like we say, not necessarily the easiest position for him to be in, and it's going to be a quick clear, and you can actually see that On is invading and making Wei's life even more miserable.
Nice thing to do, especially laying down a little bit of extra vision. Wei would love to do something about this and does have backup on the way, but Shun is here as well. Slam into the wall, and Perma CC Shane does have On flashing away. Still alive for now, but one more auto collects first blood for Wei. Traded back immediately, however, as Viper will collect a kill. A bad news sign for IG. Wei does flay some competition out, and Knight in the mid lane could go down, but not enough mana on Rookie to finish the kill.
No, I mean, I'll look for a laser, which could snipe him with the Airy, but not quite going to be able to find it there. The cooldown not quite right. Now gets to recall with the wave pushing in his favor. 1 for 1 down on that bot side, though. Let's take a look at where those kills went. It was Wei picking up the kill for IG. It was Viper picking up the kill for BLG, so they'll feel a little bit better about that. And it was ultimately a support for jungle trade as well, so they're sacrificing On instead. They're sacrificing Wei.
Rookie's here. Wei cannot take this scuttle, bro.
This is not a doable thing that you're trying to accomplish. Please leave.
Yeah. But Bard is a tough thing to play against as a jungler because he's everywhere and he loves it. However, getting an early kill on Bard is a pretty good feeling, and Wei being the one to collect that may still be able to make something up.
I mean, I do think that this is a mistake from Invictus Gaming to commit so heavily onto the Bard. I do think they can turn this one around if they look to try and solo out Viper there. There's a really good angle for Dway to at the very least force a cleanse out of the Yunara. and maybe they can look for a fight off the back of that, but even still, it's a tricky position to find yourself in as Invictus Gaming, where you're already feeling the repercussions, a little bit of pinching that jungle pool quite so hard. Now Wei on an adventure into Jun's jungle, and smite for both junglers at the ready.
Wei's been
Jun did pick it up.
finding 50-50s against Jun, and Jun, he keeps rolling those dice.
Yeah, and that's a contrast to game number 1, where actually Wei was pretty much winning everything. Despite the loss of the game, he was winning the smite fights in that early game, so it got pretty scrappy in there. He was.
This time around, maybe not the case, but Knight and Rookie always fighting in the mid lane. This time it continues to not go very well for Knight, as he's actually forced to flash. Did have level 6, but couldn't hit the Emperor's Divide to shuffle Rookie into the tower. Instead, just getting caught by these gravity fields and unfortunately sent back to base, with his tower taking even more hurt.
So the timing on that there, Knight thought he was going to ding 6 off of a dying minion that was nearby, be able to scoop Rookie back into the tower and maybe force the flash. Instead, didn't quite hit level 6, needed one more minion to fall, then he dinged 6, by which point Rookie's already spaced it out. And then there's nothing really to talk about, and you know, the Victor's able to force the flash out of Knight, and that's a really big win for Rookie, who, for me, was the reason that IG were winning games in the start of this season. That has since really fallen by the wayside, as he's not been able to perform at nearly the level that we've begun to expect from him. Maybe in this game here on this Victor, he might be able to do something versus Inazir.
The powerful early game from BLG that you highlighted in the draft, however, pays off now. First Dragon is going their way. No contest from IG, as they simply don't have the early damage.
Yeah, and wisely, I think, giving it away. And I mean, I'm a little bit worried, right? We talked about the fact that BLG have this really strong early game. I don't think their late game's weak either, right? Yunara Azir is a massive late game to try and play up against. I just think that they've struck such a good balance with this Zehen and Jun, Zehen and Vi, to be able to bridge them into the late game. That they've kind of picked it all up, where it feels like Invictus Gaming has maybe gone for everything.
Nice flash by Rookie. Does not get shuffled. And Knight, unfortunately, -1 ult. Doesn't get the play to happen. Jun was there for it.
But that's a flashless Victor now in the mid lane. Any play that you look for after this, now going to feel pretty darn good, and you can look for those shuffles. Once again, Rookie going to need to be very careful and very mindful of his positioning. And once again, these Raptors are up for contest. Away on like a, you know, like an alarm clock here, almost just on time.
Jun keeps getting the big one, but Wei, he's getting the tiny ones.
So who's the real Victor? You know,
Well, he's coming down bot side. Rookie.
he wants these as well. Give me the tiny guys.
Yeah. Rookie wants to at least assist with what could have been a bot lane dive, but was instead Wei contesting the Krugs. And if that's what we're dedicating resources to, I honestly can't be mad about it. It's been very fun to watch Wei contest in the jungle, who, with his first blood, is maintaining a gold lead, although the CS lead not quite there for the Poppy.
No, not just yet. And obviously working toward that Sundered Skies, your first item going to feel pretty good. You'll be able to put some damage down and maybe be a little bit more of a threat as you move into the mid game. Obviously later on we're expecting it to be a much more tanky focused Poppy, whose real job is to just play Keeper's Verdict. And I think that that's the real part of this late game that we're going to look towards as being able to turn the tides of this fight back in the favour of Invictus Gaming. If you can punt away Viper, if you can get rid of Knight, that's going to be a massive sway in these team fights. And, you know, Viper can take cleanse all he likes. He's not able to stop himself from flying halfway across the map.
Concern towards the top side is Shui actually first on the roam. On is not here yet. One Void Grub will go the way of BLG. But IG have lots of backup to take these subsequent two. Not a terrible trade by any means. Pretty even for both teams. And because BLG got the Dragon earlier, pretty even on the map.
So as I look into this late game then, Dia, right, we talked about the fact that both of these teams have really good scaling. I kind of just thought experimenting how this game looks to play out. And I think that it really does come down to how well these ultis are going to be able to land. Right, Keeper's Verdict for one is going to be massive. He's got Wall, should be fine to Kona his way out.
Once again, bullying the Bard in the river. Give it to Photic, and he gets it. If that kill had gone away, a bit rough, but as it is, that goes to him, and Rookie is going to get picked up by Knight. So gold going in the right places for both teams. The Azir win condition and the Aphelios win condition feeling a bit better about themselves, although I will note that despite Photic picking up the kill right now, there is still a small gold lead in the favor of Viper off of the earlier kill and subsequent laning.
Ultimately, that's very beneficial.
Ooh, Viper! He wants the kill!
Oh,
He
yeah.
takes down Photic in a 1v2, and he might just do the same as Wei, forcing out the flash. Viper cannot be underestimated. You will die for that sin.
Yeah, man, you throw your hook out like that and it misses. Viper's got every right to just decide to head in. Kraken Slayer had already been finished. He knows that there's no threat on him anymore, and the fact that Photic goes down with Ghost and Cleanse, both of them being utilized, that's a massive sway. And again, I talked about the fact that the trade of kills was probably just about favorable for BLG, the fact that they're taking down the Victor instead of taking down the Bard. And that's more time where the mid laner gets to farm for free, but the fact that Viper is 1 versus 2, turning around a fight on that bot side, that is massive.
And remember, Viper's got Bard as well, or actually better yet, doesn't have Bard. On has been roaming around the map. Yes, has died twice. It's not awesome, but Viper's alone in the lane. So not only did he have a CS lead, not only did he and does he maintain a kill lead, he's also got a full level lead on Photic, which on Yunara is really impactful.
It's genuinely massive. And, you know, we talked about, once again, the fact that as we move into this mid to late game that not really sure which of these teams is on paper favoured, but that's assuming that you go in at parity. Viper at this stage is looking to go in with a massive advantage, and it's 3v3 down on the bot side. On the 10th of fate there.
Engage onto on, but remember, just now spotted is going to be Shun here to defend his bot lane. Viper left alone with Photic a little bit too long. Half health.
Another
the
1v2.
AD carry takes down Photic again in a 1v2. Picks up a second kill. May just pick up a third, but Wei is here to shut him down. One more auto does it as Shun comes in to avenge his AD carry. Can't quite finish the kill. Knights arrived, and it is a scuffle in the bot lane going in the favor of BLG. Rookie will walk this one out as On arrives a little bit late, but 2 more kills for Viper and another for Knight is great news for BLG.
This Viper guy is crazy at League of Legends, dear. I don't know what to tell you. He's just 1v2ing the bot lane on spawn. Finds himself another. This time he picks up Jway as well. He's just dodging everything here, and Jway on this Thresh has not really been clinical like he needs to be. Those big clutch hooks need to be finding Viper, and at the minute, they just are not.
And immediately after all of that on the bot side, we return there once again to see if we can find a kill on Knight. We'll take another look, however, at Viper, taking down Photic, with Shui unable to do anything for his AD carry.
And the fact that he predicts Photic's flash as well is incredible. Knows that this Aphelios is going to have a way out. Hops in, 1v2 once again. Hook goes wide. If that lands, then Viper probably dies, and the whole play looks completely different, but he's got the confidence. He knows he can get out of there. I mean, if Wei gets ulted by the cease and desist, who knows? That play could turn around a little bit better. Probably gets picked up by Rookie, but it could have been a 3-for-1 instead. And Viper on this Yunara, absolutely melting folk. Really not having a problem at all. And, I mean, they're probably set to take this game in these team fights alone. We talked about it to start the show. We talked about it off air. We talked about it when it got picked up for Ruler. This guy on Yunara has been a pinch point of teams for weeks now. You cannot give this guy this champion and expect to have an easy road.
And IG gave it up willingly. Knowing, thinking, and maybe is the better word for now, that they had the counter pick in Aphelios. I hold out hope for Photic because he is the hope for IG in this game. But I say that knowing that I'm looking down the face of a 1-2 Aphelios who is down about 20 CS, who has no dragons and almost no jungle presence, as BLG feel very comfortable walking up to IG in their own territory before towers have even gone down. Shun gonna go for the 50-50, does not find it. His way once again secures that, turning things his way in game number 2.
Okay, importantly, can Rookie pick up the blue buff? This is the big question right now. He's not even going to try. They've just turned off sharing buffs for this game for Invictus Gaming. That's a referee's decision. He hops over, he does pick it up, so no bugs this time round, which is nice to see. As Viper now finds himself in the mid lane. Only quest yet to be completed, notably, is on. Now, he spent a lot of time in the grey screen through the early game, but it did do that. Or he did do that, rather, to get a good lead for his squad. Herald on the top side just now spawned as we approach that 15-minute marker. You would expect to see this swap from BLG hold true. Put the Yunara in the mid lane, make sure that she can move to whichever objective you so desire. And looks like for BLG it is going to be that Herald. I don't think they should really be giving anything up in this game anymore. They got both dragons to begin with, and they are able to find a good way back onto the map with that second item being finished for Viper.
Doesn't even cancel the home guards. There is no worse feeling than when an auto follows you all the way back to base and cancels your home guards. Perhaps being temper fated as a 1-2 Aphelios is a worse feeling, but when you have Thresh, who actually gets to lantern you out, maybe it feels a little bit better. The Keeper's verdict from Wei, as you mentioned, is on point, and it has to continue being on point if IG want a prayer of winning this game.
And now let's see how well IG can defend this. Photic's half HP. They've already lost bot lane tier 1 because of a little bit of hovering done by Jun on that bot side, so Rookie didn't feel like he could step up there. Now they get to walk up and they hit that tier 1 turret. They don't take it down, but they're going to resonate this and turn it into a Rift Herald as well. Jun is actually playing on the map so nicely as he just walks from one lane to another, getting everything that he wants. Viper's stepping up 1v3 this time with no ulti.
This makes me wonder whether it's hubris or just a supreme display of talent, even if Kiana ain't in this game. Now the engage gonna go down by IG, but Viper with plenty of mid lane pressure has walked on over. Sobero's teleport in though does change the numbers. As Knight joins, it starts to shift back into BLG's favor, albeit with no jungler. Shun has fallen, and Bin, low HP, means a magical journey out for BLG. Quick dodge on the engage, or re-engage by Bin, takes him out as Photic underneath tower gets focused by Knight, going low, going lower. Viper needs to lay out damage, but doesn't have enough against the front line of Sobero. Does go to half health, now has the confidence, flashes forward, doesn't finish the kill. Rookie's turning things around, and Viper is sub 100 HP, but Knight wants to finish off Photic as well. Flashes on him, can't do it. Emperor's Divide shuffles 3 people back into a non-existent BLG, but the soldiers are able to do enough, collecting Shui and starting things off on 1 HP. Everybody is on blinking health bars. Rookie is running into the jungle. Knight gets knocked up and traded out. This is a messy backstreet fight, Rudude.
Yeah, there were no guns brought to this. It was purely knives and it was purely in the dark with the judging of some of those skill shots and calculations on HP. What a great fight, though. That is what we've been looking for this series. Just some bare-knuckle brawls. Ultimately, BLG are the ones, once again, who come out on top as they'll secure themselves their 3rd dragon. Invictus Gaming looking to take down the jungler. Really smart idea, right? Let's take out Jun. Let's try and remove that chance of a 50-50. And once again, it's Wei who gets the best of the Smite fight. And this 5v4 afterwards, you're expecting IG to be able to win this, but Knight is doing such a good job at consistently upping his DPS, making sure that he's free hitting pretty much the entire time. He forces Photic out down on this bot side, who at this point you just need to recall. If you don't have ulti, you can't contribute to this fight really at all. And then Viper, his ulti just now coming back up off cooldown, manages to land a double snipe, but then he flashes forward, autos Rookie instead of autoing Sobero, and he died in the mid lane.
And he's not the only one. On gonna fall as well. To be fair, that's been a theme. When Wei and On are on the same screen, On's not having a good time, but the fact that Viper falls for free does hurt BLG pretty significantly.
It does. And that's obviously not great. And that's a really big win, actually, for Invictus Gaming to be able to demonstrate that they can take down this Yunara. But my concern is, where's their damage from the rest of this composition, right? Like, Photic's 1, 3, and 2 down 2.7 thousand gold. He's pretty much a full item behind the Yunara, a full Zeal item, because they're both rushing for this Infinity Edge and have hit the same breakpoint for it. This is a replay of how it all happened. 2 levels up is Viper. A great ward. Able to take down the Aphelios without really any contest. That was in the replay, and you can see that this Aphelios is really, really struggling.
Aha. Oh. I thought I understood, and then I lacked understanding. How on earth does, like, I'm watching my screen. How physically does Viper die?
Does he get hit by another hook? No, he gets stunned.
No?
Okay. And he just takes the turret is the actual answer.
I suppose so. Bin does not get the revive pop for him, so that'll be another free kill going the way of IG. Maybe having a little too much fun.
Dear. It's feeling a little too familiar as BLG are starting to slightly slip apart. I won't say fall apart, and now we're going all the way in for IG on the bot side.
I did not pick up the blue buff, which actually matters for the subsequent fight. Doesn't have enough mana to have a full one, and as a result, BLG will back away.
Rookie going to have a lot of time to himself here, so gets a little bit of experience. Builds back a little bit of that gold lead, and a victor in the late game. Definitely no slouch in terms of that damage, and it's not like there's a super tank on BLG's side that they're going to need to cut through. If they're not wary, or if they're not wary of where their health bars are going, BLG might well struggle, but again, thinking about how this game is going to look a little bit later on, one of the really good things about these bruises is that they can go for, you know, Death's Dance, Sterax plus Guardian Angel. That's the trifecta of difficult to kill, really. If you get a GA in as well, you get that second life, and you can effectively be fighting what feels like a 7 versus 5. Maybe Wei can pick one up as well. Let's make it 7v6, but you're not expecting that to be for a long, long time here. And I'd just say that the frontline capabilities of BLG are going to do a lot more than that of IG. Sobro, quite easy to be ignored, honestly, on this side. He's very slow, very immobile character if he's not got ulti.
Motic being set up for success, though, is the hope for IG. Teleport into the mid lane with Wei wanting an engage, needs a knock-up, and does find double knock-ups. One on, classic. But Viper, untouched in this fight, does do a decent amount of damage to the shield of Soboro, and ultimately has to back away. An unfortunate reality of a Soboro who's up 1.6 thousand gold.
Yeah, now Knight does get a little bit of free time on the flip side here. TP away from the Scion. I do think that Knight's probably able to just shuffle his way out to safety here, but you can see this isn't, I mean, it didn't feel like a hangover of the TP shield coming in. It was just his W, which is pretty concerning. But BLG here looking Viper once again very aggressively down this mid lane, and Wei might just be looking at this.
He's already tried this engage once. It actually went pretty well. This time Viper's ready for it. So is On. Landing a stun onto a now significantly hurt Wei with 13 seconds left on this Drake. This is the setup for IG. They have River priority. They have Photic with some suboptimal guns, but they have a chance at taking the dragon.
Yeah, this is Soul here for BLG if they can get in. Recall's coming through now for Knight. He's going to be able to TP in, hopefully with that fully picked up item. Banana Bush controlled, and looks like a smite fight 50-50.
Double stun down by On, as well as the Tempered Fate. Gives so much free time to Shun to go in, grab the soul for BLG, and let his team free fire onto IG. Bin will fall, but Viper, classic Viper, is all up in the face of IG as Knight collects a triple kill. And it's Soul and a big good news story for BLG.
Yeah, On looks like an absolute demon on this Bard. Giving him so much playmaking is definitely something that Invictus Gaming probably regretting right about now, and they gave the Yunara over to Viper as well, which is definitely something that they will know not to do again, as the Baron will be picked up. The Infernal Soul gets taken as well. IG held on for a good while there, but feels like this stay in this series is pretty much over.
Yeah, as we eclipse the 5,000 mark in the gold lead, it is where things turn from good to great for BLG. Securing the Baron will do just that for them. And now they have got an incredible amount of pushing power, and as we see here, an incredible amount of team fight power to back it up.
Yeah, they did hold this banana bush pretty well, but that's one stun that's just landed onto Photic. Into a Tempered Fate, he takes the Lantern out, which is quite nice. He gets to a little bit of safety as well, and this is that smite fight that we were looking for. It's really well picked up by Jun as he hits all of his buttons. A second stun now hits Photic on that top side as he's forced to flash away, but he's already a little bit too late. Knight gets in there, and I mean, honestly, just solo carrying that fight by making sure that Photic was having no chance to do anything. He got hit by 2 stuns and a Bard ulti, all with his flash available.
And even with that, I was wondering how much more could Photic have done if he had red-white for this. Because he was on purple-blue, and while it may not be the deciding variable, it really impacted IG's ability to take that fight. On is doing an incredible job, but by the same token, I don't think IG, either Photic himself or the rest of the roster, had properly thought about the setup for this in the minutes approaching it, because you really do have to plan for an affiliates to team fight.
And unfortunately, they just didn't have that in them. Now with the Baron at their backs, you can imagine BLG going to look to, at the very least, mop up the outer turrets. A minute and a half left on their push. Looks like they're trying to take some recalls now, which feels a little bit early, but to each their own here. And especially with the soul in their back pocket, the Baron as well, you'd like to think that they're pretty much just happy to take any real fight. Top tier 2 bot, tier 2 should be their next priority. And with Jun clearing his Krugs down on that bot side, he's got time for 1 camp, maybe 2, but that's about it.
Viper so confident, as he has been for a lot of this game. He's walking up 1v2. He's walking up to Photic 1v1, and that is not a good idea, Photic. We cannot
illegal.
We cannot be doing that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was. I think Photic here, yeah, big misstep.
He's lost the sauce. On's getting cyber bullied down though. I know that he's good on this Bard, but man, do IG hate him.
They do. They've chosen, you know, this is you'll know this as a support player. If you pick a playmaking support, I'm thinking Sennas, I'm thinking Bards, Global Taunt, AoE, and that's how it works. Whatever it is, everybody just focuses you, regardless of consequences.
Suppose it is a small good news story for IG, maybe keeping their morale up, but that's just about all it's doing. Wei gets shoved back by Knight, who is incredibly huge on this Azir. I know we've been talking a lot about the style of Viper, but 8-1, up 3.2k is Knight, and that's untouchable.
yeah. The Azir is very scary. The Yunara is very scary. And in case that wasn't bad enough, I don't really think that the Zehen's doing too badly in these fights either. I think Bin, a much more subdued game from him on the Zehen, hasn't really been challenged, hasn't really been forced into these difficult spots where he's getting focused out a lot during the early game. But Viper on this Yunara, for me, surefire look at player of the game, just with his 1v2s alone are enough, and the fact that he's picking fights out pretty much wherever he can. He's done such a good job at generating advantages for his team that you'd like to think the closeout of this game will be swift.
It certainly seems that way, especially with just over a minute left until Elder Dragon. BLG don't have to play fancy. They can wait for this major objective to come up. Baron will follow shortly after. You could even wait a little while, try and get them both at the same time, because if BLG get Elder Dragon, the game is over. If they get Elder Dragon and Baron, they hardly have to play.
Yeah, the game plays itself, and from here, you know, they're in a pretty similar position. They are going to have to, you know, do the team fight thing that is probably going to come in about 40 seconds time. But we could have an opportunity here, a little bit of an angle to collapse into that mid lane, and Viper, you can see, just doesn't care who the tanks are. He's going to try and rip through your HP anyway, as IG work as 4 to try and claim back some of the vision lost around this bot side. They definitely need to here. It's definitely a must-do thing as they're losing out on the top side and losing out a little bit in that mid lane as well. I think giving the inhibitor turret for positioning on this dragon, it's worthwhile.
Yeah, and IG prevented a lot of resets for a while, which is nice. Jun didn't get to go back to base. Maybe that makes a difference. The small amounts of items. Photic, again, purple and blue for this fight. As a teleport is going to come in. It has been on a flank. Well, Knight's TP actually gets interrupted. He will not be here for this fight. Tempered Fate going to go wide. Bin in the front line, going to get slammed into the wall, but he ults on forward. It is a 4-man ult from Bin. He is all over IG, and as Photic falls, Wei will go second. Wei likely to be the third. Another heroic charge, not going to matter at all for him. It is a double kill for Bin. Another kill for Shun. A quadra for BLG with only Soboro left up, and it is BLG surely going for the end of the game.
Yeah, they're going to dance through their top laner, and you'd like to think that through the top lane as well, they'll be able to close out this game. Knight here, I mean, trying to end the game where his team are electing to take that Herald.
I guess not.
TPs. Yeah, they're feeling like, you know what, we want to have a little bit more fun. We've not had an Elder in a little while. We need some... Honestly, dear, it's been a rough week, okay? They need some Elder Stomps.
That was close. That was red buff level.
That was. Thank God he got one. And now he's about to go pick up another one.
And on top of that red buff, Baron, the next on the table. If BLG are dotting their I's, we expect them to cross their T's. And Baron's on the way with an Elder Dragon in tow. This is the point where you could really just click your mouse, take your hands off the keyboard, maybe start typing. You're going to be just fine.
Yeah, you can see Knight here. I mean, with the Elder, he just one-shots anyone that steps up. Rookie, alas, you've gone too far forward.
Now, this is going to be the example of that. Exhibit A. The 10-1 Azir with Elder Dragon one-shotting you at 30 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and a 17-stack Magi's. Let's see. Can Knight, I think he needs 2 full kills or a contribution on 4 more to make it to the full 25. There are 4 people under these Nexus turrets.
Might just be able to do it. Yeah. Right now, IG do not have a prayer in the world of stepping up to BLG, who want yet another 2-0 in this series, who want to lock themselves in right here to the top 4 in Ascend with style. Up 14,000 gold. They are besting their record from the last time these two teams met, and BLG are accelerating themselves towards a very successful run in Group Ascend. Nexus now focused down. BLG go for the team fight. They go for the silly plays. They go for the style. Bin goes into the fountain to finish the game. Nexus will go down, and BLG will punch their tickets to the knockout stage.
Yeah, and they needed that, dear. It had been a rough week for them. They needed to do some duking on some kids with an Elder Drake and a Baron at their back pocket, but the win comes through. The series is secured, and they are able to send themselves into the playoffs as a top 4 seed. BLG, welcome back. It's good to see you. Nice to see that you've had a little bit of a vacation and can now return to dumping on IG.
I missed you. But this is a nice confidence booster for a team that was having a difficult middle run in this split. As we said, with their 5 wins now in series, they should be confidently placed into the top 4, into the knockout stage. And the question for BLG does become, how much better have they gotten relative to their competition? This series would suggest that they have actually improved to the tune of about 1,000 gold per game, which is small, but small margins are okay. What I really wonder is how they'll do the rest of the time.
They can only get so much better when in the first series you're beating them by 12,000 gold. And, and we're saying, well, they must have improved because they beat them by 13,000 gold in game number 1 this time. That margin for improvement is slim yet still present here, which I think is a good sign for BLG and something that they should be taking home with a little bit of happiness at least.
Yeah, they looked good, and once again, just given the way that this game went, it's difficult to point at anyone on BLG and say, well, you looked a little bit less good, because they all played with incredible confidence with the gold lead that they had. On the other hand, it is a lot easier for IG to look at what they need to improve, especially now that They may not be fully relegated into bottom 2, but if not, it is darn close. IG were already bottom of the group, and with one more series loss, it's not even guaranteed they make it to knockouts.
Yeah, well, they'll have a postseason of some sorts. That's the power of Ascend, I guess. But we're looking at this and thinking, is there a chance that a Perseverance team just slams you immediately? You know, the odds are we're going into that and thinking maybe yes. So look out for that series, or for those series that little bit later on. I mean, it's a tricky position for IG, because I think they started out this season quite nicely. They started out this year with a massive victory, and coming into Split 1, they've just not been able to refine that success, whether it's other teams around them having a much better time of things and starting to flesh out what they're going to be doing, or if it's IG, you know, with a massive switch from the Massive Cup into Split 1. We don't really know, but certainly something that they have got to try and reconcile with.
You know, you and I came into this series, albeit with different reads on what the strength of IG was, and I think the way that IG drafted has certainly disproved my theory. They drafted in a way where they were meant to focus around Photic, meant to set him up for success, and either Photic wasn't up to the challenge, or IG's gameplay wasn't up to the challenge of setting him up. One of those two things is true. In both cases, it is very late in the season to be figuring that out, to be experimenting and falling short on this mark. I am still excited about Photic. I think he's a good player, but as to whether he is right now the player that IG need when they are drafting the way that they are, I think it's not the case, and maybe we look a little bit more towards Rookie.
Yeah, I think that's my avenue. I think that even then, Rookie has been looking pretty shaky. He had a good laning phase on the Victor this time round, but then succumbed to several ganks, and the lane from there wasn't really particularly playable. But he's not been firing on all cylinders, and hasn't been the same mid laner that we've sort of come to expect him to be for the start of 2026, really. So some more to see from him, I hope, as the season gets later and later.
It's a lot of damage out of Viper. That is a lot of damage. Almost highest KP on the team, but that goes to On, who, despite being cyberbullied by IG, that man played Bard correctly.
He did do that, and that's the important thing here. I mean, to round out some of our stats from the start of the show, it's good to see that Rookie actually had sort of 32% of the damage share, Photic falling a little bit below his overall average in this series, as he was, I will say, put into a really, really rough spot in this series in particular. Definitely struggled his way through this one. But these highlights, just replaying on and on, you can see, I mean, Viper was on another level in this game, consistently the part of the puzzle that was working for BLG and making these fights just so easy.
And it's the thing that makes BLG a really scary, really difficult team to go up against, is the star power that they have, especially with Viper and Knight. Even Bin, if we think back to game 1, you can draft as well as you like. But if one of these 3 players across the map is flashing on your laners and killing them in 1v1s, in 1v2s, it does not matter how well you drafted, you are going to lose control of your game. And we saw that be true in game number 1 with Bin. We saw it be true in game number 2 with Viper. BLG's laners are finding kills in the unlikely of spots, and that is warping games around them in a way that I don't even think is difficult to prepare for. It's impossible to prepare for.
And that's that's pretty tough, you know, to say something's impossible and have it have some real weight is a pretty tricky position to find yourself in, and definitely not something that we're expecting teams to find an answer to in the near future, let's say. So if I look at this from a BLG perspective, I think they've righted a little bit of the course correction. We said at the start of the show, this needs to be a firm 2-0, no questions asked. They've done that, and they've probably bought back a good amount of buying power with the fan base, with the community that actually they are now back to, or that they are on their way back to their former glory from the beginning of the split, where I think the majority of us as a talent team were quite happy to say, yeah, BLG are probably going to slam season or split 1, and then the downfall happened, and we were like, okay, well, maybe something else could happen. And now with this 2-0, I think we can start to talk about them once again as having some sort of right ideas.
Yeah, and although we were talking about BLG being very difficult to draft around, to plan for, it isn't to say that they are unbeatable. I mean, clearly they are. Their 3-loss streak more than demonstrates that, but what we saw in this game was just how wrong it can go for a team when you are unable to play around the fact that they do have these X factors, when you aren't able to have a really strong point on the map that counters that. Because thinking back to even game 1 as the premier example, who cares if Bin is up 2-0 on your top laner if Photic is able to one-shot everyone, if we are able to play through this lane, if you have a spearhead in your composition. And it really does come down less to draft and more to the way that you play in-game and the focus that you have as a team to be able to beat BLG. You must have a spear point, a game plan that works for you, and that you are dedicated to no matter what, because otherwise you will get distracted by the amount that BLG can throw at you.
Yeah, and that definitely happened here, right? They just didn't quite have everything in there. They didn't have their ducks in a row, they didn't have their plan lined up, and they didn't really have the opportunity to take out BLG. It was a pretty decisive series, all told. BLG with a swift 2-0. Put themselves to 5-3. They find themselves now most likely locked for playoffs as a top 4 seed, and IG now almost certainly locked out of that top 4.
I'm looking towards, especially as IG aim to requalify into the knockouts. I'm looking at Wei as a temperature check for this team, especially in game 2. Wei's Poppy, despite being sort of at an awkward point in the draft, actually ended up working out really well. He was a playmaker at multiple points. Yes, he mostly focused on, but those were most of the kills that IG ended up with. Yeah. And so if Wei is able to find some success, especially around getting the rest of the team coordinated around him, this could look really good for IG. Team coordination around the jungler, always a really difficult thing for anyone, especially in these games, but that's what I would be looking at.
Yeah, and I mean, for BLG going forward, you know, IG obviously need to look at Wei and see if he can continue to be one of those pieces that try to make some plays, but BLG round out their season with just 2 games left now against Weibo Gaming and Anyone's Legend, 2 of those teams that we got to see a little bit earlier on in the day, also battling for that top 4 spot. So we'll keep our eyes out for BLG because they have got a very difficult couple of games coming up. I think for me, those are the next 2 best teams going into our postseason, RAL and Weibo. So we'll see if any of that can come to fruition, if they can have a good showing of things, or if it's going to be something that they find just that little bit more difficult, and that actually BLG are going to have to try and right themselves some really difficult wrongs in the later stages.
There is room for improvement. That's just the reality of where we are at with BLG right now. As good as they looked in this series, we saw AL play earlier today, and that is the team that you have to beat, not just IG, who you have now 2-0'd twice in a row. However, thinking about this series, we do have player of the game, player of the match that ultimately, we'll be seeing whether we're on the same page as everyone else. What did you think? Who did you think was player of the game in our second one?
Game is definitely Viper. This guy was absolutely cracked on the Yunara, like just didn't really miss at all. So we would be giving that one over to Viper without really any concerns. I do think that they do a long interview here, so we might not have player of the game and player of the match, but with the long interviews that they like to do, it's good to get some showcasing of the other players as well.
Yeah, Viper looked good. I do wonder whether he would get player of the series. Just something to consider, something that we can look at, especially as Viper continues to be a focal point for the roster. Again, looked really good up against Top Esports in their win. Looked really good in this series up against IG. Keep your eyes on Viper, as he will certainly be our unofficial player of the game, and we can see whether the desk agrees a little bit later on. However, because we have got that Giga interview, I'm just going to say thank you to all of you for tuning in. It has been a wonderful day here on the LPL English. A very special thank you to our elite coffee supporters, Aaron, Soup, and Meng, who have financially pledged to supporting everything that we are able to do here, Rudude. All of the incredible League of Legends that we are able to cover is due to our elite coffee supporters, so please check that out. We, of course, love the LPL, but the supporters on our coffee are the people that make this possible, and let us continue doing what we love. So, Rudude, it has been a wonderful series. Any last thoughts from you before we say goodbye?
Just make sure that you're tuning in tomorrow. LGD versus LNG promises to be a very heavy hitter matchup from Group Nirvana. Make sure that you're taking a little bit of a look tomorrow as well for AL versus TES. I'll be back on the mic for that one as well. So lots of good stuff coming tomorrow. Final week of the first stage of Split 1 comes to a close in just 6 days.
It's coming up, and after that, it's only going to get more exciting. The LPL continues to deliver. We do get confirmation that Viper was the player of the game. Rudude, you nailed it, as always. It was a pleasure commentating with you today. Very fun games, great series, and I do wonder whether we are going to get player of the match, because we are staying on the screen. So
I don't know.
I'll be here. I'm not going to say goodbye if we're on the screen.
we can take a look. We can see if we get both. The series one is going to be a bigger question, right? With BLG definitely having good points across the map. Maybe Knight actually just snipes this for consistency. Nah.
Okay. Yeah, you got it. You got to trust your instincts. You know, you got to trust your first-hand instincts. All right.
We got
Big win for
confirmation.
Viper. We did get confirmation. We're going to bring it back to the screen that I feel comfortable saying goodbye to everyone on, because I love you, and I want to see your faces. I want to see your face, especially Rudude. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in once again. I am going to put Rudude in solo queue prison as we play Ivern and whatever you choose to play as I gank your lane. We'll see you guys later, and remember to tune in tomorrow. Bye-bye.